Too numerous studies describe, for example, how the French kings from Philip Augustus to Francis I and Henry IV increased their power, or how the Elector Frederick William pushed aside the regional estates in Brandenburg, and the 188 Medici the patricians and Senate in Florence, or how the Tudors did the same the nobility and Parliament in England. Everywhere it is the individual agent and their various actions that we see, their personal weaknesses and gifts that are described. And it is no doubt fruitful and even indispensable to see history this way, as a mosaic of individual actions of individual people. Nevertheless, something else is obviously at work here besides the fortuitous emergence of a series of great princes and the fortuitous victories of numerous individual territorial rulers or kings over numerous individual estates approximately the same time. It is not without reason that we speak of an age absolutism. What found expression in this change in the form of political rule was a structural change in Western society as a whole. Not only did individual kings increase their power but, clearly, the social institution of the monarchy and princedom took on new weight in the course of a gradual transformation of the whole of society, a new weight which at the same time gave new power to the central rulers. On the one hand we might inquire how this or that man gained power and how he or his heirs increased or lost this power in the context of absolutism. On the other, we may ask on the basis of what social changes the medieval institution of the king or prince took on, in certain centuries, the character and power referred to by concepts such as absolutism or despotism, and which social structure, which development in human relations, made it possible for th institution to sustain itself in this form for a greater or lesser period of time. Both approaches work with more or less the same material. But only th second attains to the plane of historical reality on which the civilizing process takes place. It is by more than a coincidence that in the same centuries in which the king or prince acquired absolutist status, the restraint and moderation of the affects discussed in Part 2, the civilizing of behavior, was noticeably increased. The quotations assembled earlier to demonstrate this change in behavior, emerged quite clearly how closely this change was linked to the formation of the hierarchical social order with the absolute ruler and, more broadly, his court its head. 3. For the court, too, the residence of the ruler, took on a new aspect and a new significance in Western society, in a movement that flowed slowly across Europe, to ebb away again, earlier here and later there, at about the time we call the Renaissance. In the movements of this period the courts gradually became the actual model and style-setting centers. In the preceding phase they had to share or even wholly relinquish this function to other centers, according to the prevailing balance of power, now to the church, now to the towns, now to the courts of the great vassals and knights scattered across the country. From this time on, in German and particularly in Protestant regions, the courts of the central 189 authorities still shared their function with the universities turning out the elite bureaucracy, whereas in Romanic and perhaps in all Catholic countries at her point remains to be established the importance of the courts as an authority, a source of models of behavior, far exceeded that of the arcides and all the other social formations of the epoch. The early Renaissance Florence, characterized by men like Masaccio, Ghiberti, Brunelleschi Donatello, is not yet an unequivocally courtly style, but the Italian High-Renaissance, and more clearly still the Baroque and Rococo, the style of Louis and XVI, are courtly, as finally is the Empire, though in a more scissional way, being already permeated with industrial bourgeois features. At the courts a form of society was evolving for which no very specific and equivocal term exists in German, for the obvious reason that in Germany this type of human bonding never attains central and decisive importance, except at most only in the final, transitional form it had at Weimar. The German concept good society, or more simply, of society in the sense of Monde, like the Othiel formation corresponding to it, lacks the sharp definition of the French and English terms. The French speak of la société poli, and the French terms bonne compagnie or gens de la cour and the English society have similar connotations. For the most influential courtly society was formed, as we know, in France. From Paris the same codes of conduct, manners, taste, and language spread, for varying periods, to all the other European courts. This happened not only because France was the most powerful country at the time. It was only now made possible because, in a pervasive transformation of European society, similar social formations, characterized by analogous forms of human relations came into being very rare. The absolutist courtly aristocracy of other lands adopted from the richest, most powerful, and most centralized country of the time the things which fitted their own social needs, refined manners and a language which distinguished them from those of inferior rank. In France they saw, most fruitfully developed, something born of a similar social situation and which matched their own ideals, people who could parade their status, while also observing the subtleties of social intercourse, marking their exact relation to everyone above and below them by their manner of greeting and their choice of words, people of distinction and civility. In taking over French etiquette and Parisian ceremony, the various rulers obtained the desired instruments to express their dignity, to make visible the hierarchy of society, and to make all others, first and foremost the courtly nobility themselves, aware of their dependence. 5. Here, too, it is not enough to see and describe the particular events in different countries in isolation. A new picture emerges, and a new understanding is made possible, if the many individual courts of the West, with their relatively uniform manners, are seen together as communicating organs in European society at large. What slowly began to form at the end of the Middle Ages was not just one courtly society here and another there. It was a courtly aristocracy. 190. Embracing Western Europe with its center in Paris, its dependencies in all other courts, and offshoots in all the other circles which claim to belong to great world of society, notably the upper stratum of the bourgeoisie and some extent even broader layers of the middle class. The members of this multifarious society spoke the same language throughout the whole of Europe, first Italian, then French, they read the same books, had the same taste, the same manners and with differences of degree the style of living. Notwithstanding their many political differences and even many wars they waged against each other, they orientated themselves unanimously, over greater or lesser periods, towards the center at Paris. A social communication between court and court, that is within courtly aristocratic society, remained for a long time closer than between courtly society and strata in the same country. One expression of this was their common lingua then, from about the middle of the 18th century, earlier in one count and somewhat later in another, but always in conjunction with the rise of middle classes and the gradual displacement of the social and political center gravity from the court to the various national bourgeois societies. The ties between the courtly aristocratic societies of different nations were slowly loose, and even if they are never entirely broken, the French language gave way, no without violent struggles, to the bourgeois national languages even in the up class. And courtly society itself became increasingly differentiated in the same way as bourgeois societies, particularly when the old aristocratic society lost its center once and for all in the French Revolution. The national form integration displaced that based on social estate. 6. In seeking the social traditions which provide the common basis and unity of the various national traditions in the West, we should think not only the Christian Church, the common Roman Latin heritage, but also of this lost great pre-national social formation which, already partly in the shadow of national divergences within Western society, rose above the lower and middle strata in different linguistic areas. Here were created the models of more pacified social intercourse which more or less all classes needed, following the transformation of European society at the end of the Middle Ages. Here the coarser habit, the wilder, more uninhibited customs of medieval society with its warrior up class, the corollaries of an uncertain, constantly threatened life, were softened, polished and civilized. The pressure of court life, the vying for the favor of the prince or the great, then, more generally, the necessity to distinguish oneself from others and to fight for opportunities with relatively peaceful mean. Through intrigue and diplomacy, enforced a constraint on the affects, a cell. Discipline and self-control, a peculiarly courtly rationality, which at first made the courtier appear to the opposing bourgeoisie of the 18th century, above all in Germany but also in England, as the epitome of the man of reason. And here, in this pre-national, courtly aristocratic society, a part of those State formation in Civilization 191. Mans and prohibitions were fashioned or at least prepared that are to believe in today, national differences notwithstanding, as something unto the West. Partly from them the Western peoples, despite all their inces, have taken the common stamp of a specific civilization. At the gradual formation of this absolutist courtly society was accompanied transformation of the drive economy and conduct of the upper class in the shin of civilization, has been shown by a series of examples. It has also indicated how closely this increased restraint and regulation of elementary guess is bound up with increased social constraint, the growing dependence of nobility on the central lord, the king, or prince. How did this increased constraint and dependence come about? How was an per class of relatively independent warriors or knights supplanted by a more or pacified upper class of courtiers? Why was the influence of the estates aggressively reduced in the course of the Middle Ages and the early modern period, and why, sooner or later, was the dictatorial absolute rule of a single Gur, and with it the compulsion of courtly etiquette, the pacification of smaller territories from a single center, established for a greater or lesser riot of time in all the countries of Europe? The sociogenesis of absolutism indeed occupies a key position in the overall process of civilization. The civilizing of conduct and the corresponding transformation of the structure of mental and emotional life cannot be understood without tracing the process of state formation, and within it the advancing centralization of society which first found particularly visible expression in the absolutist form of rule. 2. A perspective glance at the sociogenesis of absolutism. A few of the most important mechanisms which, towards the end of the Middle Ages, gradually gave increasing power chances to the central authority of a territory, can be quite briefly described at this preliminary stage. They are broadly similar in all the larger countries of the West and are particularly clearly seen in the development of the French monarchy. The gradual increase of the money sector of the economy at the expense of the barter sector in a given region in the Middle Ages had very different consequences for the majority of the warrior nobility on the one hand, and for the king or prince on the other. The more money that came into circulation in a region, the greater the increase in prices. All classes whose revenue did not increase at the same rate, all those on a fixed income, were thus placed at a disadvantage, above all the feudal lords who received fixed rents from their estates. 192. The social functions whose income increased with these new opportunity were placed at an advantage. They included certain sections of the bourgeoisie but above all the king, the central ruler. For the taxation apparatus gave a share of the increasing wealth, a part of all the earnings in his area of rule to him, and his income consequently increased to an extraordinary degree the growing circulation of money. As is always the case, this functional mechanism was only very gradually, so to speak, retrospectively exploited consciously by the interested party, adopted at a relatively late stage by rulers as a principle of domestic politic. First result was a more or less automatic and constant increase in the income central lord. This is one of the preconditions on the basis of which the institute of kingship gradually gained its absolute or uncircumscribed character. 2. As the financial opportunities open to the central function grew, so too its military potential. The man who had at his disposal the taxes of an country was in a position to hire more warriors than any other. By this token he grew less dependent on the war services which the feudal vassal obliged to render in exchange for the land with which he was invested. This too is a process which, like all the others, began very early but gradually led to the formation of more permanent institutions. Even William Conqueror went to England with an army consisting only partly of vassals, rest being paid knights. Between that time and the establishment of stand-in armies by the central lords, centuries intervened. A prerequisite for such army apart from the growing revenue from taxes, was surplus manpower discrepancy between the number of people and the number and profitability jobs available in a particular society, which we know today as unemployment. Areas suffering from surpluses of this kind, e.g. Switzerland and parts Germany, supplied mercenaries to anyone who could afford them. Much law Frederick the Great's recruiting tactics showed the solutions open to a PRI when the manpower available in his territory was not sufficient for his militia. 2. Purposes. The military supremacy that went hand in hand with financial superiority was, therefore, the second decisive prerequisite enabling the century power of a region to take on absolute character. A transformation of military techniques followed and reinforced this development. Through the slow development of firearms, the mass of common foot soldiers became militarily superior to the numerically limited nobles fighting on horseback. This too was to the advantage of the central authority. The king, who in the France of the early Capetian period, for example, was no much more than a baron, one territorial lord among others of equal power, and sometimes even less powerful than others, gained from his increasing revenues the possibility of military supremacy over all the forces in his country. Would noble family managed in particular cases to win the crown and thus gain access to these power, chances depended on a wide range of factors including the state formation and civilization. 193. Alliance of individuals, and often chance. The growth of the financial and outer chances that gradually attached themselves to the monarchy was end of the will or talents of individuals. It followed a strict regularity encountered wherever social processes are observed. His increase in the power chances of the central function was therefore indication for the pacification of a given territory, greater or smaller as the b. From a single center. He two series of developments which acted to the advantage of a strong authority were in all ways detrimental to the old medieval warrior estate. Members had no direct connection with the growing money sector of the, they could scarcely derive any direct profit from the new opportunities that offered themselves. They felt only the devaluation, the rise in. Has been calculated that a fortune of 22,000 francs in the year 1200 was 16,000 francs in 1300, 7,500 francs in 1400, and 6,500 in 1500. In the 10th century this movement accelerated, the value of the CERN fell to 2,500. And the case was similar in the whole of Europe. Movement originating far back in the Middle Ages underwent an extraordinary acceleration in the 16th century. From the reign of Francis I up to year 1610 alone, the French pound was devalued in approximately the ratio 1. The importance of this developmental curve for the transformation of Eti was greater than can be stated in a few words. While money circulation and commercial activity developed, while bourgeois classes and the revenue central authority rose, the income of the entire remaining nobility fell. Many of the knights were reduced to a wretched existence, others took by robbery violence what was no longer available by peaceful means, others again kept themselves above water for as long as possible by slowly selling off their estates, and finally a good part of the nobility, forced by these circumstances and racked by the new opportunities, entered the service of the kings or princes who could pay. These were the economic options open to a warrior class that was of connected to the growth in money circulation and the trade network. For how the development of war technology operated to the nobility's disadvantage has already been mentioned. The infantry, the despised foot soldiers, became more important in battle than the cavalry. Not only the military superiority of the medieval warrior estate was thereby broken, but also its monopoly over weapons. A situation where the nobles alone were warriors, or, in other words, all warriors were nobles, began to turn into one where the noble was at best an officer of plebeian troops who had to be paid. The monopoly control of weapons and military power passed from the whole noble estate into the hands of a single member, the prince or king who, supported by the tax income of the whole region, could afford the largest army. The majority of the nobility were 194. Thereby changed from relatively free warriors or knights into paid warrior officers in the service of the central lord. 5. These are a few of the most important lines of this structural transformation. there was another as well. The nobility lost social power with the INE in the money sector of the economy, while bourgeois classes gained it. By general, neither of the two estates proved strong enough to gain the up over the other for a prolonged period. Constant tensions everywhere erupted periodic struggles. The battle fronts were complicated and varied widely case to case. There were occasional alliances between specific noble strata, specific bourgeois strata. There were transitional forms and even fusions bet subgroups from the two estates. But however that may be, both the rise and absolute power of the central institution always depended on the coexistence of this tension between the nobility and the bourgeoisie. One of structural preconditions for the absolute monarchy or princedom was neither of the estates nor any group within them should gain the upper H. The representatives of the absolute central authority therefore had to constantly on the alert to ensure that this unstable equilibrium was maintained within their territory. Where the balance was lost, where one group or strat became too strong, or where aristocratic and upper bourgeois groups temporarily allied, the supremacy of the central power was seriously threatened, or as in England, doomed. Thus we often observe among rulers that while protects and promotes the bourgeoisie because the nobility seems too powerful and therefore dangerous, the next inclines towards the nobility, this have grown too weak or the bourgeoisie too refractory, without the other side be ever quite neglected. The absolute rulers were obliged, whether they entirely conscious of it or not, to manipulate this social mechanism that they not created. Their social existence depended on its survival and function. They too were bound to the social regularity with which they had to live. Regularity and the social structure corresponding to it emerged sooner or later with numerous modifications in almost every country of the West. But it tack on clear delineation only if observed in the process of emergence through a concrete example. The development in France, the country in which this process from a particular moment on, took place in the most direct form, will serve here as an example. 1. Dynamics of feudalization. Introduction. If we compare France, England, and the German Empire at the middle of the 17th century in terms of the power of their central authorities, the King of France appears particularly strong beside the English king and even more so beside the German emperor. This constellation was the outcome of a very long development. At the end of the Carolingian and the beginning of the Capetian period the situation was almost the reverse. At that time the central power of the German emperors was strong as compared to the French kings. And England had yet to undergo its decisive unification and reorganization by the Normans. In the German Empire the power of the central authority crumbled persistently, though with occasional interruptions from this time on. In England, from Norman times on, periods of strong royal power alternated with the preponderance of the estates or parliament. In France, from about the beginning of the 12th century, the king's power grew again with interruptions fairly steadily. A continuous line led from the Capetians through the Valois to the Bourbons. Nothing entitles us to assume that these differences were predetermined by any kind of necessity. Very slowly the different regions of the three countries, 196, merged into national units. At first, as long as the integration of those which were later to become France, Germany, Italy, and England relatively slight, they did not weigh very heavily as social organisms in balance of historical forces. And the main developmental curves in the history these nations in this phase were incomparably more strongly influenced by fortunes and misfortunes of individuals, by personal qualities, by sympathies, antipathies or accidents, than later when England, Germany, or France had become social formations with a quite specific structure and a moment and regularity of their own. At first the historical lines of development were determined very strongly by factors which, from the viewpoint of the later, had no inherent necessity. Then, gradually, with the increasing interdependence of larger areas and populations, a pattern slowly emerged which, according circumstance, either limited or opened opportunities to the whims and inte of powerful individuals or even of particular groups. Then, but only then, the inherent developmental dynamics of these social units override chance or at least mark it with their stamp. 2. Nothing entitles us to presuppose any compelling necessity determinant that it was the Duchy of Francia, the Isle de France, about which Ignacio would crystallize. Culturally, and also politically, the southern regions of Fra had much stronger ties with those of northern Spain and the bordering Ital regions than with the area around Paris. There was always a very considerable difference between the old, more Celto-Romanic regions of Provence, the Lang DOC, and the Langue d'Oil parts, that is, regions with a stronger Frankish influence above all those to the north of the Loire, together with Poitou, Berry, Burgund-Saintonge, and Franche-Comté. Moreover, the eastern frontiers established by the Treaty of Verdun, 843, and then by the Treaty of Meersen, 870, for the Western Frankish Empire, were different from the borders between what gradually emerged as France and Germany or Italy. The Treaty of Verdun fixed as the eastern frontier of the Western Frankish Empire a line leading from the present Gulf of Lions in the south, and approaching the western side of the Rhône, in an approximately northern direction as far as Flanders. Lorraine and Burgundy except for the duchy west of the Saône, and therefore also Arles, Lyons, Trier, and Metz thus lay outside the borders of the Western Frankish Empire, while to the south the county, Barcelona was still within its frontiers. The treaty or Meersen made the Rhône the direct frontier in the south between the Western and the Eastern Frankish empires, then the frontier followed the Isère and, further north, the Moselle. Trier and Metz thus became frontier towns, as, to the north, did Meersen, the place from which the treaty took its name. And the frontier finally ended north of the Rhine estuary in the region of southern Friesland. 197. What such frontiers separated were neither states, nor peoples, or nations, had we mean social formations that are in any sense unified and stable. At Hay were states, peoples, nations in the making. The most striking feature the larger territories in this phase is their low level of cohesion, the GTH of the centrifugal forces tending to disintegrate them. What is the nature of these centrifugal forces? What peculiarity of the culture of these territories gave such forces their particular strength? And what GE in the structure of society, from the 15th, 16th or 17th century onwards, finally gave the central authorities preponderance over all the rifugal forces, and thus conferred on the territories a greater stability? 2. Centralizing and decentralizing forces in the medieval power figuration. 3. The immense empire of Charlemagne had been brought together by conquest. Certainly the basic, though not the only function of his immediate successors, and more so of Charlemagne himself, was that of army leader, victorious in conquest and defense. This was the foundation of his royal power, his renown, his social strength. As army leader Charlemagne had control of the land he conquered and defended. As victorious prince he rewarded the warriors who followed him with end. And by virtue of this authority he held them together even though their states were scattered across the country. The emperor and king could not supervise the whole empire alone. He sent trusted friends and servants into the country to uphold the law in his stead, to ensure the payment of tributes and the performance of services, and to punish resistance. He did not pay for their services in money. This was certainly not entirely lacking in this phase, but was available to only a very limited extent. Needs were supplied for the most part directly from the land, the fields, the forests, and the stables, produce being worked up within the household. The earls or dukes, or whatever the representatives of the central authority were called, also fed themselves and their retinue from the land with which the central authority had invested them. In keeping with the economic structure, the apparatus for ruling in this phase of society was unlike that of states in a later stage. Most of the officials, it has been said of this phase, were farmers who had official duties only for certain set periods or in the case of unforeseen events, and so were most directly comparable to landowners having police and judicial powers. With this legal and law-enforcing role they combined military functions. They were warriors, commanders of a warlike following and of all the other landowners. 198. In the area the king had given them, should it be threatened by an exterior enemy. In a word, all ruling functions were drawn together in their hand, so but this peculiar power figuration, a measure of the division of Lavoie differentiation in this phase, again and again led to characteristic TE arising from the nature of its structure. It generated certain typical sequent events which with certain modifications were repeated over and again. For whoever was once entrusted by the central lord with the functions of RU in a particular area and was thus in effect the lord of this area, no longer depend on the central lord to sustain and protect himself and his dependants, at least long as he was threatened by no stronger external foe. At the first opportunity, therefore, as soon as the central power showed the slightest sign of weakness, local ruler or his descendants sought to demonstrate their right and ability to the district entrusted to them, and their independence of the central author over many centuries. The same patterns and trends show themselves over again in this apparatus for ruling. The rulers over parts of the central lord territory, the local dukes or chieftains, are at all times a danger to the cent power. Conquering princes and kings, being strong as army leaders or protectors against external foes, strive, successfully at first, to confront danger within the area they control. Where possible, they replace the existing local rulers with their own friends, relations, or servants. Within a short time, often within a generation, the same thing happens again. The erstwhile representatives of the central ruler do their best to take over the area entrusted to them, as if it were the hereditary property of their family. Now it is the Comspolati, once the overseers of the royal palace, who become the independent rulers of a region. Now it is the margraves, duke counts, barons, or officials of the king. In repeated waves the kings, strengthened by conquests, send their trusted friends, relations, and servants into the count as their envoys, while the previous envoys or their descendants fight just regularly to establish the hereditary nature and the factual independence of the region, which was originally a kind of fief. On the one hand, the kings were forced to delegate power over part of their territory to other individuals. The state of military, economic, and transport arrangements at that time left them no choice. Society offered them no sort of money taxes sufficient for them to keep a paid army or paid official delegate in remote regions. To pay or reward them, they could only allocate them land amounts large enough to ensure that they were actually stronger than all other warriors or landowners in the area. On the other hand, the vassals representing the central power were restrained by no oath of allegiance or loyalty from asserting the independence of their as soon as the relative power positions of the central ruler and his delegate shifted in favor of the latter. These territorial lords or local princes in effect owe the land once controlled by the king. Except when threatened from outside, they State Formation ein Civilization 199. Enger need the king. They withdraw themselves from his power. When they king as military leader, the movement is reversed and the game starts for again, assuming the central lord is victorious in the war. Then, through hour and threat emanating from his sword, he regains actual control over whole territory and can distribute it anew. This is one of the recurring ES in the development of Western society in the early Middle Ages and times, in somewhat modified form, in later periods too. Examples of such processes are still to be found today outside Europe, in NS with a similar social structure. The development of Abyssinia shows such augurations in abundance, though they have latterly been somewhat modified inflow of money and other institutions from Europe. But the rise of RASI to the position of central ruler or emperor of the whole country was made able only by the military subjugation of the most powerful territorial lords. The unexpectedly quick collapse of opposition to Italy in 1936, is explained not least by the fact that in this feudal and predominantly agrarian region, the centrifugal tendencies of the individual territories were multiplied as soon as the central ruler failed to fulfill his most important task, that of resisting the external enemy, thus showing himself weak. In European history, traces of this mechanism are to be found as early as the Oengian epoch. Here, already, are present the beginnings of a development which changed the higher imperial offices into hereditary forms of rule. Even this period the principle applies that, the greater the actual economic and social power of these officials became, the less could the monarchy contemplate transferring the office outside the family on the death of its incumbent. In her words, large parts of the territory passed from the control of the central D to that of the local rulers. Sequences of this kind emerge very clearly in the Carolingian period. Charlemagne, much like the Emperor of Abyssinia, replaced the old local dukes wherever he could by his own officials, the counts. When, within Charlemagne's lifetime, these counts showed their self-will and their effective control over the territory entrusted to them, he dispatched a new wave of people from his entourage as royal envoys, missi dominici, to supervise them. Under Louis the Pious the function of count was already beginning to become hereditary. Charlemagne's successors were no longer able to avoid factual recognition of the claim to hereditariness. And the royal envoys themselves lost their function. Louis the Pious was forced to withdraw the missi dominici. Under this king who lacked the military renown of Charlemagne, the centrifugal tendencies within the imperial and social organization emerged very clearly. They reached a first peak under Charles III, who in 887 could no longer protect Paris from his external enemies, the Danish Normans, by the power of the sword, and scarcely by the power of money. It is characteristic of this tendency that with the end of the direct line of the Carolingians, the crown went first to Arnulf of Carinthia. 200. The bastard son of Carloman, nephew of Charles the Fat, Arnulf had proved worth as a military leader in the border conflicts with the invading foray tribes. When he led the Bavarians against the weak central ruler, he gained the recognition of other tribes, the Eastern Franks, the Thuringian Saxons and the Swabians. As army leader in the original sense, he was raised the kingship by the warrior nobility of the German tribes. Once again, shown very clearly from where the function of kingship in this society derived power and legitimation. In 891 Arnulf succeeded in repelling the Normans Filouvat. But when, confronted by a new threat, he hesitated only slightly to ease his army into battle, the reaction was immediate. At once centrifugal for gained the upper hand in his weakly unified domain, illo diu moranti, am reguli in Europa vel regno Caroli sui patrulis excrevere, says a writer o time. Everywhere in Europe little kings grew up when he hesitated for a to fight. This illustrates in one sentence the social regularities which set stamp on the development of European society in this phase. The movement was once again reversed under the first Saxon emperors. Fact that rule over the entire empire fell to the Saxon dukes again shows what the most important function of the central ruler in this society. The Saxons particularly exposed to pressure from the non-German tribes pushing across the east. The first task of their dukes was to protect their own tribal territory, but in so doing they also defended the land of the other German tribes. In 9. Henry I managed to conclude at least a truce with the Hungarians, in 928. Himself advanced as far as Brandenburg. In 929 he founded the frontier forters at Meissen. In 933 he defeated the Hungarians at Ried, but without destroying them or really averting the danger, and in 934 in Schleswig he succeeded restoring the northern frontiers against the Danes. All this he did primarily as Saxon duke. These were victories of the Saxons over peoples threatening the frontiers and territory. But in fighting and conquering on their own frontiers, Saxon dukes gained the military power and reputation that were needed to oppose the centrifugal tendencies within the empire. Through external victory they laid the foundation of a strengthened internal central power. Henry I had by and large maintained and consolidated the frontiers, at least to the north. As soon as he died the Wends revoked their peace with the Saxons. Henry's son Otto drove them back. In the following years 937 and 938 Hungarians advanced again and were likewise repelled. Then began a new more powerful expansion. In 940 the German territory was extended to the Aude region. And, as always, as in the present day, the conquest of new lands followed by the ecclesiastical organization which then much more strong than now served to secure military domination. The same thing happened in the southeast. In 955, still on German territory, the Hungarians were defeated at Augsburg and so driven out more or less finally. As a barrier against them, the eastern marches, embryo of the later 201, were established with their frontier roughly in the region of Prespigis-Laval. To the east, in the central Danube area, the Hungarians slowly to settle permanently. As military successes were matched by his power inside the empire. Gover he tried to replace the descendants of lords installed by earlier tours, who now opposed him as hereditary local leaders, with his own Lashans and friends. Swabia went to his son Ludolf, Bavaria to his brother Henry, Lorraine to his son-in-law Conrad, whose son Otto was given Swabia. Ludolf rebelled. To the same time he sought more consciously, it seems, than his successors to counteract the mechanisms which constantly weaken centralism. Did this on the one hand by limiting the powers of the local rulers he installed. Other hand he and, more resolutely still, his successors, opposed these Jainisms by installing clerics as rulers over regions. Bishops were given the killer office of count. This appointment of high ecclesiastics without heirs was tended to put a stop to the tendency of functionaries of the central authority turn into a hereditary, landowning aristocracy with strong desires for dependence. In the long run, however, these measures intended to counter decentralizing orcs only reinforced them. They led finally to the conversion of clerical rulers into princes, worldly powers. The preponderance of centrifugal tendencies over bipedal ones that was rooted in the structure of this society emerged yet again. In the course of time the spiritual authorities showed themselves no less concerned for the preservation of their independent hegemony over the territory trusted to them than the secular. It was now in their interests too that the central authority should not grow too strong. And this convergence of the interests of high ecclesiastical and secular dignitaries was a main contributory factor in keeping the actual power of the central authority of the German Empire low for many centuries, while the power and independence of the territorial rulers increased the inverse of what happened in France. There the leading ecclesiastics hardly ever became great worldly rulers. The bishops, part of whose possessions were scattered among the lands of the various territorial lords, remained interested in preserving a strong central authority for their own security. These parallel interests of church and monarchy, extending over a considerable period, were not the least of the factors which, in France, gave the central power preponderance over centrifugal tendencies at a relatively early stage. At first, however, by the same process, the Western Frankish Empire disintegrated even more rapidly and radically than the Eastern one. 6. The last, Western Frankish, Carolingians were by all accounts courageous and clear-thinking men, some of them gifted with outstanding qualities. But they were contending with a situation that gave the central ruler little chance. 202. And one which shows particularly clearly how easily, in this social structure, center of gravity could shift to the disadvantage of the central ruler. Leaving aside his role as army leader, conqueror, and distributor of new land, the basis of the social power of the central lord consisted of his family possessions, the land he controlled directly and from which he had to support servants, his court, and his armed retainers. In this respect the central lord w. better off than any other territorial ruler. But the personal territory of Western Frankish Carolingians had in the course of long struggles been largely given away in exchange for services rendered. To obtain and reward suppose their forefathers had had to distribute land. Each time this happened with new conquests their own possessions were reduced. This left the sons in a still more precarious position. All new help meant new losses of land. In the end the heirs had very little left to distribute. The retainers they were able to feed pay became fewer and fewer. We find the last of the Western Frankish Carolingi in a sometimes desperate position. To be sure, their vassals were obliged to follow them to war, but if they had no personal interest in doing so, only open or concealed pressure of a militarily powerful liege lord could induce them to meet this obligation. The fewer vassals followed the king, the less threatening his power became, and so even fewer vassals joined him. With military power with land, therefore, These social mechanisms, once set in motion, progressively weakened the position of the Carolingian kings. Louis IV, a brave man fighting desperately for survival, is sometimes called Roi de Montlun, the King of Laon. Of all the family possessions of Th Carolingians, little was left to him except the fortress at Laon. At times the lost sons of the house had hardly any troops to fight their wars, just as they had hardly any land to support and pay their followers. The time arrived when Th descendant of Charlemagne, surrounded by landowners who were the masters their domains, found no other means of keeping men in his service than be handing out territory to them with concessions of immunity, that is, attaching them to him by making them more and more independent, and continuing to reign by abdicating more and more. Thus the function of the monarchy went irremediably downhill, and whatever its occupants did to improve their positio in the end turned against them. 7. The former territory of the Western Frankish Carolingians, the embryo of what was to become France, had at that time disintegrated into a number of separately ruled areas. After a prolonged struggle between various territorial rulers, of roughly equal strength, a kind of equilibrium had been established. When the direct line of the Carolingians became extinct, the chieftains and territorial lords elected the one of their number whose house had outdone the others in the fight against the hostile Normans, and had thus long been the strongest rival of the weakening monarchy. In a similar way in the eastern Frankish regions, with the end of the Carolingians, the local princes who had successfully defended the 2. 3. HTRY against the invading peoples from the east and north, Slavs, Hungarians, Danes, that is, the Dukes of Saxony, were made kings. His had been preceded by a protracted struggle between the House of Francia. He last, Western Frankish Carolingians. When the crown went to the former in the person of Hugh Capet, they were missiles already somewhat weakened by a process similar to the one that had ughite down the Carolingians. The Dukes of Francia too had had to form alliances, and obtain services in exchange for land and rights. The territory of the Ormond dukes who had settled and become Christianized in the meantime, the echies of Aquitaine and Burgundy, the counties of Anjou and Flanders, Germandois and Champagne, was scarcely smaller, and in some respects more important, than the family territory of the new royal house of Francia. And its family power and territory that counted. The power available to the king through his family possessions was the real basis of his royal power. If his family accessions were no greater than those of other territorial rulers, then his power was no greater either. It was only from the family possessions and territory that he drew regular income. From other territories he drew, at the most, ecclesiastical dues. What he received beyond that in his capacity as king was minimal. Moreover, the factor which in the German territories constantly restored the preponderance of the centralizing royal function over the centrifugal tendencies of the territorial rulers, their function as military leaders in the struggle against external enemies and in the conquest of new land, ceased at a relatively early stage to be of importance in the Western Frankish area. And this is one of the decisive reasons why the disintegration of the royal domain into independent territories occurred earlier here and, at first, in a more radical form. The eastern Frankish region was exposed for far longer to attack and threat by foreign tribes. Hence the kings not only constantly re-emerged as leaders in wars fought in common by a number of tribes to protect their lands, but they also had the opportunity of invading and conquering new lands, which they then distributed. So they were at first able to keep a relatively large number of retainers and vassals dependent on them. In contrast, the western Frankish area, since the Normans had settled, had scarcely been threatened by outside tribes. In addition, there was no possibility of conquering new lands directly outside its borders, unlike the situation in the eastern Frankish region. This accelerated its disintegration. The prime factors giving the king preponderance over the centrifugal forces, defense, and conquest, were lacking. Since there was virtually nothing else in the social structure that made the various regions dependent on a central ruler, the latter's domain was in fact reduced to little more than his own territory. This so-called sovereign is a mere baron who owns a number of counties on the banks of the Seine and the Loire that amount to scarcely 4 or 5 present-day departments. 204. The royal domain just manages to sustain his theoretical majesty. It is neither largest nor the richest of the territories making up the France of today. The king is powerful than some of his major vassals. And like them he lives on the income his estates, duties from his peasants, the work of his bondsmen and the valoon gifts from the abbeys and bishoprics in his territory. Soon after the crowning of Hugh Capet, the weakening not of the individii, kings, but of the royal function itself, and with it the disintegration of the RO territories, began slowly and steadily to increase. The first captains travelled throughout the whole country with their courts. The places where to royal decrees were signed give us an idea of the way in which they journeyed back and forth. They still sat in judgment at the seats of major vassals. Even southern France they had a certain traditional influence. At the beginning of the 12th century the wholly hereditary and independent nature of the various territories previously subject to the king was an accomplished fact. The fifth of the captains, Louis the Fat, 1108-37, a brave and belligerent lord and no weakling, had little say outside his own territory. The royal decree show that he hardly ever travelled outside the borders of his own duchy. Lived within his own domain. He no longer held court in the lands of his great vassals. They hardly ever appeared at the royal court. The exchange of friend visits grew more infrequent, correspondence with other parts of the kingdom, particularly in the south, more sparse. France at the beginning of the 12th century was at best a union of independent territories, a loose federation, greater and lesser domains between which a kind of balance had provisionally been established. Within the German Empire, after a century filled with wars between the wearers of the royal and imperial crown and the families of powerful dukes, one of the latter, the House of Swabia, succeeded in the 12th century in again subjugating the others and, for a time, bringing together the necessary means of power in the central authority. But from the end of the 12th century onwards the social center of gravity moved ever more clearly and inevitably towards the territorial rulers in Germany too. However, while in the immense area of the German Imperium Romanum or Sacrum Imperium, as it was later called, the territorial estates were consolidating themselves to the point that they could now for centuries prevent the formation of a strong central power and so the integration of the whole area. In the smaller area of France the extreme disintegration of the end of the 12th century now began gradually and some setbacks notwithstanding fairly steadily to give way to a restoration of the central authority and the slow reintegration of larger and larger regions around one center. The scene of this radical disintegration must be envisaged as in a way the starting point if we are to understand how the smaller areas joined together to 5. A stronger unit, and by which social processes were formed the central as of the larger units of rule that we designate by the concept of eliatism, the ruling apparatus which forms the skeleton of modern states. Relative stability of the central authority and the central institutions in the we call the age of absolutism contrasts sharply with the instability of central authority in the preceding feudal phase. What was it in the structure of society that favored centralization in the later ASE but strengthened the forces opposing centralization in the earlier one? This question takes us to the center of the dynamics of social processes, of the changes in human interweaving and interdependence in conjunction with which viaduct and drive structure were altered in the direction of civilization. 9. What constantly gave the decentralizing forces in medieval, particularly early medieval, society their preponderance over the centralizing tendencies is or difficult to see, and has been emphasized by historians of that epoch in a variety of ways. Hamp, for example, in his account of the European High Middle Ages, writes: the feudalization of states everywhere forced rulers to provide their army leaders and officials with land. If they were to avoid being impoverished in the process, and to make use of the military services of their vassals, they were virtually driven to attempts at military expansion, generally at the expense of the power vacuums around them. At that time it was not economically possible to avoid this necessity by constructing a bureaucracy on the modern pattern. This quotation implicitly shows the basic dynamics of both the centrifugal forces and the mechanisms in which the monarchy was embroiled in that society, provided that feudalization is not understood as an external cause of all these changes. The various elements in this dilemma, the necessity of providing warriors and officials with land, the unavoidable diminution of the royal possessions unless new campaigns of conquest took place, the tendency of the central authority to weaken in times of peace, all these are parts of the great process of feudalization. The quotation also indicates how indissolubly this specific form of rule and its apparatus of government were bound to a particular economic structure. To make this explicit, as long as barter relationships predominated in society, the formation of a tightly centralized bureaucracy and a stable apparatus of government working primarily with peaceful means and directed constantly from the center, was scarcely possible. The imminent tendencies we have described, conqueror king, envoys sent by the central authority to administer the country, independence of these envoys or their descendants as territorial rulers, and their struggle against the central power correspond to certain forms of economic relationship. If in a society the production from a small or large piece of land was sufficient to satisfy all the essential everyday needs of its inhabitants. 206. From clothing to food and household implements, if the division of labor and the exchange of products over longer distances were poorly developed, and accordingly all these are different aspects of the same form of intégration, roads were bad and the means of transportation rudimentary, then the interdependence of different regions was also slight. Only when this interdependence grows considerably can relatively stable central institutions for a number larger areas be formed. Before this the social structure simply offers no basis so them. A historian of the period writes, "We can scarcely imagine how difficult was, given medieval transportation conditions, to rule and administer extensive empire." Charlemagne, too, supported himself and his court essentially from the produce of his old family estate scattered between the Rhine, the Maas, and the Moselle. Each palatium or manor in Doptia's convincing account associated with a number of households and villages in the vicinity. The emperor and king moved from manor to manor in this relatively small area, supporting himself and his followers on the revenue from the surrounding households and villages. Trade over long distances was never entirely lacking even at this time, but it was essentially a trade in luxury goods, at any rate not in articles of daily use. Even wine was not, in general, transported over long distances. Anyone who wanted to drink wine had to produce it in his own district, and only his nearest neighbors could obtain any surplus through exchange. This is why there were in the Middle Ages vineyards in regions where wine is no longer cultivated today, the grapes being too sour or their plantations uneconomic, for example in Flanders or Normandy. Conversely, regions like Burgundy, which are for synonymous with viniculture, were not nearly as specialized in winemaking as they later became. There, too, every farmer and estate had to be, up to a certain point, autarkic. As late as the 17th century there were only 11 parishes in Burgundy where everyone was a wine grower. Thus slowly do various districts become interconnected, are communications developed, are the division of labor and the integration of larger areas and populations increased, and increased correspondingly is the need for a means of exchange and units of calculation having the same value over large areas, money. To understand the civilizing process it is particularly important to have a clear and vivid conception of these social processes, of what is meant by barter or domestic economy, money economy, interdependence of large populations, change in the social dependence of the individual, increasing division of functions, and so on. Such concepts too easily become verbal fetishes which have lost all pictorial quality and thus, really, all clarity. The purpose of this necessarily brief account is to give a concrete perception of the social relationships, referred to here by the concept of the barter economy. What it indicates is a quite specific way in which people are bound together and dependent on each. 207. It refers to a society in which the transfer of goods from the person who them from the soil or nature to the person who uses them takes place that is without or almost without intermediaries, and where they are ed up at the house of one or the other, which may well be the same. This very gradually becomes more differentiated. More and more people interpose themselves as functionaries of processing and distribution in the age of the goods from the primary producer to the final consumer. How and why this happens, what is the motive power behind this prolongation he chains, is a question in itself. At any rate, money is nothing other than an instrument which is needed and with which society provides itself when these ends grow longer, when work and distribution are differentiated, and which under certain circumstances tends to reinforce this differentiation. If the terms economy and money economy are used, it can easily appear as if an absolute antithesis exists between these two economic forms, and such an imagined antithesis has unleashed many a dispute. In the actual social process, the chains between production and consumption change and differentiate very gradually, not to mention the fact that in some sectors of Western society economic communication over long distances and thus the use of money never entirely ceased. Thus, very gradually, the money sector of the economy increases. Again, as do the differentiation of social functions, the interdependence of different regions, and the dependence of large populations on one another, all these are different aspects of the same social process. And so too the change in the form and apparatus for ruling that has been discussed is nothing other than a further aspect of this process. The structure of the central organs corresponds to the structure of the division and interweaving of functions. The strength of the centrifugal tendencies towards local political autarky within societies based predominantly on a barter economy corresponds to the degree of local economic autarky. 2 phases can generally be distinguished in the development of such predominantly agrarian warrior societies, phases which may occur once only or alternate frequently, the phase of the belligerent expansionist central lords and that of the conserving rulers who win no new land. In the first phase the central authority is strong. The primary social function of the central lord in this society manifests itself directly, that of the army leader. When over a long period the royal house does not manifest itself in this belligerent role, when the king is either not needed as army leader or has no success as such, the secondary functions lapse as well, for example that of the highest arbitrator or judge of the whole region, and the ruler has at bottom no more than his title to distinguish him from other territorial lords. In the second phase, when the frontiers are not threatened and the conquest of new land is impossible for one reason or another, centrifugal forces necessarily gain the upper hand. While earlier the conquering king has actually controlled 208 areas is lacking or only beginning, a non-economic form of integration appeal the more strongly, military integration, alliance to repel a common foe. Be a traditional sense of community with its strongest support in the common and its most important promoters in the clergy, but which never previous disintegration, nor of itself brings about an alliance, merely strengthening guiding it in certain directions the urge to conquer and the necessity. Resisting conquest is the most fundamental factor binding together people regions lying relatively far apart. For this very reason every such alliance in society is, compared with later periods, highly unstable, and the prepondera of decentralizing forces very great. The 2 phases of this agrarian society, the phases of conquering and conserving rulers, or merely spurts in one direction or the other, may alternate as has been noted. And this is what actually happened in the history of West countries. But the examples of German and French development also show despite all the countervailing movements in the periods of conquering rulers, tendency for the larger dominions to disintegrate and for land to pass from control of the central lord to that of his erstwhile vassals proceeded, up certain time, continuously. Why? Had the external threat to the former Carolingian Empire, which constituted the West at that time, abated? Were there yet other causes for progressive decentralization of the Carolingian Empire? The question of the motive forces of this process may take on new significance if seen in relation to a familiar concept. This gradual decentralization Government and territory. This transition of the land from the control of conquering central ruler to that of the warrior caste as a whole is nothing other than the process known as feudalization. 3. The increase in population after the Great Migration. 11. For some time, understanding of the problem of feudalization has been undergoing a pronounced change which perhaps merits more explicit emphasis than it has received hitherto. As with social processes in general, the older mode of historical research has failed to come properly to grips with the process of 209. Isation in the West. The tendency to think in terms of isolated causes, for individual creators of social transformations, or at most to see only the aspect of social institutions and to seek the examples on which they were held by this or that agent. All this has made these processes and institutions inaccessible to our thought as natural processes were earlier to scholastic curs. More recently historians have begun to break through to a new way of posing question. Increasingly, historians concerned with the origins of feudalism are phasizing that this is neither a deliberate creation of individuals, nor does it consist of institutions that can be simply explained by earlier ones. Dopsch, 4ple, says of feudalization, we are concerned here with institutions that not called into being deliberately and intentionally by states or the bearers take power in order to realize certain political ends. Nd. Comet formulates still more clearly this approach to the social processes of history. However different the feudal system is from the preceding one, it results directly from it. No revolution, no individual will has produced it. It is part of a long evolution. Feudality belongs to the category of what might be called the natural occurrences or natural facts of history. Its formation was determined by quasi-mechanical forces and proceeded step by step. Elsewhere in his study La Société Faciale he says, to be sure, knowledge of antecedents, that is, of similar phenomena preceding a given phenomenon, is interesting and instructive to historians, and we shall not ignore it. But these antecedents are not the only factors involved and perhaps not the most important. The main thing is not to know where the feudal element comes from, whether its origins are to be sought in Rome or among the Germans, but why this element has taken on its feudal character. If these foundations became what they were, they owe this to an evolution whose secret neither Rome nor the Germans can tell us. Its formation is the result of forces that can only be compared with geological ones. The use of images from the realm of nature or technology is unavoidable as long as our language has not developed a clear, special vocabulary for socio-historical processes. Why images are provisionally sought in these realms is readily explained. For the time being they express adequately the compelling strength of social processes in history. And however much one may thereby expose oneself to misunderstanding, as if social processes and their compulsions, originating in the interrelationships of men, were really of the same nature as, for example, the course of the earth about the sun or the action of a lever in a machine, the endeavor to find a new, structural manner of posing historical questions reveals itself very clearly in such formulations. The relation of later 210 institutions to similar institutions in an earlier phase is always of significance, but here the decisive historical question is why institutions, and also PEOP conduct and effective make-up change, and why they change in this part C way. We are concerned with the strict order of socio-historical transformatio, and perhaps it is not easy even today to understand that these transformatic are not to be explained by something that itself remains unchanged, and still easy to realize that in history no isolated fact ever brings about any transformation by itself, but only in combination with others. Finally, these transformations remain inexplicable as long as explanatio limited to the ideas of individuals written down in books. When inquiring in social processes one must look at the web of human relationships, at society to find the compulsions that keep them in motion, and give them their particular form and their particular direction. This applies to the process of feudalization, to the process of increasing division of labor. It applies to countless OT processes represented in our conceptual apparatus by words without prose character, which stress particular institutions formed by the process in question, for example, the concepts of absolutism, capitalism, barter economy, money economy, and so on. All these point beyond themselves to changes in structure of human relationships which clearly were not planned by individuals and to which individuals were subjected whether willingly or not. And applies finally to changes in the human habitus itself, to the civilizing process. 12. One of the most important motors of change in the structure of human relationships, and of the institutions corresponding to them, is the increase-decrease of population. It too cannot be isolated from the whole dynamic web human relationships. It is not, as prevalent habits of thought incline us assume, in itself the first cause of socio-historical movement. But amidst intertwining factors of change, this is an important element that should never be neglected. It also shows particularly clearly the compelling nature of these socio forces. It remains to be established what role factors of this kind played in phase under discussion. It may help understanding of them to recall briefly last movements in the migration of peoples. Up to the 8th and 9th centuries, tribes migrating from the east, north, and south pushed in recurrent spurts into the already populated areas of Europe. This was the last and biggest wave in a movement that had gone on over an Ion period. What we see of it are small episodes: the eruption of Hellenic barbarians into the populated areas of Asia Minor and the Balkan Peninsula, the penetratio by the Italian barbarians of the neighboring Western Peninsula, the advance of the Celtic barbarians into the territory of the former, who had now in their become to some extent civilized and whose land had become a center of ancient culture, and the definitive settling of these Celtic tribes to the west and partly to the north. Of them, s. 211. Mali. The German tribes overran a large part of the Celts' territory, which in Aeon time had likewise given rise to an older culture. The Germans in there defended this cultured land they had conquered against new waves of SES advancing from all sides. Shortly after the death of Mohammed in 632, the Arabs were set in motion. 13. They had conquered the whole of Spain with the exception of the Irian mountains. Towards the middle of the 8th century this wave came standstill at the southern frontier of the Frankish Empire, as Celtic waves had ere done before the gates of Rome. The East Slavonic tribes advanced against the Frankish Empire. By the of the 8th century they had reached the Elbe. In the year 800 a political prophet had possessed a map of Europe as we can now reconstruct it. He might well have been misled into predicting that the whole eastern half of the continent from the Danish peninsula to the Peloponnese was destined to become a Slavonic empire, or at least a powerful group of Slavonic countries. From the Ibe estuary to the Ionian Sea ran an unbroken line of Slavonic peoples. This seems to mark the frontier of Germanic territory *. Their movement came to a standstill somewhat later than that of the Arabs, then the struggle long remained undecided. The frontier between Germanic and Slavonic tribes now moved somewhat forward, now back again. By and large the Slavonic wave was held at the Elbe from about 800 onwards. What may be called the originally settled territory of the West had thus, under the rule and leadership of Germanic tribes, preserved its frontier against the migrating tribes. Representatives of earlier waves defended it against those following, the last waves of migration that passed across Europe. These, prevented from advancing further, slowly settled outside the borders of the Frankish Empire. And so a fringe of populated regions formed about the latter in large areas in the interior of Europe. Previously nomadic tribes took possession of the land. The great migration slowly came to rest, and the renewed intrusions of migrating peoples that occurred from time to time, by the Hungarians and finally the Turks, foundered sooner or later on the superior defensive techniques and the strength of those already in possession. 13. A new situation had been created. There were no longer any empty spaces in Europe. There was virtually no usable land usable in terms of the agricultural techniques then available that had not been preempted. By and large Europe, and above all its large interior regions, was now more completely populated than ever before, even if incomparably less densely than in the centuries that followed. and there is every indication that population increased to the same extent as the upheavals accompanying the great migrations abetted. This changed the whole system of tensions between and within the various peoples. In late antiquity the population of the old cultural regions declined more or 2 less rapidly. In consequence the social institutions corresponding to relative large and dense populations disappeared also. The use of money within a soci, for example, is bound up with a certain level of population density. It is essential prerequisite for the differentiation of work and the formation markets. If the population falls below a certain level for whatever reasons, markets automatically empty. The chains between the person producing commodity from nature and its consumer grew shorter, money lost its mental function. This was the direction of development at the end of antiquity. The urban sector of society grew smaller. The agrarian character of society increased. This development took place the more easily as the division of labor in antiquity was never remotely as great as, for example, in our own society. Proportion of urban households were always to a degree directly supplier independently of commercial or manufacturing intermediaries, by the great slaugh estates. And as the overland transportation of goods over long distances was always extremely difficult, given the state of technology in antiquity, long distance trade was essentially confined to waterborne transport. Large market and towns and vigorous monetary activity developed in proximity to WATE inland areas always preserved a predominantly domestic type of economy. For the urban population, the autarkic household and economic self-sufficiency never declined to the extent that they have in modern Western society. With fall in population, this aspect of the social structure of antiquity regained prominence. With the end of the migration of peoples, this movement was once again reversed. The influx and subsequent settling of so many new tribes provided basis for a new and more comprehensive population of the whole European R. In the Carolingian period this population still had an almost completely domestic economy, perhaps even more so than in the Merovingian period. One indication of this may be that the political center moved still further inland, where hitherto owing to the difficulties of overland transport the political centers preceding those of the medieval West had never been situated, with few exceptions such as the Hittite Empire. We may assume that the population was beginning to increase very slowly in this period. We already hear of forest clearance, and that is always a sign that land is growing scarce, the density of population rising. But these were certainly only the initial stages. The great migrations had not yet entirely abated. Only from the 9th century onwards did the signs of a more rapidly increasing population multiply. And not very long afterwards there are already indications of overpopulation here and there in the former Carolingian regions. Fall in population at the end of antiquity, slow rise once more under different circumstances in the aftermath of the migrations of peoples. A brief retrospective summary must be enough to recall to mind the curve of this movement. 14 phases of perceptible overpopulation alternate in European history with 213 GE of lower internal pressure. But the term overpopulation needs explaining. As not a product of the absolute number of people inhabiting a certain area. In evilly industrialized society with intensive utilization of the land, highly eloped long-distance trade and a government favoring the industrial against agrarian sector through import and export duties, a number of people can more or less tolerably which, in a barter economy with extensive agricultural HUDs and little long-distance trade, would constitute overpopulation with all typical symptoms. Overpopulation is therefore first of all a term for growth population in a particular area to a point where, in the given social structure, satisfaction of basic needs is possible for fewer and fewer people. We thus counter overpopulation only relative to certain social forms and a certain set of needs, a social overpopulation. Its symptoms in societies which have attained a certain degree of differentiation are, broadly speaking, always the same: increased tension within society, greater self-encapsulation by those who have, i.e., in a predominantly ardor economy, those who have land, over against those who have not, or at any rate not enough to support themselves in a manner conforming with their standards, and often, increased self-encapsulation, among the haves, of those who have more than the rest, a more pronounced cohesion of people in the same social situation to resist pressure from those outside it or, inversely, to seize opportunities monopolized by others. In addition, increased pressure on neighboring areas with lower population or weaker defenses, and finally, an increase in emigration and in the tendency to conquer or at least settle in new islands. It is difficult to say whether available sources can give an exact picture of population growth in Europe in the centuries following the migrations, and particularly of differences in population density between different regions. But one thing is certain, as the migration slowly came to a standstill, once the major struggles among the different tribes had come to an end, one after another all the symptoms of such social overpopulation showed themselves: a rapid growth of population accompanied by the transformation of social institutions. 15. The symptoms of increasing population pressure first appeared clearly in the Western Frankish Empire. Here, about the 9th century, the threat from foreign tribes slowly receded, unlike the situation in the Eastern Frankish Empire. In the part of the empire named after them the Normans had grown peaceable. With the help of the Western Frankish Church, they rapidly absorbed the language and the whole tradition about them, in which Gallo-Romanic and Frankish elements were mingled. They added new elements of their own. In particular, they brought about important advances in the administrative structure within the territorial framework. From now on they played a decisive part as one of the leading tribes in the federation of Western Frankish territories. The Arabs and Saracens caused occasional unrest on the Mediterranean coast. 2. L. 4. But by and large they too, from the 9th century on, scarcely represent threat to the survival of this empire. To the east of France lay the German Imperium, which under the Saxe emperors had again grown powerful. With minor exceptions, the frontier between it and the Western Frankish Empire scarcely moved from the 10th to the quarter of the 13th century. In 925 Lotharingia was won back from Empire, and in 1034 Burgundy. Apart from this, tension along this line was high until 1226. The empire's expansionist tendencies were directed essentially to the east. The external threat to the Western Frankish Empire was therefore relatively slight. Equally slight, however, were the possibilities of expanding beyond existing frontiers. The east in particular was blocked by both the populated density and the military strength of the empire. But within this area, now that the external threat had diminished, popularity began to increase markedly. It grew so strongly after the 9th century that the beginning of the 14th century it was probably almost as large as at beginning of the 18th. This movement certainly did not proceed in a straight line, but there is abundance of evidence to show that, by and large, population increased steady. This evidence has to be seen as a whole if the strength of the overall movement and the meaning of each individual piece of evidence within it are to understood. From the end of the 10th century onwards, and more so in the 11th, pressure on land, the desire for new land and greater productivity from the are more and more visible in the Western Frankish region. As mentioned, forests were already cleared in the Carolingian period and doubt earlier too. But in the 11th century the tempo and extent of clearance accelerated. Woods were felled and marshlands made arable as far as technology of the time permitted. The period from about 1050 to about 130 was the great age of deforestation, of the internal conquest of new land. France * about 1500 this movement slowed down again. 4. Some observations on the sociogenesis of the Crusades. 16. The great onslaught from outside had subsided. The earth was fruitful. Population was growing. Land, the most important means of production, the epitome of property and wealth in this society, was becoming scarce. Deforestation, the opening up of new land within, was not nearly sufficient to offset this scarcity. New land had to be sought outside the frontiers. Hand in hand with 2. 1. 5. Al-colonization went the external conquest of new territory elsewhere. Beginning of the 11th century, Norman knights were going to southern to hire themselves out as warriors to individual princes. In 1029 one of as enfeft for his services with a small piece of land on the northern Dairy of the Duchy of Naples. Others followed, among them other sons of a Norman lord, Tancred de Hauteville. He had 12 sons in all, how they to be sustained to a fitting standard on their father's land. 8 of therefore went to southern Italy, and there obtained in time what was ed to them at home, control of a piece of land. One of them, Robert Scard, gradually became the acknowledged leader of the Norman warriors. United the scattered estates or territories that individuals had won for missiles. From 1060 onwards they began under his leadership to advance into Y. By Robert Guiscard's death in 1085 the Saracens had been pushed back the southwest corner of the island. All the rest was in Norman hands and at a new Norman feudal empire. None of this had actually been planned. At the outset we have the population pressure and the blocked opportunities at home, the emigration of individuals. Success attracts others, at the end we have an empire. Something similar happened in Spain. In the 10th century French knights ran to the aid of the Spanish princes in their struggles against the Arabs. As Hent-Ionide, the western Frankish area, unlike the eastern, did not border on an extensive area open to colonization and peopled by largely disunited tribes. To the east the empire prevented further expansion. The Iberian Peninsula was the NLY direct way out. Up to the middle of the 11th century only individuals or small bands crossed the mountains, then, they gradually became armies. The Rabs, split internally, offered slight, sporadic resistance. In 1085 Toledo was taken, and in 1094 Valencia under the leadership of El Cid, only to be lost shortly afterwards. The struggle was waged back and forth. In 1095 a French count was invested with the reconquered territory of Portugal. But it was only in 1147, with the aid of members of the Second Crusade, that his son finally succeeded in gaining control of Lisbon and there to some degree stabilizing his rule as a feudal king. Apart from Spain, the only possibility of gaining new land near France lay across the Channel. Even in the first half of the 11th century individual Norman knights had struck out in this direction. Then in 1066 the Norman Duke with an army of Norman and French knights crossed to the island, seized power and redistributed the land. The possibilities of expansion, the prospects of new land in the vicinity of France, grew more and more restricted. Eyes were cast further afield. In 1095, before the great feudal lords began to move, a band led by the knight Walter Habenix, or Gautier sans Avoir, set out for Jerusalem. It perished in Asia Minor. In 1097 a mighty army under the leadership of Norman and French. 216. Territorial lords advanced into the Holy Land. The Crusaders first had themselves invested by the Eastern Roman Emperor with the lands to be conquered, advanced further, conquered Jerusalem and founded new feudal dominions. There is no reason to assume that without the guidance of the Church in religious link with the Holy Land, this expansion would have been directed precisely that place. But nor is it probable that without the social pressure within the western Frankish region and then in all the other regions of La Christendom, the Crusades would have taken place. The tensions within this society were not only manifested in desire for and bread. They exerted mental pressure upon the whole person. So pressure supplied the motive force as a generator supplies current. It set PEO in motion. The Church steered this pre-existing force. It embraced the gen distress and gave it a hope and a goal outside France. It gave the struggle for land an overarching meaning and justification. It turned this into a struggle the Christian faith. 17 The Crusades are a specific form of the first great movement of expansio and colonization by the Christian West. During the Great Migrations, in which for centuries tribes from the east and northeast had been driven in a western and southwestern direction, the utilizable areas of Europe had been filled up with people to the furthest frontiers, the British Isles. Now the migrations ha stopped. The mild climate, fertile soil, and unfettered drives favored rapid multiplication. The land grew too small. The human wave had trapped itself in a cul-de-sac, and from this confinement it strained back towards the east, both at the Crusades and within Europe itself, where the German-populated area slow spread, through heavy conflicts, further and further east beyond the Elbe to Oder, then to the Vistula estuary, and finally Prussia and the Baltic lands, even if it were only German knights, not German farmers, who succeeded migrating so far. But precisely this last fact shows very clearly one of the peculiarities distinguishing this first phase of social overpopulation and expansion from later ones. In general, with the advance of the civilizing process, and the concomitant constraint and regulation of human drives, and their advance is always stronger, for reasons to be discussed later, in the upper than in the lower classes the birth rate slowly declines, usually less rapidly in the lower than in the upper strata. This difference between the average birth rate of the upper and lower classes is often highly significant for the maintenance of the standard of the former. This first phase of rapid population growth in the Christian West is distinguished from the later ones, however, by the fact that in it the ruling stratum, the warrior class or nobility, increased hardly less rapidly than the stratum of bondsmen, tenants, and peasants, in short, of those who directly worked the land. The struggle for the available opportunities which, with the 217 of population, necessarily shrank for each individual, the incessant feuds has tensions unleashed, the high rate of infant mortality, illness, and all that may have eliminated a part of the human surplus. And it is that the relatively unprotected peasantry were harder hit than the is, moreover, the freedom of movement of the former group was so limited. Above all, communications between different regions were so difficult, that labor power could not be quickly and evenly distributed. Thus an shortage of labor might result from feuds and pillage, plagues, the ing up of new land or the flight of serfs, while a surplus was accumulating ithers, and in fact we have, for the same period, clear evidence of an excess 5 bondsmen in one area, and of efforts in others to attract free tenants. Pies, that is, rulers offering laborers improved conditions. Be that as it may, what is above all characteristic of the processes operating is that not only was a reserve army of bondsmen or serfs forming in this eddy, but also a reserve army of the upper class, of knights without property, without enough to maintain their standards. Only in this way can the nature of this first Western expansionist phase be understood. Peasants, the sons of bondsmen, were certainly involved in one way or another in the struggles for colonization, but the main impulse came from the knights' shortage of land. New land could only be conquered by the sword. The knights opened a way by force of arms, they took the lead and formed the bulk of the armies. The surplus population in the upper class gave this first period of expansion and colonization its special stamp. The rift between those who had land and those who had none or too little, ran through this society. On the one hand were the land monopolists, warrior milies, noble houses, and landowners in the first place, but also peasants, bondsmen, serfs, hospites, who occupied a piece of land that supported them, however meagerly. On the other hand were those from both classes who had been deprived of land. Those from the lower classes displaced by the shortage of opportunities or the oppression of their masters played a part in the emigration or colonization, but above all they provided the population of the growing towns. Those from the warrior class, in short the younger sons, whose inheritance was too small either for their demands or for their mere sustenance, the have-nots among the knights, appear down the centuries wearing the most disparate social masks, as crusaders, as robber leaders, as mercenaries in the service of great lords. Finally they form the basis of the first standing armies. 18. The often quoted dictum, "No land without a lord," is not only a basic legal principle. It is also a social watchword of the warrior class. It expresses the knight's need to take possession of every scrap of usable land. Sooner or later this had come about in all the regions of Latin Christendom. Every available piece of land was in firm ownership. But the demand for land continued and even increased. the chances of satisfying it diminished. The pressure for expansion 21s rose, as did the tension within society. But the specific dynamic which was imparted to society as a whole did not emanate solely from the malcontents, was necessarily communicated also to those rich in land. In the poor, deridden, declining knights the social pressure manifested itself as a simple demand for a piece of land and laborers to support them in keeping with their standard. In the richer warriors, the greater landowners and territorial lords, it expressed likewise as an urge for new land. But what lower down was a desire for a means of subsistence appropriate to one's class, was higher up a desire for enlarged dominion, for more land and so more social power as well. Craving for enlarged property among the richer landowners, above all those of first rank, the counts, dukes, and kings, sprang not only from the personal ambition of individuals. We have already seen by the example of the Frankish Carolingians, and also the first Capetians, how unremittingly, there was a possibility of conquering new land. Even royal houses were for into decline by a compelling social process centered on the ownership and distribution of land. And if, throughout this whole phase of outward and inward expansion, we see not only poor knights but also many rich ones striving after new land to increase their family power, this is no more than a sign of age. Strongly the structure and situation of this society imposed the same striving all strata, whether simply to own land in the case of the dispossessed, or to own more land in the case of the rich. It has been thought that this craving for more property, the acquisitive urge, is a specific characteristic of capitalism and thus of modern times. In this medieval society was distinguished by contentment with the income appropriate to one's social standing. Within certain limits this is no doubt correct, if the striving for more understood as applying to money alone. But for a long period of the Middle Age it was not ownership of money but of land which constituted the essential for of ownership. The acquisitive urge thus necessarily had a different form and different direction. It demanded different modes of conduct to those of a society with a money and market economy. It may be true that only in modern times did there develop a class specializing in trade, with a desire to earn ever-increasing amounts of money through uninterrupted toil. The social structures which, in the predominantly barter economy of the Middle Ages, led to a desire for ever-increasing means of production, and it is structural features that are important in both cases are less easy to perceive, because land not money was desired. In addition, political and military functions had not yet been differentiated from economic ones as they have gradually become in modern society. Military action and political and economic striving were largely identical, and the urge to increase wealth in the form of land came to the same thing as extending territorial sovereignty and increasing military power. The richest man in a particular area, i.e. the one with most land, was as a direct result the most state formation and civilization. 219. Powerful militarily, with the largest retinue, he was at once army leader and precisely because estate owners were in a certain sense opposed to one another, as states are today, the acquisition of new land by one neighbor represented of indirect threat to the others. It meant, as today, a shift of equilibrium. It was usually a very labile system of power balances in which rulers were potential allies and potential enemies of one another. This, therefore, is simple mechanism which, in this phase of internal and external expansion, the richer and more powerful knights in motion no less than the poorer, each being constantly on guard against expansion by others, and constantly aiming to enlarge his own possessions. When a society has once been put in such state of flux by the blockage of territorial expansion and population pressure, one who declines to compete, merely conserving his property while others fight for increase, necessarily ends up smaller and weaker than the others, and in ever-increasing danger of succumbing to them at the first opportunity. The Aurich knights and territorial lords of that time did not view the matter quite so theoretically and generally as we have put it here, but they did see quite concretely how powerless they were when their neighbors were richer in land than they, or when others around them won new land and sovereignty. This could be shown in more detail in relation to the Crusade leaders, for example Godefroy de Bouillon, who sold and mortgaged his domestic possessions to seek larger ones far away, and in fact found a kingdom. In a later period this could be shown by the example of the Habsburgs, who even as emperors were possessed by the idea of extending their family power, and were in fact, even as emperors, completely impotent without the support of their own family power. Indeed, it was precisely because of his poverty and powerlessness that the first emperor from the family was elected for this position by mighty lords jealous of their power. It could be illustrated particularly clearly by the importance which the conquest of England by the Norman Duke had for the development of the Western Frankish Empire. In fact, this growth in the power of one territorial ruler meant a total displacement of equilibrium within the alliance of territorial rulers comprising this empire. The Norman Duke who, in his own territory, Normandy, was himself no less affected by centrifugal forces than any other territorial ruler, did not conquer England for the Normans as a whole but solely to increase his own family power. And the redistribution of English soil to the warriors who came with him was expressly designed to counter centrifugal forces in his new domain by preventing the formation of large territorial dominions on English soil. That he had to allot land to his knights was dictated by the necessity of ruling and administering it, but he avoided allocating a large self-contained area to any individual. Even to the great lords who could demand the produce of large areas for their maintenance, he assigned lands dispersed throughout the country. At the same time he had automatically risen, with this conquest, to be the pro-st powerful territorial ruler in the Western Frankish Empire. Sooner or later there had to be a confrontation between his house and that of the Duke Francia, who held kingship, a confrontation in which the crown itself at stake. And it is known how greatly developments in subsequent centre were determined by the struggle between the Dukes of Francia and Norma, how the rulers of the Isle de France slowly restored the balance of power by acquisition of new territories, and how these struggles on both sides of the Channel finally gave rise to two different dominions and two different natio. But this is certainly only one of many examples of the compelling process, this dynamic phase of the Middle Ages, which impelled both rich and poor knights to seek new land. V. The internal expansion of society, the formation of new social organs and instruments. 19. The driving force of this social expansion, the disproportion between rising population and land in fixed ownership, drove a large part of the ruling class to conquer new territory. This outlet was largely blocked to people of the lower, laboring strata. The pressures arising from the land shortage here led mainly in a different direction, to the differentiation of work. The bondsmen driven from the land comprised, as we have mentioned, material for the growing settlements of artisans which slowly crystallized around favorably situated feudal seats, the evolving towns. Somewhat larger agglomerations of people. The word town perhaps gives the wrong impression, are already to be found in the society of the 9th century which operated a barter economy. But these were not the communities which lived by crafts and trade instead of labor on the land, or had any special rights and institutions. They were fortresses and at the same time centers of the agricultural administration of Grier lords. The towns of earlier periods had themselves lost their unity. They were juxtaposed pieces, groups often belonging to different knights and different dominions, some secular, others ecclesiastical, each leading its own independent economic life. The sole framework for economic activity was the estate, the domain of the territorial lord. Production and consumption took place at essentially the same place. But in the 11th century these formations began to grow. Here too, as usually happened with knightly expansion but was now happening among bondsmen, it was at first unorganized individuals, surplus laborers, who were driven to such centers. And the attitude of rulers to the newcomers, who in each case had just left a different estate, was not always the same. Sometimes they 1. G them a modicum of freedom, but mostly they expected and demanded the services and tributes as from their own bondsmen and tenants. But the elation of such people changed the power relationship between the lord and lower class. The newcomers gained strength through numbers and gradually lined new rights in bloody and often protracted struggles. These struggles came out earliest in Italy, somewhat later in Flanders, in 1030 in Cremona, in 57 in Milan, in 1069 at Le Mans, in 1077 at Cambrai, in 1080 at Saint-Quentin, in 1099 in Beauvais, in 1108-9 in Noyon, in 1112 in Laon, in 1127 Saint-Omer. These dates, together with those of the Knight's expansion, give general impression of the internal tensions which kept society in motion in this phase. These were the first struggles for liberation by working town dwellers. That they were able, after some defeats, in their struggles with the warrior class, the most diverse areas of Europe, to secure rights of their own, first a limited and then a substantial degree of freedom, shows how great was the opportunity at social development placed in their hands. And this peculiar fact, the slow ise of lower, working, urban strata to political autonomy and finally first in the form of the professional middle classes to political leadership, provides the key to almost all the structural peculiarities distinguishing Western societies from those of the Orient, and giving them their specific stamp. At the beginning of the 11th century there were, essentially, only two classes of free people, the warriors or nobles and the clergy. Below them existed only bondsmen and serfs. There were those who pray, those who fight, those who work. By about 1200, that is to say, in the course of 2 centuries or even only 1.5 for like forest clearance and colonial expansion, this movement too accelerated. After 1050 a large number of artisan settlements or communes had secured rights and jurisdiction, privileges and autonomy. A third class of free men joined the other two. Society expanded, under the pressure of land shortage and population increase, not only extensively but intensively as well. It became differentiated, generated new cells, formed new organs, the towns. 20 But with the increasing differentiation of work, with the new, larger markets that now formed, with the slow process of exchange over longer distances, grew the need for mobile and unified means of exchange. When the bondsman or small tenant brought his tribute direct to his lord, when the chain between producer and consumer was short and without intermediaries, society needed no unit of calculation, no means of exchange to which all other exchanged objects could be related as to a common measure. But now, with the gradual severance of craftsmen from the economic unit of the household, with the formation of an economically independent artisanry and the exchange of products through several hands and down longer chains, the network of exchange acts became more complicated. A unified object of exchange was needed. When the differentiation of labor and exchange grows more complex, 2. And more active, more money is needed. Money is indeed an incarnation of social fabric, a symbol of the network of exchange acts and human ci through which a commodity passes on its way from its natural stat consumption. It is only needed when extended chains of exchange form with society, that is to say, at a certain level of population density and a higher le of social interdependence and differentiation. It would take us too far afield to explore here the question of the recession of the money economy in many areas in late antiquity and its resurge from about the 11th century onwards, but one observation on the question necessary in connection with the foregoing. It must be pointed out that money never went completely out of use in older inhabited area of Europe. Over this whole period there were enclave money economy within the barter economy, and in addition, outside's Carolingian area there were large regions of the old Roman Empire where traffic never receded to the same extent as it did here. One can, therefore, and very rightly ask about the antecedents of the money economy in its Christian West, the enclaves in which it never disappeared. One can ask, where did the money economy originate? From whom was the use of money relearned? This kind of inquiry is not without value, for it is difficult to imagine that the instrument should have returned to use so relatively quickly had it not been far developed in other, preceding or neighboring civilizations, or if it had never been known. But the essential aspect of the question concerning the revival of money traffic in the West is not answered in this way. The question remains why Western society needed relatively little money over a long stretch of its development, why the need and use of money, with all the consequent transformations society, gradually increased once more. Here again the inquiry must be direct toward the moving, the changing factors. And this question is not answered by examining the origins of money and the antecedents of the money economy. It answered only by examining the actual social processes which, after the slow ebb of money traffic in declining antiquity, once again brought forth the new human relationships, the new forms of integration and interdependence, which caused the need for money to increase again. The cellular structure of society became more differentiated. One expression of this was the revival in the use of money. That it was not only internal expansion but also migration and colonization which through the mobilization of property, the awakening of new needs, the establishment of trade relations over longer distances played an important part in this revival is immediately evident. Each individual movement in the whole interplay of processes reacts on the others, either obstructing or reinforcing them, and the web of movements and tensions is from now on considerably complicated by the social differentiation. Single factors cannot be absolutely isolated. But without the differentiation within society itself, without the passing of the 3.22 ento fixed ownership, without the sharp increase in population, without the lashing of independent communities of artisans and tradesmen, the need for EY within society would never have risen so sharply, nor the money sector of economy have grown so rapidly. Money, the decrease or increase of its use, ought to be understood by itself, but only from the standpoint of the structure of land relationships. It is here, in the changed form of human integration, that prime movers of this transformation are to be sought. Of course, when the use money had once begun to grow, it helped in its turn to propel this whole immense population increase, differentiation, growth of towns still further, to a certain point of saturation. The beginning of the 11th century is still characterized by the absence of GE-scale money transactions. Wealth is to a large extent immobilized in the hands of the church and the secular territorial lords. Then the need for mobile means of exchange gradually increased. The existing oimage was no longer sufficient. First of all, people made do with plate and laments in precious metal that were weighed to provide a unit of calculation, orzes too could serve as measures of value. New money was minted to meet the growing demand, that is to say, pieces of precious metal of a certain weight gauged by authorities. And probably, with the growing need for mobile means of exchange, the process was repeated on various levels, perhaps exchange by barter, when the supply of coinage no longer met the increased demand, repeatedly gained new ground. Slowly the increasing differentiation and interweaving of human actions, the growing volume of trade and exchange, pushed up the volume of coinage, and then the reverse took place. In between, disproportions continually arose. By the second half of the 13th century, at least in Flanders, and somewhat earlier or later in other regions, mobile wealth was very considerable. It circulated fairly rapidly thanks to a series of instruments that had been gold coinage minted within the country. Hitherto, even in France, as in Abyssinia to the present day 1936, no gold coinage had been minted. What was in use, and stored in the treasuries, was Byzantine gold coin, together with small money, the letter of exchange and measurement. All these are symbols of how the invisible network of chains of exchange was created in the meantime, growing more and more dense. 21. But how could exchange relations between different areas, and differentiation of work extending beyond the local region be established, if transport was inadequate, if society was incapable of moving heavy loads over long distances? Examples from the Carolingian period have already shown how the king had traveled with his court from one imperial palace to another in order to consume the products of his estates on the spot. No matter how small this court may have been in comparison to those of the early absolutist phase, it was so difficult to 4. Move the quantities of goods that were needed for its sustenance that the PEP had to move to the goods instead. But in the same period when population, the towns, interdependence of its instruments, were growing more and more perceptibly, transport too developing. In antiquity the harness of horses, as of all other beasts of burden, was little suited to the transportation of heavy loads over long distances. It is open question what distances and loads it could cope with, but clearly this mode conveyance was sufficient for the structure and needs of the inland economy antiquity. Throughout the whole of that period land transport remained ordinarily expensive, slow, and difficult. In comparison to waterborne transport, virtually all major centers of trade were situated on the coast or on navigable rivers. And this centralization of transport about the waterways is very characteristic of the structure of the society of antiquity. Here, on the waterways, above all on the seacoasts, arose rich and sometimes very densely populated urbanization centers whose need for food and luxury articles was often met from very remote parts, and which formed central links in the highly differentiated chains of an extensive exchange traffic. In the enormous hinterlands, which by and large were open only to overland transport, that is, in by far the largest part of the Roma Empire, the population met their primary needs directly from the produce their immediate environment. Here, short exchange chains predominated, in other words, what can be roughly called a barter economy, very little money circulated, and the purchasing power of this barter sector of the ancient economy was too low for the acquisition of luxury articles. The contrast between the SMA urban sector and the vast inland areas was thus very great. Like thin strands, the larger urban settlements along the waterways were embedded in rural districts, drawing off their strength and the products of their labor with the decline of the centralized government, and partly through the active struggle of rural elements against the urban rulers, the agrarian sector freed itself from the domination of the towns. Then this narrow, more differentiated urban sector, with its extensive interdependencies, fell into decay, to be obliterated by a somewhat altered form of short, regionally limited exchange chains and barter economy institutions. In this dominant urban sector of ancient society, however, there was clearly no need to develop overland transport further. Everything its own country could not supply or only at a high transportation cost, could be more easily obtained from overseas. But now, in the Carolingian period, the chief waterway of the ancient world, the Mediterranean, was closed, primarily through Arab expansion, to a large number of peoples. Overland transport and internal connections took on an entirely new significance. This generated a pressure for land transport to be developed to promote interdependence and exchange. And if subsequently, as in antiquity, sea connections such as those between Venice and Byzantium, the 5-ish cities and England, again played a decisive part in the rise of the West, Pacific character of Western development is no less determined by the fact to the network of sea routes was attached an increasingly dense network of end connections, and that major inland centers of trade were also gradually redeveloped. The development of land transport beyond the level it had attained in the ancient world is a particularly clear illustration of this growing differentiation social interweaving throughout the inland areas of Europe. The use of the horse for haulage was, as has been mentioned, not very highly eloped in the Roman world. The harness ran across the throat. This was haps useful to the rider in guiding his horse. The thrown-back head, the round posture of the horse frequently seen in ancient reliefs, is connected with his mode of harnessing. But it made the horse or mule fairly unusable for haulage, particularly of heavy loads, which necessarily constrict its throat. The is similar with the shoeing of the animals. The ancients lacked the nailed-drawn horseshoe without which the full power of the horse cannot be exploited. Both states of affairs slowly changed from the 10th century onwards. In the same phase when the tempo of forest clearance was gradually increasing, when society was becoming differentiated and urban markets were being formed, when money was coming increasingly into use as a symbol of this interdependence, island transport too, in the form of devices for the exploitation of animal labor power, made decisive progress. And this improvement, insignificant as it may appear to us today, had scarcely less importance at that time than the development of machine technology in a later age. In a mighty constructive effort, it has been said, the scope of use of animal labor was slowly extended in the course of the 11th and 12th centuries. The main load in haulage was transferred from the throat to the shoulders. The horseshoe appeared, and in the 13th century the modern haulage technique for both horses and oxen was created in principle. The foundation for the overland transport of heavy loads over long distances had been laid. In the same period the wheeled cart appeared and the beginnings of metalled roads. With the development of transport technology, the watermill took on an importance it had lacked in antiquity. It was now profitable to transport grain to it over quite long distances. That too was a step on the way to differentiation and interdependence, to the severance of functions from the closed sphere of the estate. 6. Some new elements in the structure of medieval society as compared with antiquity. 22. The change in conduct and drive control that we call civilization is very closely related to the growing interweaving and interdependence of people. In 2. 6. The few examples that it has been possible to give here, this interweaving can seen as it were in the process of becoming. And even here, at this relatively early phase, the nature of the social fabric in the West is in certain respects differ from that of antiquity. As the cellular structure of society began once again become more differentiated, whatever institutions the preceding stage of Hig differentiation had left behind were used in many ways. But the conditions under which this renewed differentiation took place, and thus the nature and direct of the differentiation itself, diverged in certain respects from those of the earlier period. People have spoken of a renaissance of trade in the 11th or 12th centuries. If this means that institutions of antiquity were now to a certain extent revived, it is certainly correct. Without the heritage of antiquity, the problem confronting society in the course of this development could certainly not have been successfully overcome in this way. In this respect it was a construction of earlier foundations. But the driving force of the movement did not reside learning from antiquity. It lay within the society itself, in its own inherent dynamics, in the conditions under which people had to accommodate themselves to one another. These conditions were no longer the same as in antiquity. There is a very widespread conception that the West only really regained and there surpassed the level attained by antiquity in the Renaissance. But whether or not we are here concerned with the surpassing, with progress, structural features and developmental tendencies departing from those of antiquity are visible not only in the Renaissance but already at least to a certain extent in the early phase of expansion and growth that has been discussed here. Two such structural differences will be mentioned. Western society lacked cheap labor of prisoners of war, slaves. Or when they were available and were not in fact entirely lacking, they no longer played any very significant part in the overall structure of society. This gave social development a new direction from the outset. No less important was another circumstance that has already been mentioned: resettlement did not take place as previously about a sea, or as exclusively along waterways, but very largely in inland areas by land transport routes. Both these circumstances, often in close interaction, confronted Western society from the start with problems that ancient society had not needed to solve and which guided social development into new paths. The fact that slaves played only a minor role in the working of estates may be explained by the absence of large slave reservoirs or by the sufficiency of the indigenous population of bondsmen for the needs of the warrior class. However that may be, the insignificance of slave labor is matched by the absence of the typical social patterns of a slave economy. And it is only against the background of these different patterns that the special nature of the Western structure can be fully appreciated. Not only do the division of labor, the interweaving of people, the mutual dependence of upper and lower 7 SES, and concomitantly, the drive economy of both classes, develop differently slave society than in one with more or less free labor, but also the socializations and even the functions of money are not the same, to say nothing of the importance of free labor for the development of work techniques. It must be enough here to contrast to the specific processes of Western civilization a brief summary of the different processes operating in a society with GHLY developed slave markets. These are no less compelling in the latter than in the former. In a resume of present-day research, the mechanisms of a society based on slave labor have been summarized as follows. Slave labor interferes with the work of production by free labor. It interferes in three ways. It causes the withdrawal of a number of men from production to supervision and national defense. It diffuses a general sentiment against manual labor and any form of concentrated activity, and more especially it drives free laborers out of the occupations in which the slaves are engaged. Just as, by Gresham's law, bad coins drive out good, so it has been found by experience that, in any given occupation or range of occupations, slave labor drives out free, so that it is even difficult to find recruits for the higher branches of an occupation if it is necessary for them to acquire skill by serving an apprenticeship side by side with slaves in the lower. This leads to grave consequences, for the men driven out of these occupations are not themselves rich enough to live on the labor of slaves. They therefore tend to form an intermediate class of idlers who pick up a living as best they can, the class known to modern economists as poor whites or white trash and to students of Roman history as cliences or vox Romuli. Such a class tends to emphasize both the social unrest and the military and aggressive character of a slave state. A slave society is therefore a society divided sharply into three classes: masters, poor whites, and slaves, and the middle class is an idle class, living on the community or on warfare, or on the upper. But there is still another result. The general sentiment against productive work leads to a state of affairs in which the slaves tend to be the only producers and the occupations in which they engage the only industries of the country. In other words, the community will rely for its wealth upon occupations which themselves admit of no change or adaptation to circumstances, and which, unless they supply deficiencies of labor by breeding, are in perpetual need of capital. But this capital cannot be found elsewhere in the community. It must therefore be sought abroad, and a slave community will tend, either to engage in aggressive warfare, or to become indebted for capital to neighbors with a free labor system. The use of slaves tends to disincline free men from work as an unworthy occupation. Alongside the non-working upper class of slave owners, a non-working middle class forms. By the use of slaves, society is bound to a relatively simple work structure, embodying techniques that can be operated by slaves and which for this reason is relatively inaccessible to change, improvement or adaptation to new situations. The reproduction of capital is tied to the reproduction of slaves, and thus directly or indirectly to the success of military campaigns, to the output of the slave reservoirs, and is never calculable to the same degree as in a society in which it is not whole people who are bought for their lifetime but particular work services of people who are socially more or less free. It is only against this background that we can understand the whole development of Western society of the fact that, during the growth of population in the Middle Ages, slaves were absent or played only minor part. From the start, society was therefore set on a different course to Roman antiquity. It was subjected to different regularities. The urban revolutions of the 11th and 12th centuries, the gradual liberation of the work displaced from the land, the burghers from the power of the feudal lord, first expression of this. From this a line of descent leads to the grad transformation of the West into a society where more and more people are living through occupational work. The very small part played by slave imp and slave labor gives the workers, even as the lower stratum, considerable weight. The further the interdependence of people proceeds and the more, therefore, land and its produce are drawn within the circulation of trade and money, more dependent the non-working upper strata, warriors, or nobility, become the working lower and middle strata, and the more the latter gain in social power. The rise of bourgeois strata to the upper strata is an expression of this pattern. Exactly the opposite way to that in which, in the ancient slave society, urban freemen were driven away from labor, in Western society, as a result of the War of Freemen, the growing interdependence of all finally drew even members of previously non-working upper strata more and more within the division labor. And even the technical development of the West, the evolution of man to that specific form of capital which is characteristic of the West, presuppose the absence of slave labor and the development of free work. 23. The above is a brief sketch of one example of the specifically West developments that run through the Middle Ages to modern times. Hardly less significant was the fact that settlement in the Middle Ages did not take place around a sea. The earlier waves of migrating peoples had, as already mentioned, given rise to concentrated trade networks and to the integration of large areas in Europe, only along riverbanks and above all in coastal regions of the Mediterranean. This applies to Greece and above all to Rome. The Roman dominion slowly spread out around the Mediterranean basin and finally enclosed it on all sides. Its outermost frontiers on the Rhine, the Danube, the Euphrates, and the Sahara formed an enormous defensive circle securing the coast perimeter. Undoubtedly the sea was for the Roman Empire the basis both of its political and its economic unity. The German tribes too first drove from all sides towards the Mediterranean and founded their first empires throughout the areas of the Roman Empire surrounding the sea, which the Romans had called Mare Nostrum. The Franks did not get so far, they found all the coastal regions already occupied. They tried. 229. Rake through by force. All these changes and struggles may well have begun upser and loosen the communications encircling the Mediterranean. But of ise the old importance of the Mediterranean as a means of transport and communication, as the basis and center of all higher cultural development on Paean soil, was more thoroughly destroyed by the invasion of the Arabs. It only this that finally ruptured the weakened connecting threads. The Roman became in good part an Arab one. The bond uniting Eastern and Western Ape, the Byzantine Empire and the German empires in the West, is THIRD. The consequence of the Islamic invasion was to place these empires in circumstances which had never previously existed since the beginning history. To put it somewhat differently, at least in the inland parts of Ope, away from the major river valleys and the few military roads, no highly differentiated society and therefore no differentiated production system had so far developed. It is still difficult to decide whether the Arab invasion alone created the conditions for a development concentrated inland. The filling up of the European ends by tribes during the Great Migration may also have played its part. But at what rate this temporary constriction of the hitherto main transport arteries had a decisive effect on the direction taken by the development of Western and Central European society. In the Carolingian period a powerful territory was grouped for the first time round a center situated far inland. Society was confronted by the task of developing inland communications more fully. When, in the course of centuries, it succeeded in doing so, the heritage of antiquity was in this respect also set under new conditions. The foundation was laid for formations unknown in antiquity. It is from this aspect that certain differences between the units of integration in antiquity and those which slowly formed in the West are to be understood. States, nations, or whatever we call these entities, were now to a large extent collections of people grouped around inland centers or capitals and connected by inland arteries. If, subsequently, these western centers not only colonized the coast or riverbanks, but also large inland regions, if indeed large stretches of the earth were occupied and settled by western nations, the preconditions for this lay in the evolution of inland forms of communication, which were not tied to slave labor, within the mother countries themselves. The beginnings of this course of development, too, are to be found in the Middle Ages. And if, finally, even the inland agrarian sector of society is today integrated into the complex division of labor and the extensive exchange networks as never before, the origins of this development are likewise to be sought there. No one can say today that Western society, once set on this course, necessarily had to continue on it. A whole constellation of levers that can not yet be clearly disentangled, contributed to maintaining and stabilizing it on this course. But it, too, 3. is important to recognize that this society entered at this very early stage 6 path on which it has remained up to modern times. One can readily imagine that, viewing the development of this whole period of human society, to medieval and modern periods together, later ages will see them as a unified epoch, a great Middle Age. And it is scarcely less important to observe that the Middle Ages in the narrower sense of the word were not the Sta period, the petrified forest, which they are often taken to be, but that contained highly dynamic phases and sectors moving in precisely the directio which the modern age continued, stages of expansion, of advancing division labor, of social transformation and revolution, of the improvement of instruments of labor. Alongside these, admittedly, were sectors and phase which institutions and ideas became more rigid and to a degree petrified. Even this alternation of expanding phases and sectors with others conservation is more important than growth and development, is by no means alien to modern times, even if the pace of social development and of alternation has increased sharply since the Middle Ages. 7. On the sociogenesis of feudalism. 24 processes of social expansion have their limits. Sooner or later they come a halt. So, too, the movement of expansion that began about the 11th century gradually reached a standstill. It became increasingly difficult for the West Frankish knights to open up new land by forest clearance. Land outside their frontiers was obtainable, if at all, only by heavy fighting. The colonization of eastern Mediterranean coastal regions petered out after these first successes. Bulletin the warrior population continued to increase. The drives and impulses of ruling class were less restrained by social dependencies and civilizing processes than in subsequent upper classes. The dominance of women by men was still unimpaired. On every page in the chronicles of this time knights, barons and great lords are mentioned who have 8, 10, 12, or even more male children. The so-called feudal system that emerged more clearly in the 12th century and was more or less established in the 13th, is nothing other than the concluding form of this movement of expansion in the agrarian sector of society. In the urban sector this movement persisted somewhat long in a different form, until it finally found its definitive form in the closed guild system. It became increasingly difficult for all those warriors within society which did not already have a piece of land and possessions to obtain them, and so families with small possessions to enlarge them. Property relations were ossified, it grew more and more difficult to rise in society. And accordingly differences between warriors were hardened. A hierarchy within the nobility. State formation in civilization 23I. Responding to the differing magnitude of land ownership emerged more and more clearly. And the various titles that earlier had designated positions within to the ruler, much as civil service grades do today, took on a new and recently fixed meaning. They were linked to the name of a particular house as expression of the size of its estates and thus of its military power. The edoms were descended from the royal servants once sent to represent the king a territory. They gradually became more or less independent liege lords over this whole territory and possessors of a more or less expensive unenfeft family property within it. The case is similar with counts. The viscounts were ascendants of a man whom a count had placed as his delegate over a particular mala region and who now controlled this land as his hereditary possession. The seigneurs or sires were descendants of a man whom a count had earlier told as guardian of one of his castles or mansions, or who may have built himself a castle in the small area he had been appointed to superintend. Now castle and land around it had become the hereditary possession of his family in turn. Everyone held on to what they had. They relinquished nothing to those above them. And there was no room for anyone from below. The land was allocated. A society expanding internally and externally, in which social betterment, the acquisition of land or more land was not too difficult for a warrior, that is, a society with relatively open positions or opportunities, had become within a few generations a society in which most positions were more or less closed. 25 transitions from phases with large possibilities of social improvement and expansion to those offering diminished satisfaction to these needs, in which the relatively deprived are sealed off and thus more strongly united with those in the same predicament. Processes of this sort recur frequently in history. We are ourselves now in the midst of such a transformation, modified by the peculiar elasticity of industrial society which is able to open up new sectors when old ones are closed, and by the different levels of development of interdependent regions. But, Taken as a whole, the situation is not only that each crisis marks a shift in one direction and each boom a shift in another, the overall trend of society points increasingly clearly towards a system with closed opportunities. Such periods can be recognized from afar by a certain despondency of mind, at least among the deprived, by a hardening of social forms, by attempts to break them from below and, as already mentioned, by the stronger cohesion of those occupying the same position in the hierarchy. The particular pattern of this process, however, is different in a barter economy from that in a money society, though no less strict. What above all seems incomprehensible to the later observer in the process of feudalization, is the fact that neither kings nor dukes nor any of the ranks below them were able to prevent their servants becoming independent owners of the fief. But precisely the universality of this fact shows the strength of the social regularity at work. We have already sketched the pressures which brought about the slow decline of the royal house in a warrior society with a barter economy, once the crown no long succeeded in expanding, that is, in conquering new lands. Analogous PROC were at work, once the possibility of expansion and the external threat diminished, throughout the warrior society. This is the typical pattern 6 society built up on land ownership, in which trade did not play a major part, which each estate was more or less autarkic, and in which military alliance defense or attack was the primary form of integration of large regions. Here the warriors lived relatively close together in relatively small tribal and then they slowly spread throughout the whole country. Their number grew. With increase and dispersal across a large region, the individual lost the protect once offered by the tribe. Single families ensconced in their estates and often separated by long distances, the individual warriors ruling families and a retinue of bondsmen and serfs, were now more isolated before. Gradually new relationships were established between the warriors, a function of the increased numbers and distance, the greater isolation of individual and the intrinsic tendencies of land ownership. With the gradual dissolution of the tribal units and the merging of German warriors with members of the Gallo-Romantic upper class, with the dispersion warriors over large areas, the individual had no other way of defending himself against those socially more powerful, than by placing himself under protection of one of them. They in their turn had no way of protecting themselves against others with similarly large estates and military power, than with the aid of warriors to whom they gave land or whose land they protected in exchange for military services. Individual dependencies were established. One warrior entered an alliance with another under oath. The higher-ranking partner with the greater area land, the two go hand in hand, was the liege lord, the weaker partner vassal. The latter in turn could, if circumstances so required, take still weaker warriors under his protection in exchange for services. The contracting of such individual alliances was at first the only form in which people could protect themselves from one another. The feudal system stands in strange contrast to the tribal constitution. With the latter's dissolution, new groupings and new forms of integration were necessarily set up. There was a strong tendency towards individualization, reinforced by the mobility and expansion of society. This was an individualization relative to the tribal unit, and in part relative to the family unit too, just as there would later be movements of individualization relative to the feudal unit, the guild unit, the status unit, and, again, to the family unit. And the feudal oath was nothing other than the sealing of a protective alliance between individual warriors, the sacral confirmation of the individual relationship between the warrior giving land and protection and the other giving services. In the first stage of the movement, the king stood on one side. As the conqueror, he controlled the whole. 2. 3. And performed no services, he merely allocated land. The bondsman was at the extreme of the pyramid, he controlled no land and merely performed ices, or what comes to the same thing, paid dues. All the degrees between at first had a double face. They had land and protection to distribute below and services to perform above them. But this network of dependencies, the of those higher up for services, particularly military, and of those lower down land or protection, harbored tensions that led to quite specific shifts. The cess of feudalization was none other than one such compulsive shift in this torque of dependencies. At a particular phase everywhere in the West the indence of those above on services was greater than that of their vassals on protection. This reinforced the centrifugal forces in this society in which each piece of land supported its owner. This is the simple structure of those processes in the course of which, throughout the whole hierarchy of warrior society, the former servants over and again became the independent owners of the land entrusted to them, and titles deriving from service became simple designations of rank according to size of property and military power. 26. These shifts and their mechanisms would not in themselves be difficult to understand if the later observer did not constantly project his own idea of law and justice upon the relations between the warriors of feudal society. So compulsive are the habits of thinking of our own society that the observer involuntarily asks why the kings, dukes, and counts tolerated this usurpation of overenty over the land which they had originally controlled. Why did they not assert their legal rights? Oh, but we are not concerned here with what are called legal questions in a more complex society. It is a prerequisite for understanding feudal society not to regard one's own legal forms as law in an absolute sense. Legal forms correspond at all times to the structure of society. The crystallization of general legal norms set down in writing, an integral part of property relations in industrial society, presupposes a very high degree of social integration and the formation of central institutions able to give one and the same law universal validity throughout the area they control and strong enough to enforce respect for written agreements. The power which backs up legal titles and property claims in modern times is no longer directly visible. In proportion to the individual it is so great, its existence and the threat emanating from it are so self-evident, that it is very seldom put to the rest. This is why there is such a strong tendency to regard this law as something self-explanatory, as if it had come down from heaven, an absolute right that would exist even without the support of this power structure, or if the power structure were different. The chains mediating between the legal system and the power structure have today grown longer, in keeping with the greater complexity of society. And as the legal system often operates independently of the power structure, though never completely so, it is easy to overlook the fact that the law here, as in any society, was a function and symbol of the social structure, or what comes to same thing, the balance of social power. In feudal society this was less concealed. The interdependence of people regions was less. There was no stable power structure stretching across the W region. Property relations were regulated directly according to the degree of mutual dependence and actual social power. There is in industrial society a kind of relationship which can in a certain sense be compared to the relationship between the warriors or liege lord feudal society, and through which the pattern of this relationship can be clarified. It is the relation between states. Here, too, the decisive factor is quite naked social power, in which military power plays a relatively major part alongside interdependencies arising from the economic structure. This military power Note on the concept of social power. The social power of a person or group is a complex phenomenon as regards the individual. It is never exactly identical with his individual physical strength and, regards groups, with their sum of individual strength. But physical strength and skill can on some conditions be an important element in social power. It depends on the total structure of society and the place of the individuals in it. To what extent physical strength contributes to social power, the latter varies in its structure as much as does society itself. In industrial society, for example, extreme social power in an individual can go together with low physical strength, although there be phases in its development when bodily strength again takes on increased importance for every as an ingredient of social power. In the feudal warrior society, considerable physical strength was an indispensable element in SOC power, but by no means its sole determinant. Simplifying somewhat, one can say that the social power potential of a man in feudal society was exactly equal to the size and productivity of the land and the labor force he controlled. His physical strength was undoubtedly an important element, his ability to control it. Anyone who was unable to fight like a warrior and commit his own body attack and defense had in the long run little chance of owning anything in this society. But any who once controlled a large piece of land in this society possessed, as monopolist of the important means of production, a degree of social power, that is to say a quantity of opportunities transcending his individual personal strength. To others dependent on it he could give land, taking their services in exchange. That his social power equaled the size and productivity of the land H actually controlled also meant that his social power was as great as his following, his army, high military power. But equally, it is obvious from this that he was dependent on services to maintain and defend his land. This dependence on followers of varying grades was an important element in the latter's social power. When this, his dependence on services, grew, his social power was reduced. When the need and demand for land grew among the propertyless, the social power of those controlling land was increased. The social power of an individual or group can be completely expressed only in proportions. The above is a simple example. To investigate what constitutes social power in more detail is a task in itself. Its importance for understanding social processes in the past and present scarcely needs stating. Political power, too, is nothing but a certain form of social power. One can therefore understand neither the behavior nor the destinies of people, groups, social classes, or states unless one finds out their actual social power regardless of what they themselves say or believe. Political life itself would lose some of its hazardousness and mystery if the structure of social power relationships in and between ally countries were publicly analyzed. To evolve more exact methods of doing so remains one of the many sociological tasks of the future. 2. 3. 5. State formation and civilization. However, much as in feudal society, largely determined by the size and activity of a territory and the number and work potential of the people there is no law governing the relations between states of the kind that is valid in them. There is no all-embracing power apparatus that could back up such international law. The existence of an international law without a corresponding power structure cannot conceal the fact that in the long run the relationships between nations are governed solely by their relative social power, and that if in the latter, any increase in the power of a country within the various gradations of states in different parts of the world and now with growing interdependence within world society as a whole, means an automatic reduction of the social power of other countries. And here too the tension between the haves and have-nots, between those who do and those who do not have enough land or means of production to meet EIR needs and their standards, automatically increases the more worldwide bourgeois society approaches the state of a system with closed opportunities. The analogy that exists between the relationships among individual lords in feudal society and among states in the industrial world, is more than fortuitous. It has its basis in the developmental curve of Western society itself. In the course of this development, with its growing interdependence, relationships of an analogous kind are established, among them legal forms, at first between relatively small territorial units and then at higher and higher levels of magnitude and integration, even if the transition to groups of a different order of size does represent a certain qualitative change. It will be shown later what importance the process which we have begun to delineate here, i.e. the establishment of increasingly large, internally pacified but externally belligerent units of integration, had for the change the social standard of conduct and the pattern of drive control for the civilizing process. The relations of the individual feudal lords to one another did indeed resemble those of present-day states. Economic interdependence, exchange, the division of labor between individual estates was, to be sure, incomparably less developed in the 10th and 11th centuries than between modern states, and so the economic dependence between warriors was correspondingly less. All the more decisive in their relationships, therefore, was their military potential, the size of their following and the land they controlled. It can be observed over and over again that in this society no oath of allegiance or contract as is the case between states today could in the long run withstand changes in social power. The fealty of vassals was in the end regulated very exactly by the actual degree of dependence between the parties, by the interplay of supply and demand between those giving land and protection in exchange for services on the one hand and those needing them on the other. When expansion, when the conquest or opening up of new land grew more difficult, the greater opportunities were first of all on the side of those who 236 rendered services and received land. This is the background of the first of the sh, which now took place in this society, the self-enfranchisement of the servants. Land, in this society, was always the property of the person actually controlling it, really exercising rights of possession and strong enough to defend what possessed. For this reason those with land to invest in exchange for services allo started off at a disadvantage to those who received it. The liege lord had the right to the invested land, to be sure, but the vassal actually controlled it. The only thing making the vassal dependent on the liege lord, once he had the eye, was the latter's protection in the widest sense of the word. But protection was always needed. Just as the kings of feudal society were always strong when vassals needed their protection and leadership when threatened by external foe, and above all when they had freshly conquered lands to distribute, but were we when their vassals were not threatened and no new territory was expected, so the liege lords of lesser magnitude were weak when those to whom they entrusted land did not happen to need their protection. The liege lord at any given level could compel one or other of his vassals to fulfill his obligations, and drive him by force from his land. But he could not do this to all, or even to many. For, as there could be no thought of army of bondsmen, he needed the services of one warrior to expel another, or he need new land to reward new services. But for his conquests he needed new service. In this way the western Frankish territory disintegrated in the 10th and 11th centuries into a multitude of smaller and smaller dominions. Every baron, every viscount, every seigneur controlled his estate or estates from astle or castles, like a ruler over his state. The power of the nominal liege lord, the more central authorities, was slight. The compelling mechanisms of supply and demand, which made the vassal actually controlling the land generally lay dependent on the protection of his liege lord than the latter on his services, had done their work. The disintegration of property, the passing of land from the control of the king to the various gradations of the warrior society as a whole, and this and nothing else is feudalization, had reached its utmost limit. But the system of social tensions that was established with this mighty disintegration, contained at the same time the driving forces of a counter-thrust, a new centralization. 8. On the sociogenesis of menacing and courtly forms of conduct. 27 Two phases can be distinguished in the process of feudalization, the one of extreme disintegration just discussed, and then a phase in which this movement began to be reversed, and the first, still loose, forms of reintegration on a 2, 3, 7. What larger scale emerged. Thus began, if we take this state of extreme integration as the starting point, a long historical process in the course of ever larger areas and numbers of people became interdependent and finally organized in integrated units. The 10th and 11th centuries this fragmentation continues. It seems that no one will hold on to a portion of rule big enough to enable him to exert any effective action. Fiefs, the chances of ruling, and rights are split up more and more. From top to bottom, throughout the whole hierarchy, all authority is heading towards disintegration. Then, in the 11th and especially the 12th century, a reaction sets in. A phenomenon occurs that has been repeated in history several times in different forms. The liege lords who are better placed and have the greatest chances, sequestrate the feudal movement. They give feudal law, that has begun to become fixed, a new turn. They fix it to the disadvantage of their vassals. Their efforts are favored by certain large historical connections. And this reaction serves in the first place to consolidate the situation just reached. After the gradual transition of the warrior society from a more mobile phase with relatively large opportunities for expansion and social betterment for the individual, to a phase with increasingly closed positions, in which everyone tried to retain and consolidate what he had, power once again shifted among the warriors scattered across the land and ensconced like reguli, like little kings, in their castles. The few richer and larger lords gained in social power relative to the many smaller ones. The monopoly mechanism which thus slowly began to operate will be discussed in more detail later. Here we shall refer to only one of the factors that from now on acted more and more decisively in favor of the few greater warriors at the expense of the many lesser ones, the importance of slowly proceeding commercialization. The network of dependencies, the interplay of supply of and demand for land, protection, and services in the less differentiated society of the 10th and even the 11th century, was simple in its structure. Slowly in the 11th, and more quickly in the 12th century, the network grew more complex. At the present stage of research it is difficult to determine accurately the growth of trade and money circulating at this time. This alone would provide a possibility of really measuring the changes in social power relations. Suffice it to say that the differentiation of work, and the market and money sector of society, were growing, even though the barter form of economy continued to predominate as it would for a long time, and this growth in trade and money circulation benefited the few rich lords very much more than the many small ones. These continued by and large to live on their estates as they had done up to now. They consumed directly what their estates produced, and their involvement in the network of trade and exchange relationships was 2. 3. S. Minimal. The former, by contrast, not only entered the network of trade relation through the surplus produce of their estates, the growing settlements of artisan and traders, the towns, generally attached themselves to the fortresses and administrative centers of the great dominions, and however uncertain relations between the great lords and the communes within their territory may still have been, however much they wavered between mistrust, hostility, open struggle and peaceful agreement, in the end they, too, and the duties flowing from them strengthened the great lords as compared to the small ones. They offered the opportunities of escaping the perpetual cycle of land investiture in exchange f. services, and subsequent appropriation of the land by the vassal opportunity that counteracted the centrifugal forces. At the courts of the great lords, by virtue of their direct or indirect involvement in the trade network, whether through raw materials or in coined or uncoined precious metal, a wealth accumulated that the majority of lesser lords lacked. And these opportunity were supplemented by a growing demand for opportunities from below, growing supply of services by the less favored warriors and others driven from the land. The smaller society's possibilities of expansion became, the larger GRE the reserve army from all strata, including the upper stratum. Very many from this stratum were well content if they could simply find lodging, clothing, and food at the courts of the great lords through performing some function. And if ever, by the grace of a great lord, they received a piece of land, a fief, this was a special stroke of fortune. The story of Walther von der Vogelweide, well known in Germany, is typical in this respect of the lives of many men in France as well, and, realizing the underlying social necessities, we can guess what humiliation, vain supplications and disappointments may have lain behind Walther's exclamation, "I have my fief." 28. The courts of the greater feudal lords, the kings, dukes, counts and higher barons, or, to use a more general term, the territorial lords, thus attracted, by virtue of the growing opportunities in their chambers, a growing number of people. Quite analogous processes would take place again some centuries later at a higher level of integration, at the courts of the absolute princes and kings. But by that time the interweaving of social functions, the development of trade and money circulation were so great, that a regular income through taxation from the whole dominion and a standing army of peasants and burghers' sons with noble officers financed by the absolute ruler from these taxes, could totally paralyze the centrifugal forces, the landed aristocracy's desire for independence, through the whole country. Here, in the 12th century, integration, the network of trade and communications, was not remotely so far developed. In areas the size of a kingdom it was still quite impossible to oppose the centrifugal forces continuously. Even in territories the size of a duchy or a county it was still very difficult, usually only after hard fighting, to restrain vassals who wished to withdraw their land from the control of a liege lord. The increase in social power. 239. Fell firstly to the richer feudal lords on account of the size of their family property. Their unenfiofed land. In this respect the bearers of the crown were no different from the other major feudal lords. The opportunities that they all derived, through their large holding of land, from trade and finance, gave them a superiority, including military superiority, over the smaller self-sufficient knights, first of all within the limits of one territory. Here, even with the poor traveling conditions of the time, access by the central authority was no longer overly difficult. All this converged at this stage of development to give the rulers of medium-sized territories, smaller than kingdoms or states in the later sense of this word, and larger than the bulk of the knightly estates, a special social significance. But this is by no means to say that at that stage a really stable governmental and administrative apparatus could be established even within a territory of this size. The interdependence of regions and the permeation of the country by money had not yet advanced remotely far enough to permit the highest and richest feudal lord of a region to establish a bureaucracy paid exclusively or even primarily in money, and thus a more strict centralization. A whole series of struggles was needed, struggles that were constantly rekindled, before the dukes, kings, and counts could assert their social power even within their own territory. And whatever the outcome of these battles, the vassals, the smaller and medium knights, still retained the rights and functions of rule within their estates. Here they continued to hold sway like little kings. But while the courts of the great feudal lords became more populated, while their chambers filled and goods began to pass in and out, the bulk of the small knights continued to lead their self-sufficient and often very restricted lives. They took from the peasants whatever was to be got out of them. They fed as best they could a few servants and their numerous sons and daughters, they feuded incessantly with each other, and the only way in which these small knights could get hold of more than the produce of their own fields was by plundering the fields of others, above all the domains of abbeys and monasteries, and then gradually, as money circulation and so the need for money grew, by pillaging towns and convoys of goods, and ransoming prisoners of war. War, rapine, armed attack, and plunder constituted a regular form of income for the warriors in the barter economy, and moreover, the only one open to them. And the more wretchedly they lived, the more dependent they were on this form or income. The slowly increasing commercialization and monetarization therefore favored the few large landowners and feudal lords rather than the mass of the small. But the superiority of the kings, dukes, or counts was not remotely as great as later, in the age of absolutism. 29 analogous shifts, as already mentioned, have often taken place in the course of history. The increasing differentiation between the upper middle stratum and the petty bourgeois strata is probably most familiar to the 20th century observer. Here too, after a period of free competition with relatively good possibilities of social improvement and enrichment even for SMA and medium property owners, the preponderance within the bourgeoisie gradually shifting to the disadvantage of the economically weaker and in favor of the economically stronger group. Anyone with small or medium-sized property, leaving aside a few growth areas, finds it increasingly difficult to attain major wealth. The direct or indirect dependence of the small and middle-sized on the great is growing, and while the opportunities of the former diminish, those of the latter almost automatically increase. Something similar took place in the Western Frankish knightly society of the late 11th and 12th centuries. The possibilities for expansion of the agrarian sector of society, predominantly a barter economy, were as good as exhaust the division of labor. The commercial sector of society was, despite many reverses, still spreading, in the grip of growth. The bulk of the knight landowners profited but little from this expansion. The few great landlords had a part in it and profited. In this way a differentiation took place within feudal knightly society itself that was not without consequences for attitudes and styles of life. Feudal society as a whole, says Lechaire in his incomparable study of society in the age of Philip Augustus, has, with the exception of an elite scarcely altered its habits and manners since the 11th century. Almost everywhere the lord of the manor remains a brutal and rapacious cutthroat. He goes to war, fights at tournaments, spends his peacetime hunting, ruins himself with extravagance, oppresses the peasants, practices extortion on his neighbors and plunders the property of the church. The strata influenced by the slowly increasing division of labor and monetarization were in flux, the others remained stationary and were drawn only resistingly and, as it were, passively into the current of forces of change. It is no doubt never quite correct to say that this or that stratum is without history. But what can be said is this: the living conditions of the lesser landlords or knights changed awfully very slowly. They played no direct or active part in the exchange network, the money flow, the quicker movement that passed with it through society. And when they felt the shocks and convulsions of these social movements, it was practically always in a form detrimental to them. All these things were disruptions which the landlords like the peasants usually failed to understand and often detested, until they were actually driven by them more or less violently from their autarkic base into the strata with a faster current. They ate what their land, their stables and the work of their bondsmen yielded. In this nothing had changed. If supplies were short or more was wanted, they were taken by force, through pillage and plunder. This was a simple, clearly visible, and independent existence. Here the knights, and very much later the peasants too, were and remained in a certain sense always the lords of their land. Taxes. 241. Trade, money, the rise and fall of market prices, all these were alien and often hostile phenomena from a different world. The barter sector of society which, in the Middle Ages and for long after, comprised the great majority of people, was certainly not entirely untouched even at this early stage by the social and historical movement. But despite all the upheavals, the pace of real changes in it was, compared to that in other strata, very small. It is not without history, but in it, for a very large number of people in the Middle Ages and for a smaller number even in recent times, the same living conditions were constantly reproduced. Here, uninterruptedly, production and consumption were carried on predominantly in the same place within the framework of the same economic unit. The supralocal integration in other regions of society was traceable only late and indirectly. The division of labor and work techniques which, in the commercialized sector, advanced more quickly, here changed only slowly. It was only much later, therefore, that people's personalities were here subjected to the peculiar compulsions, the stricter controls and restraints which arise from the money network and the greater division of functions, with its increasing number of visible and invisible dependencies. Feeling and conduct undergo far more hesitantly a civilizing process. As already stated, in the Middle Ages and long after, the agrarian barter sector of the economy with its low division of labor, its low integration beyond the local level and its high capacity to resist change, contained by far the largest portion of the population. If we are really to understand the civilizing process we must remain aware of this polyphony of history, the pace of change slow in one class, more rapid in another, and the proportion between them. The knights, the rulers of this large, ponderous, agrarian sector of the medieval world, were for the most part scarcely bound in their conduct and passions by money chains. Most of them knew only one means of livelihood, thus only one direct dependence, the sword. It was at most the danger of being physically overpowered, a military threat from a visibly superior enemy, that is to say direct, physical, external compulsion, that could induce them to restraint. Otherwise their affects had rather free and unfettered play in all the terrors and joys of life. Their time, like money, is a function of social interdependence, was only very slightly subject to the continuous division and regulation imposed by dependence on others. The same applies to their drives. These were wild, cruel, prone to violent outbreaks and abandoned to the joy of the moment. People could be like this. There was little in the situations in which people found themselves to compel them to impose restraint upon themselves. Little in their conditioning forced them to develop what might be called a strict and stable superego, as a function of dependence and compulsion stemming from others transformed into self-restraints. Towards the end of the Middle Ages, to be sure, a rather larger number of 242 knights had been drawn within the sphere of influence of the great feudal courts. The examples from the life of a knight given earlier in connection with the series of pictures, cf. page 172 ff, come from this circle. But the bulk of the knights still lived at this stage in much the same way as they had in the 9th or 10th century. Indeed, a gradually dwindling number of lords of the manor continued to lead a similar life long after the Middle Ages. And if we can believe a poet's George Sand, and she expressly confirms the historical authenticity of what says, there were still a few people leading these untamed feudal lives provincial corners of France right up to the French Revolution, by now daubed savage, fearful, and cruel as a result of their outsider situation. She describes Lee in one of these last castles, that had by now taken on the character of robber caves less because they had changed than because society around them had done so, in her short story Mauprat. My grandfather says the hero of the story was from then on, with his 8 sons, t last debris our province had conserved of that race of petri feudal tyrants by whi France had been covered and infested for so many centuries. Civilization, which was striding rapidly towards the great revolutionary upheavals, was increasingly stamping out these exact ions and this organized brigandage. The light of education, a kind good taste which was the distant reflection of a gallant court, and perhaps a presentiment of a close and terrible awakening of the people, penetrated the castles and even the semi-rustic manners of the down-at-heel gentry. We would need to quote whole sections of this description to show how modes of conduct that in the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries were characteristic of the major part of the upper stratum, were still to be found among isolated outsiders thanks to their similar conditions of life. Still present among them was the low degree of regular drive control. Still lacking was the transformation of elementary urges into the many kinds of refined pleasure known to society. Around them, there was mistrust towards women who were essentially objects of sensual satisfaction, delight in plundering and rape, desire to acknowledge no master, servility among the peasants on whom they lived, and behind all this the impalpable pressures that could not be met with weapons or physical violence, debt, the cramped, impoverished mode of life contrasting sharply with their large aspirations, and mistrust of money whether in the hands of the masters or the peasants. Mauprat did not ask for money. Monetary values are what the peasant of these lands obtains with greatest difficulty and parts with most reluctantly. Money is dear, is one of his proverbs, because money represents for him something other than physical work. It is a commerce with things and people from outside, an effort of foresight or circumspection, a market, a sort of intellectual struggle, which jolts him out of his apathetic habits, in a word of mental effort, and to him this is the most painful and disturbing thing of all. Here we still find enclaves of a predominantly barter economy within a large 243 brick woven of trade relations and the division of labor. Even here, no one old quite resist being drawn into the current of circulating money. Primarily SES, but also the need to buy certain things one could not produce oneself, said people in this direction. But the peculiarly opaque nature of the control ID foresight, the restraint of inclination beyond what is required by necessary physical work, that any involvement in money chains imposes on people, in these enclaves remained a dearest and uncomprehended kind of compulsion. This quotation refers to masters and peasants at the end of the 18th century. It serves to illustrate once more the slow pace of change in this sector of society, and something of the attitudes of people within it. 30 From the broad landscape of the barter economy with its innumerable castles and its many greater and smaller dominions, therefore, there slowly emerged in France during the 11th, and more clearly during the 12th century, 2 new kinds of social organ, 2 new forms of settlement or integration, that marked an increase in the division of labor and in the interdependence of people, the courts of the greater feudal lords, and the towns. These 2 institutions are very closely connected in their sociogenesis, however mistrustful and hostile their members may often have been towards one another. This should not be misunderstood. It is not as if the undifferentiated sector of the barter economy were confronted at one stroke with more differentiated forms of settlement in which rather larger numbers of people could be supported directly or indirectly on the basis of exchange and the division of labor. Infinitely slowly new, economically autonomous stations were built into the path of goods from the natural state to consumption. And so, step by step, towns and larger feudal courts grew out of the form of economic activity that survived on the small estates. In the 12th century and long after it, neither the urban settlements nor the great feudal courts were remotely as divided from the barter economy as the cities of the 19th century were from the so-called open country. On the contrary, urban and rural production were still intimately connected. The few great feudal courts were, to be sure, attached to the trade network and the market through their surplus produce, through the duties flowing into them, and also through an increased demand for luxury goods, but the major part of their everyday needs was still met directly by the produce of their own domains. In this sense they too still operated a predominantly barter economy. Admittedly, the very size of their domains brought about a differentiation of operations within them. Much as in antiquity the great slave estates worked in part for the market and in part for the direct needs of the ruling household, and in this sense still represented a more differentiated kind of non-market economy, so too did these great feudal estates. This may apply to some extent to the simpler work carried out within them, but it applied above all to the organization of the estate. The domain of the great feudal lord hardly ever formed a single, powerful complex on a self-contained piece of land. The estates 244 had often been acquired very gradually by very different means, conques, inheritance, gift, or marriage. They were usually scattered in different regions of territory and were therefore not as easy to supervise as a small property. Central apparatus was needed, people to superintend incoming and outgoing goods, to keep accounts, however primitive they might at first be, people who both checked the income from duties and administered the territories. Small feudal estate was from an intellectual point of view a rudimentary orga, particularly when the master could neither write nor read. The courts of great and rich feudal lords first attracted a staff of educated clerics, administrative purposes. But through the opportunities opening to them at this time, the great feudal lords were, as we have mentioned, the richest and most powerful men in their region, and with the possibility grew the desire to express this position by the splendor of their courts. They were not only richer than other knights but also, at first, richer than any burgher. For this reason the Greek feudal courts had far more cultural significance than the towns at this time. The competition between the territorial rulers, they became the places to show the power and wealth of their lords. The latter therefore gathered scribes around them not only for administrative purposes but also to chronicle their deeds and destinies. They were bountiful towards minstrels who sang the praises of themselves and their ladies. The great courts became potential centers of literary patronage and potential centers of historiography. As yet there was no book market, and within the framework of secular society, for anyone who had specialized in writing and composing and had to live by it, whether or not were a cleric, court patronage was the only means of livelihood. Here, as always in history, higher and more refined forms of poetry developed from simpler ones in conjunction with the differentiation of society, with the formation of richer and more refined social circles. The poet does not work as a wholly self-sufficient individual writing for an anonymous public of which knows at the most a few representatives. He creates and writes for people he knows through daily contact. And the conviviality, the forms of relationship and behavior, the atmosphere of his social circle as well as his place within it, find expression in his words. Players traveled from castle to castle. Some were singers, many were merely clowns and fools in the simplest sense of the word. And as such they were to be found too in the castles of the simpler and smaller knights. But they visited them only in passing, there was no room here, no interest and often no means to feed and pay a player for any length of time. These were only available at the few larger courts. And by players we must understand a whole range of functions, from the simple jester and fool to the minneränger and troubadour. The function O was differentiated with the public. The greatest, richest, which is to say the highest-ranking lords, were able to attract the best performers to their courts. More people were gathered there was a possibility of more refined 2. 4. 5. Viviality and entertainment, so that the tone of poetry was also refined. The higher the lord and lady, the higher and better the bard was gently uttered at the time. It was taken for granted. Frequently, not one several singers lived at the great feudal courts. The higher the personalities and rank of a princess, the more brilliant her court, the more poets she gath. Matching the power struggle between the great feudal lords was a constant struggle for prestige. The poet, like the historian, was one its instruments. Thus a minnesanger's change of service from one lord to another could often mean a complete change in the political convictions he pressed. It has been rightly said of the minnesang, in meaning and purpose was a political panegyric in the form of a personal homage. 31. Retrospectively, minnesang can easily appear an expression of knightly osseity in general. This interpretation has been reinforced by the fact that, with the decline of knightly functions and the growing subservience of the noble, read in her service, upper class, with the rise of absolutism, the image of free, unfettered knightly society took on a nostalgic aura. But it is difficult to conceive that minnesang, especially in its more delicate tones, and it was not always delicate, sprang from the same life as the coarse and unbridled behavior that was proper to the bulk of knights. It has already been stressed that minnesang was actually very contradictory to the knightly mentality. The whole landscape, with its incipient differentiation, must be kept in view if this contradiction is to be resolved and the human attitude expressed in troubadour poetry understood. There are three forms of knightly existence which, with many intermediate stages, begin to be distinguishable in the 11th and 12th centuries. There were the smaller knights, rulers over one or more not very large estates. There were the great, rich knights, the territorial rulers, few in number compared to the former, and finally the knights without land or with very little, who placed themselves in the service of greater ones. It was mainly, though not exclusively, from this last group that the knightly, noble minnesanger came. Singing and composing in the service of a great lord and a noble lady was one of the ways open to those driven from the land, whether from the upper class or from the urban rural lower class. Former members of both groups were to be found as troubadours at the great feudal courts. And even though a great feudal lord may occasionally have involved himself in singing and composing, nevertheless troubadour poetry and service were stamped by the dependent status of their practitioners within a rich social life that was slowly taking on more definite forms. The human relationships and compulsions established here were not as strict and continuous, nor as inescapable, as they later became at the larger absolutist courts, which were far more thoroughly formed by money relationships. But they already acted in the direction of stricter drive control. Within the restricted court circle, and encouraged above all by the presence of the lady. 246. More peaceful forms of conduct became obligatory. Certainly, this should no exaggerated, pacification was not nearly so far advanced as later, when not absolute monarch could even prohibit dueling. The sword still hung loosely, and war and feud were close at hand. But the moderation of passions, sublimatio unmistakable and inevitable in feudal court society. Both the knightly and the bourgeois singers were socially dependent, and their subordinate status forms the basis of their song, their attitudes, and their affective and emotional mold. If the court singer wished to secure respect and regard for his art and his person, he could only raise himself permanently above the traveling player by being taken in the service of a prince or princess. Minnesongs addressed to a distant mistress whom has not yet visited, had no other purpose than to express readiness and desire to serve at the court of the addressee. That was and remains by the nature of things the real go of all who had to gain their livelihood from their art, for men of low origin as younger, non-inheriting sons of noble houses. In Walther von der Vogelwede's Conditions of Service we can, as has been clearly demonstrated by Conrad Burdake, observe a typical example of the life of a Senesanger. King Philip had taken Walther to himself. This was the usual expression for entry to ministerial service. It was a service without payment or security of tenure lasting from 4 months to a year. When this time elapsed he could seek a new mast with the permission of the old. Walther received no fee from Philip, nor from Dietrich of Meissen, nor from Otto IV or Hermann of Thuringia, to whose household he belonged. Likewise his service to Bishop Wulfgar of Ellenbrechtskirchen was brief then. Finally, Friedrich II, a connoisseur of art and a poet himself, granted him a salary that secured him a living. A fief of land or office, only later of money, was, in the Bart economy of the feudal age, the highest honor for services rendered, and the ultimate goal. Seldom was it granted to court singers either in France or Germany. They usually had to be content to serve as court poets entertaining society and receiving board and lodging in exchange, and as a special honor. The dress needed for cour. Copyright 3. Service. 32. The particular structuring of affects expressed in the Minnesang is inseparable from the social position of the Minnesanger. The knights of the 9th and 10th centuries, and the majority of knights even later, did not behave particularly delicately towards their own wives, or with women of lower rank in general. The women in the castles were always directly exposed to the rough advances of the stronger man. They could defend themselves by ruse, but the man ruled. And relations between the sexes were regulated, as in every warrior society with more or less pronounced male rule, by force and often by open or veiled struggles, that each waged with his own means. We hear from time to time of women who by temperament and inclination differed little from men. The lady of the castle is in this case a virago with a violent temper, lively passions, subjected from her youth to all manner of physical exercise, and taking part in all the pleasures and dangers of the night. 247. Bound her. But often enough we hear of the other side, of a warrior, whether a or a simple seigneur, bearing his wife. It seems to have been almost an established habit for the knight, flying into a rage, to punch his wife on the nose. Blood flowed. The king hears this and anger rises into his face. Raising his fist he strikes her the nose so hard that he draws 4 drops of blood. And the lady says, "Most humble thanks. When it shall please you, you may do it again." One could quote other scenes of the same kind, says Lecher. Always the low on the nose with the fist. Moreover, a knight was often censured for taking advice from his wife. "Lady, go into the shade," the knight says for example, "and eat and drink with your retinue in your painted and gilded chambers, busy yourself hanging silk, that is your job. Mine is to strike with the sword of steel." The conclusion might be drawn to quote Lecher again that even in the epoch of Philip Augustus the courtly, courteous attitude towards women was only exceptionally found in feudal circles. In the great majority of domains the old, less respectful, brutal tendency still prevailed, transmitted and, perhaps, exaggerated in the majority of the chansons de geste. One should not be misled by the love theories of the Provençal troubadours and a few travers from Flanders and the Champagne. The feelings they expressed were, we believe, those of an elite, a very small minority. The differentiation between the bulk of smaller and medium knightly courts and the few large ones more closely attached to the slowly developing network of trade and money, brought with it, as can be seen, a differentiation of behavior too. No doubt this behavior was not in such stark contrast as it may first appear from these reconstructions. Here, too, there may have been transitional forms and mutual influences. But by and large it can be said that a more peaceable social life formed about the lady of the court only in these few large courts. Only here did the singers have a chance of finding service of any length, and only here was established that peculiar attitude of the serving man towards the lady of the court that finds its expression in Minnesang. The difference between the attitude and feelings expressed in Minnesang and the more brutal ones prevalent in the chansons de geste, for which history provides ample documentation, derives, in other words, from two different kinds of relation between man and woman, corresponding to two different classes in feudal society. These two modes of conduct therefore arose with the shift in the center of gravity of society already discussed. In a society of landed nobility dispersed fairly loosely across the country in their castles and estates, the likelihood of a preponderance of the man over the woman and thus of a more or less unconcealed male dominance, is very great. And wherever a warrior class or a class of landed gentry has strongly influenced the overall behavior of society, traces of male dominance, forms of purely male social life with its specific. 248. Eroticism and a certain eclipse of women, are to be found more or less clearly its tradition. Relationships of this kind predominated in medieval warrior society. Characteristic of them is a particular kind of mistrust between the sexes, reflecting its great difference in the form and scope of the lives they each lead, and spiritual estrangement which arises as a result. As in later times as long women are excluded from professional life, the men of the Middle Ages, women were generally excluded from the central sphere of male life, millet action, spent most of their time among themselves. And their superiority, matched by a more or less explicit contempt of man for woman, go to ornamented chambers, lady, our business is war. That is entirely typical. Woman belonged in her own special room. And this attitude, like the social bee, which produced it, persisted for a very long time. Its traces are to be found French literature as late as the 16th century, for precisely as long as upper class was primarily a military and landed aristocracy. Then this attitude disappeared from literature, which by now in France was almost exclusive, controlled and modelled by courtly people, but certainly not from the life of landed nobility itself. The great absolutist courts were the places in European history in which most complete equality between the spheres of life of men and women, and also of their behavior, had so far been achieved. It would take us too far afield here to show why even the great feudal courts of the 12th century, and incomparably more so the absolutist courts, offered women special opportunities to overcome male dominance and attain equal status with men. It has been pointed out, for example, that in southern France women could at an early stage become league ladies, own property, and play a political role, and it has been surmised that fact favored the development of menacing. But to qualify this, it has also been emphasized that the succession to the throne by daughters was only possible if the male relations, the liege lord and the neighbors, did not prevent the lady from taking up her inheritance. In fact, even in the narrow stratum of great feudal lords, the superiority of man over woman resulting from his warrior function is always perceptible. Within the great feudal courts, however, the military function of the men receded to some extent. Here, for the first time in secular society, a large number of people, including men, lived together in constant close contact in a hierarchical structure, under the eyes of the central person, the territorial lord. This fact alone enforced a certain restraint on all dependents. An abundance of unwarlike administrative and clerical work had to be done. All this created a somewhat more peaceful atmosphere. As happens wherever men are forced to renounce physical violence, the social importance of women increased. Within the great feudal courts a common sphere of life and a common social life for men and women were established. To be sure, male dominance was by no means broken as it sometimes was later. 2. 4. 9. He absolutist courts. For the master of the court, his function as knight and Tairy leader was still the primary one, his education too was that of a warrior fed upon the wielding of arms. For just this reason the women surpassed him as sphere of peaceful society. As so often in the history of the West, it was not women of high class who were first liberated for intellectual development, for reading. The wealth of the great courts gave the woman the possibility filling her leisure time and pursuing such luxury interests. She could attract guests, singers and learned clerics. And so it was about women that the first cleys of peaceful intellectual activity were established. In aristocratic circles in the 12th century the education of women was on average more refined than that of men. This certainly refers only to the man of the same status, the husband. The wife's relationship to him was not yet very different from that customary in warrior society. It was more moderate and somewhat more refined in the case of the small knights, but the compulsion the man placed on himself, as compared with that he placed on his own wife, was in general not read. Here too the man was quite unmistakably the ruler. 33. It is not this relationship of husband to wife that underlies troubadour etchery and minnesang, but the relationship of a socially inferior man to a high-ranking woman. And it was only in these courts rich and powerful enough to enerate such relationships that minnesang was to be found. But compared to the knighthood as a whole, they represented a narrow stratum, an elite. The connection between the structure of relationships in society at large and the personality structure of people emerges very clearly here. In the greater part of feudal society, where the man ruled and the dependence of women was unconcealed and almost unrestricted, nothing compelled the man to constrain his drives and to impose control on them. There was little talk of love in this warrior society. And one has the impression that a man in love would have appeared ridiculous among these warriors. Women were generally regarded by these men as inferior beings. There were enough of them available. They served to gratify drives in their simplest form. Women are given to man for his necessity and delectation. So it was once expressed at a later time, but this is exactly in keeping with the behavior of warriors earlier. What they sought of Warner was physical pleasure. Apart from this, there is scarcely a man with the patience to endure his wife. The pressures on the libidinal life of women throughout Western history, with the exception of the great absolutist courts, have been considerably heavier than on men of equal birth. The fact that women in high positions in this warrior society, and thus with a certain degree of freedom, always found it easier to control, refine, and fruitfully transform their affects than did the men of equal status, may reflect habituation and early conditioning in this direction. Even in relation to the man of outwardly equal social status, she was a dependent, socially inferior being. IB 2. 5. Accordingly, it was only the relation of a socially inferior and dependent Mayfly a woman of higher rank that led to the restraint, renunciation, and the consequent transformation of drives. It is no accident that in this human situation what call lyric poetry evolved as a social and not merely as an individual ever, and likewise as a social event, that transformation of pleasure, that shade feeling, that sublimation and refinement of the affects that we call love into being. Not as exceptions but in a socially institutionalized form, contact between man and woman arose which made it impossible even for the straw man simply to take the woman when he pleases, which made the woe unattainable or attainable only with difficulty, and perhaps, because she's higher placed and difficult to attain, particularly desirable. This was the situatus, the emotional setting of minnesang, in which henceforth down the center lovers have recognized something of their own feelings. No doubt a large number of songs by troubadours and mamisang are essentially expressions of feudal courtly conventions, ornaments of social life, a mere part of the social game. There may have been many troubadours whose inner relationship to their lady was not quite so consuming, and who indemnify themselves with other, more attainable women. But neither this convention nor its expression could have arisen had genuine experiences and feelings of this kiri been absent. They have a core of authentic feeling and real experience. Such tone cannot be simply thought out or invented. Some loved, and some had strength and greatness to express their love in words. It is not even difficult to say in which poems feeling and experience are genuine and in which they are more or less conventional. Some must first have found words and tones for the feelings, in order that others might play with them and give rise to a convention. The good poets, undoubtedly, have mixed their own truth into even the poems of infatuation. From the fullness of their lives flowed the substance their songs. In the German text I am speaking here of social and individual phenomena. At the time of writing this book my awareness of the ambiguities inherent in the term phenomenon, especially of its neosolipsistic undertones, was not yet sufficiently sharpened to avoid its use. In the English translation, however, it seemed preferable to replace it by expressions such as events, data, etc. It is, of course, highly significant for the influence which phenomenalistic types of philosophy have had not only on academic but also on non-academic linguistic usages that the term phenomenon has become the most common unspecific expression for data or events of all sorts. One may not be aware of it that it is tainted by the solipsistic doubt as to whether such data really exist, such events really occur. One can easily overlook that the term phenomenon carries with it the notion that the data to which hashtag refers may be only appearances, conjured up by the constitution of the human subject. But whether or not one is conscious of the philosophical heritage represented by this concept, its continued use reinforces again and again the apparitionist tendencies of our age. It is better to look for expressions, less woolly and less affected by this philosophical tradition. I felt that I owe my readers an explanation for the innocent use of this term in the German and its omission generally from the English edition. Author's note to the translation. 2. 5. The literary sources and precursors of Minnesang have often been investigated. Its relationship with religious poetry addressed to the Virgin and the Latin lyric of the wandering scholars has, probably correctly, been at the emergence and essence of Minnesang cannot be understood only in is of literary antecedents. These earlier forms contained many different abilities of development. Why did the manner in which people sought to rest themselves change? To put the question quite simply, why did not the fair forms of religious and secular lyric remain society's predominant forms of expression? Why were formal and emotional elements taken from them and hioned into something new? Why did this new genre take on just that form which we know as Minnesang? History has its continuity, wittingly or not, those Ming later start with what already exists and develop it further. But what are the dynamics of this movement, the shaping forces of historical change? That is the question here. The investigation of sources and antecedents is doubtless of importance for understanding Minnesang, but without sociogenetic and psychogenetic study its origins, its feudal connections, remain obscure. Minnesang as a upper individual event, as a social function in relation to feudal society as a whole, cannot be understood, any more than its specific form and typical content, unless one is aware of the actual situation and relationship of the people who expressed themselves in it, and the genesis of this situation. This special question demands more space than is available here, where the main interest concerns movements and connections on a larger scale. If a more precise line of inquiry for analyzing a specific institution such as Minnesang within this context has now been indicated, and some of the main outlines of its socio- and psychogenetic conditions sketched, that is all that is necessary for the purposes of this study. 35 great historical changes have a strict regularity of their own. It often appears from present-day studies as if particular social formations whose history constitutes history as such, follow each other at random like the cloud shapes in the mind of Peer Gynt. Now they look like a horse, now like a bear, now society looks Romanesque or Gothic, and now Baroque. What has been shown here are a few basic interdependent trends that led to the shaping of society in the form of the feudal system, and finally to the kind of relationship expressed in Minnesang. One of these trends is the more rapid growth of population after the migration of peoples, closely connected with the consolidation of property relationships, the formation of a human surplus, among the nobility as in the class of bondsmen or serfs, and the pressure on these superfluous persons from both groups to find new services. Connected with this too was the slow insertion of discrete stations in the passage of goods from production to consumption, the growth of demand for unified, mobile means of exchange, the shift of the center of gravity within feudal society in favor of the few great lords at the expense of the many small. 2. 5. 2. The formation of large feudal courts at the center of regions the size of a territory where knightly feudal traits combined with courtly ones in a peculiar unit, barter and money relations did in this society as a whole. Again, there was the great feudal lords' need of prestige and display in more or less violent struggles between them, there was their desire to distinguish themselves from lesser knights. And as an expression of all this, poets and sin who praised the lords and ladies, putting into words the interests and opinions of the lord and the taste and beauty of the lady, became a more or firmly established social institution. Likewise we can observe, in this small upper stratum of knightly society, first form of emancipation, of greater freedom of movement, for women we slight, to be sure, when compared to the freedom of women at the absolutist courts. This is marked by more continuous contacts between the law of the court, the woman of high rank, and the troubadour, the man of lower. And dependent, whether or not he be a knight, by the impossibility or difficulty of attaining the desired woman, the self-restraint imposed on the depend man, the need for circumspection and a certain, still very muted, regulation and transformation of his elementary drives and needs, and finally by the expression of such scarcely realizable wishes in the language of dreams, in poetry. The beauty of one poem and the empty conventionality of another, greatness of this Minneshanger and the triviality of that, are facts in their outright. Minnesang as a social institution, however, the framework in which individual develops, and this alone concerns us here, evolved directly from interplay of social processes. 36 In this very situation, that is, at the great feudal courts, there emerged the same time a more rigid convention in behavior, a certain moderation of effects, and a regulation of manners. It was that standard of manners, a convention of behavior, that polishing of conduct to which the society itself gave the name of courtesy, and we get a fully rounded picture of it only if we incorporate what was said in Part 2 about courtois conduct into the account feudal courts given here. Precepts of courtois society were given in Part 2, at the beginnings of various series of examples illustrating the civilizing of conduct and sentiment. Sociogenesis of the great feudal courts was at the same time the sociogenesis of courtois conduct. Courtesy, too, was a form of conduct that doubtless first developed among the more socially dependent members of this knightly court's upper class. However that may be, one thing re-emerges here very clearly: courtois standard of conduct is in no sense a beginning. It is not an example of how people behave when their affects have free, natural play unfettered by society, that is to say, by the relations between people. Such a condition of totally uncontrolled drives, of an absolute beginning, simply does not exist. The relatively great license for acting out affective impulses characteristic of men in the 2. 5. 3. Upper classes, great in comparison with the later secular upper classes in West, corresponded exactly to the form of integration, the degree and kind mutual dependence in which people lived together here. The division of it was less developed than in the phases when the stricter absolutist system was developed. The trade network was smaller, and so the number of people could be sustained in one place was less. And whatever the form of individual enterprise may have been, the social web of dependencies that intersect within individual was here much less intricate and less extensive than in societies with division of labor, where more people live continuously in close proximity and a more densely structured system. And, consequently, the control and restraint to the individual's drives and effects here was less strict, continuous, and form. Nevertheless, it was already considerably greater at the larger feudal earths than at the smaller or in the warrior society at large, where the interdependence of people was much less extensive and complex, the network of individuals much more loosely woven, and where the strongest functional dependence between people was still that of war and violence. Compared with behavior and effective life to be found here, courtesy already represented a refinement, a mark of distinction. And the polemics contained in fairly unchanged form in the many medieval precepts on manners avoid this and refrain from that, refer more or less directly to the behavior practiced by the bulk of knights, which changed as slowly and slightly between the 9th or 10th centuries and the 16th as did their conditions of life. 37 At the present stage of development we still lack linguistic instruments which do justice to the nature and direction of all these intertwining processes. It is an imprecise and provisional aid to understanding to say that the restraints imposed upon men and their drives became greater, integration closer, or interdependence stronger, just as it does not quite do justice to socio-historical reality to say that one thing belongs to a barter economy, and another to a money economy, or, to repeat the form of expression chosen here, that the money sector of the economy grew. By how much did it grow, degree by degree? In what way did the restraints become greater, integration closer, interdependence more pronounced? Our concepts are too coarse, they adhere too much to the image of material substances. In all this we are not concerned merely with gradations, with more or less. Each increase in restraints and interdependencies is an expression of the fact that the ties between people, the way they depend on one another, are changing, and changing qualitatively. This is what is meant by differences in social structure. And with the dynamic network of dependencies into which a human life is woven, the drives and behavior of people take on a different form. This is what is meant by differences in personality structure and in social standards of conduct. The fact that such qualitative changes are sometimes, despite all the fluctuations within the movement, changes in one and the same direction over long periods, that is, continuous, directed processes rather than a random sequence, permit indeed leads us to speak in comparative terms when discussing different pH. That is not to say that the direction in which these processes move is to improvement, progress, of towards the opposite, retrogression. Nor is say, however, that they involve merely quantitative changes. Here, as so oft history, we are concerned with structural changes that are most easily, visibly, perhaps most superficially grasped in their quantitative aspect. We see the following movement: first one castle stands against another, territory against territory, then state against state, and appearing on the history horizon today are the first signs of struggles for an integration of regions, masses of people on a still larger scale. We may surmise that with continent integration even larger units will gradually be assembled under a ST government and internally pacified, and that they in their turn will turn T weapons outwards against human aggregates of the same size until, with further integration, a still greater reduction of distances, they too gradually grow together and world society is pacified. This may take centuries or millennia. However that may be, the growth of units of integration and rule is always at same time an expression of structural changes in society, that is to say, in human relationships. Whenever the center of gravity of society moves towards units integration of a new order of magnitude, and in the shift that first favored feudal lords at the expense of small and middle-sized ones, then kings against great feudal or territorial lords, a movement in this direction is expressed. Whenever such changes occur, they do so in conjunction with social functions have grown more differentiated, and with chains of organized social acti, whether military or economic, that have lengthened. Each time, the network, dependencies intersecting in the individual has grown larger and changed structure, and each time, in exact correspondence to this structure, the molding of behavior and of the whole emotional life, the personality structure, is als changed. The civilizing process, seen from the aspects of standards of conduct and drive control, is the same trend which, when seen from the point of view human relationships, appears as the process of advancing integration, increased differentiation of social functions and interdependence, and the formation of ever larger units of integration on whose fortunes and movements the individual depends, whether he knows it or not. I have attempted here to complement the general account of the earliest and least complicated phase of this movement with some illustrative factual evidence. Next, the further continuation of this movement and the mechanisms driving it will be examined. It has been shown how and why, in the early phase of Western history, which had a predominantly barter economy, the integration and formation of stable governments for large empires had little chance. Conquering kings could, it is true, subjugate huge areas through battle and hold them together for a time by respect for their sword. But the structure of society did. 2. 5. State formation and civilization. Et permit the creation of an apparatus for ruling sufficiently stable to administrate and hold together the empire by relatively peaceful means over long of peacetime. It remains to be shown what social processes made possible the formation of such a more stable government, and with it a quite different ding of individuals. The 9th and 10th centuries when, at least in the western Frankish regions, external threat was small and when economic integration was slight, the integration of the ruler function reached extraordinary heights. Each small fey was under its own rule, a state in itself, every small knight its appendant lord and master. The social landscape comprised a chaotic multitude governmental and economic units. Each of them was essentially autarkic with dependence on others, with the exception of a few enclaves, foreign traders, for example, or monasteries and abbeys which sometimes had links beyond the local level. In the secular ruling stratum, integration through aggressive or defensive conflict was the fundamental form. There was not much constraint members of this ruling stratum to control their affects in any ontanous way. This was a society in the broader sense of the word which effers to every possible form of human integration. It was not yet a society in the narrower sense of a more continuous, relatively close and uniform integration of people with a greater constraint on violence, at least within its confines. The early form of such a society in the narrower sense slowly emerged at the great feudal courts. Here, where there was a larger confluence of goods, owing to the amounts produced and the attachment of these courts to the trade network, and where more people congregated in search of service, a sizable number of people was obliged to maintain a constantly peaceful intercourse. This demanded, particularly towards women of higher rank, a certain control and restraint of behavior, a more precise molding of affects and manners. 38. This restraint may not always have been as great as it was in the relation of singer to lady in the Minnesang Convention. The courtois precepts on manners give a more accurate picture of the standard of behavior demanded in everyday life. They also occasionally throw light on the conduct of knights towards women that is not confined to the relation of the minstrel to the lady of the court. We read in a motto for men, for example, above all, take care to behave well towards women. If a lady asks you to sit beside her, do not sit on her dress, or too near her, and if you wish to speak softly to her, never clutch her with your arms, whatever you have to say. Judging by the habitual standards of the lesser knights, this amount of consideration for women may have demanded considerable effort. But the restraint was slight, like that in other courtois precepts, in comparison to what became customary among courtiers at the court of Louis XIV, for example. This gives an idea of the different levels of interdependence and integration that shaped the individual's habits in the two phases. But it also shows that courtesy 256 was indeed a step on the path leading to our own affective and emotional a step in the direction of civilization. On the one hand, a loosely integrated secular upper class of warriors, WI symbol, the castle on the autarkic estate, on the other, the more integrated secular upper class of courtiers assembled at the absolutist court central organ of the kingdom. These are in a sense the two poles of the phi observation which has been isolated from the far longer and broader move in order to gain initial access to the sociogenesis of civilizing change. The emergence from the castle landscape of the greater feudal courts, the center's courtesy, has been shown from a number of aspects. It remains to demons the basic dynamics of the processes by which one of the great feudal or terrid lords, the king, gained preponderance over the others, and the opportunity control a more stable government over a region embracing many territorii state. This is also the path that leads from the standard of conduct of Uri to that of civilite. 2. On the sociogenesis of the state. I. The first stage of the rising monarchy, competition and monopolization within a territorial framework. 1. The crown signified very different things in different phases of social development, even though all its wearers had in common certain actual or nominal central functions, above all that of military leader against external enemies. At the beginning of the 12th century the former Western Frankish Empire, hardly threatened any more by strong external foes, had finally decayed into a collection of discrete dominions. The bond that formerly united the provinces and the feudal dynasties with the monarchy, was as good as completely ruptured. The last traces of real dominance that permitted Hugh Capet and his son, if not to act in the large regions controlled by his vassals, then at least to appear in them, had disappeared. The feudal groups of the first rank conducted themselves like independent states impervious to the king's influence and more so to his actions. The relations between the great feudal lords and the monarchs were reduced to a minimum. This change was reflected even in the 258 official titles. The feudal princes of the 12th century ceased calling the *Comtes du Roi or Comtes du Royaume. In this situation the king did what other great feudal lords did, concentrated on consolidating his own possessions, increasing his power in only regions still open to him, the Duchy of Francia. Louis VI, king from 1108 to 1137, was preoccupied throughout his two tasks, to increase his own direct land ownership within the Dutch Francia, the estates and castles not yet, or only partly, enfeoffed, i.e., high family property, and, within the same area, to subdue all possible rivals, warrior who might equal him in power. One task assisted the other. From feudal lords he had subdued or conquered he took all or part of their prop without enfeoffing it to anyone else, thus by small steps he increased his possessions, the economic and military basis of his power. 2. In this the monarch was, to begin with, no different from a great fey lord. The means of power at his disposal were so small that medium and lesser feudal lords in alliance could successfully oppose him. Not only the preponderance of the royal house in the whole kingdom vanished with the decline of his function as the common army leader, and with advancing feudalization, even his monopoly power within his own hereditary territory had become extremely precarious. It was disputed by rival lords or warrior families. In person of Louis VI, the Capetian house struggled against the House Montmorency, Beaumont, Rochefort, Montelheri, Fertelais, Puiset and others, just as centuries later the Hohenzollerns in the person of the Gr Elector had to contend with the Quitzows and the Rochaus. Only the Capeti had much less chance of success. The difference between the military or financial means of the Capetians and their opponents was smaller, given the developed state of money, taxation, and military technique. The great elector already had a kind of monopoly control of power within his territory. Louis was, leaving aside his support from the ecclesiastical institutions, essential great landowner who had to contend with lords with somewhat small possessions and military power, and only the victor of these battles could attain kind of monopoly position within the territory, beyond the competition of auth houses. Only from reading contemporary reports can we judge by how little military and economic means of the Capetians in this period surpassed those of other feudal houses in the Duchy of Francia, and how difficult, given the low degree of economic integration, undeveloped transportation and communications, and the limitations of feudal military organization, was the sovereign's struggle for monopoly power even within this small area. For example, there was the fortress of the Montelheri family commanding the route between the two most important parts of the Capetian domain, the areas State Formation and Civilization 259. D. Paris and Orleans. In 1015 the Capetian King Robert had given this land of his servants or officials, the Grand Forestier, with permission to build on it. From this castle the Grand Forestier's grandson already controlled a surrounding area as an independent lord. This is a typical example of the ifeudal movements that were taking place everywhere in this period. After years' struggles Louis VI's father finally managed to reach a kind of standing with the Montelheris. He married a bastard son about 10 years old Montelheri heiress and thus brought the castle under the control of his. Shortly before his death he said to his eldest son, Louis VI. Guard well that tower of Montelheri, which by causing me so many torments has aged before my time, and on account of which I have never enjoyed lasting peace or repose. It was a center for perfidious people from far and near, and disorder came through it or with its help. 4. Montelheri being situated between Corbeil one hand and Châteaufort on the other, each time a conflict arose Paris was cut off, communication between Paris and Orleans was impossible except by armed force. Problems of communications not unlike those which continue to play a role between states today, were at that earlier stage of social development no less troublesome on a different scale, in the relations between one feudal lord whether he wore a crown or not and others, and in regard to the comparatively microscopic distance between Paris and Orleans, Montilheri is 24 km from Paris. Good part of Louis VI's reign was taken up by fighting for this fortress, until Nally succeeded in adding Montilheri to the Capetian possessions. As in all cases, this meant a military strengthening and economic enrichment of the Darius house. The Montilheri estate brought in an income of £200, a handsome sum for those times, and belonging to it were 13 direct fiefs and 20 indirect ones depending on these, whose tenants now weld the military power of the Capetians. No less protracted and difficult were the other battles Louis VI had to fight. He needed 3 expeditions in 1111, 1112, and 1118, to break the power of a single knightly family in the Orleans district, and it cost him 20 years to deal with the houses of Rochefort, Elias, and Puiset, and add their possessions to those of his family. By this time, however, the Capetian domain was so large and well consolidated that, thanks to the economic and military advantages conferred by such large property, its owners had outstripped all other rivals in Francia, where they now took up a kind of monopoly position. 4 or 5 centuries later, the monarch had emerged as the monopoly controller of enormous military and financial means flowing from the whole area of the kingdom. Campaigns such as that of Louis VI against other feudal lords within the framework of one territory represented the first step on the way to this later monopoly position of the monarchy. At first the House of the Nominal 260 Kings was scarcely superior to the feudal houses around it in terms of ownership and military and economic power. The difference in property and warriors was relatively slight, as therefore was the social difference, no matter with what titles they adorned themselves. Then, through marriage, purchase conquests, one of these houses accumulated more and more land and thus gained preponderance over its neighbors. The fact that it was the old royal house succeeded in doing so in Francia may have been bound up apart from the inconsiderable possessions that made its new start possible with the PE qualities of its representatives, the support of the church, and a traditional prestige. But the same differentiation of property among warriors taking place at the same time, as has been mentioned, in other territories was the same shift in the center of gravity of warrior society, favoring the large knightly families at the expense of the many small and medium ones, was discussed earlier. In each territory sooner or later one family succeeded accumulating land, in attaining a kind of hegemony. That the crown, that the fat, should undertake the same thing looks like an abrogation of the RO function. But given this distribution of social power he had no choice. In this social structure, family property and control of the narrower hereditary constituted the most important military and financial basis of even the kin power. By concentrating his forces on the small area of Francia, by creating hegemony in the restricted space of territory, Louis VI laid the foundation for subsequent expansion of his house. He created a potential center for crystallization of the greater area of France, even though we may certainly assume that he had any prophetic vision of this future. He acted under the decompulsions of his actual situation. He had to win Montilheri if he were and forfeit communication between parts of his own territory. He had to subdue most powerful family in the Orleans region if his power there were not dwindle. Had the Capetians not succeeded in gaining preponderance in Frank, it would sooner or later, like the other provinces of France, have fallen another house. The mechanism leading to hegemony is always the same. In a similar way, through the accumulation of property, a small number of economic enterprise in more recent times have slowly outstripped their rivals and competed with each other, until finally one or two of them control and dominate a particular branch of the economy as a monopoly. In a similar way, by accumulating law and thus enlarging their military and financial potential, states in recent time have struggled for preponderance in a particular part of the world. But in modern society, with its higher division of functions, this process takes place in a relatively complex way, with a differentiation of the economic and military and political aspects of hegemony. In the society of Louis VI, with its predominantly barter economy, these aspects remained undivided. The house that ruled a territory politically was at the same time by far the richest house in 261. Rhetori, with the largest area of land, and its political power would mish if its military power, stemming from the size of its domanial revenues number of its bondsmen and retainers, did not exceed that of all the warrior families within its territory. NCE the preponderance of one house was fairly secure in this small region, the LE for hegemony in a larger area moved into the foreground, the struggle in the few larger territorial lords for predominance within the kingdom was the task confronting the descendants of Louis VI, the next generation's Aperians. 2. Excursus on some differences in the paths of development of England, France, and Germany. 1. The task implied in the struggle for dominance, i.e. for both centralization and rule, was for a very simple reason different in England and France from that the German Roman Empire. The latter formation was very different in size to other two, geographical and social divergences within it were also much greater. This gave the local, centrifugal forces a very different strength, and made task of attaining hegemony and thus centralization incomparably more difficult. The ruling house would have needed a far greater territorial area and WER than in France or England to master the centrifugal forces of the German Ottoman Empire and forge it into a durable whole. There is good reason to oppose that, given the level of division of labor and integration, and the emissary, transportational, and administrative techniques of the time, the task of holding centrifugal tendencies in so vast an area permanently in check was nearly insoluble. 2. The scale on which social processes take place is a not unimportant element of their structure. In inquiring why the centralization and integration of France and England was achieved so much earlier and more completely than in the German regions, we should not neglect this point. In this respect the trends of development in the three regions vary very widely. When the crown of the Western Frankish region fell to the Cape Tiens, the area in which the house had real power extended from Paris to Senlis in the north and to Orleans in the south. 25 years previously Otto I had been crowned Roman Emperor in Rome. Resistance by other German chieftains he had ruthlessly put down, primarily supported, at first, by the experienced warriors of his own tribal area. At that time Otto's empire stretched roughly from Antwerp and Cambrai in the west, at least, i.e. without the Margravites east of the Elbe, as far as the Elbe, and beyond Brno and Olomouc to the southeast, it stretched. 262. To Schleswig in the north and to Verona and Istria in the south, in Attica included a good part of Italy and for a time Burgundy. What we have therefore, is a formation on an entirely different scale, and consequential fraught with far greater tensions and conflicts of interest, than the West Frankish area, even if we include in the latter the Norman English co-acquired later. The task confronting the Dukes of Francia and Normandy, the Angevin territory, as kings in the struggle for hegemony in this regio entirely different to that with which every ruler of the German Romani had to contend. In the former area centralization or integration, the numerous swerves to one side or the other, proceeded on the whole continuously. In the latter incomparably larger area, one family of tyrant rulers after another tried in vain to attain, with the imperial crown, a stable hegemony over the whole empire. One house after another used up in fruitless struggle what despite all else continued to be the central source income and power, their hereditary or domanial possessions. And after unsuccessful bid by a new house, decentralization and the consolidatio centrifugal tendencies went a step further. Shortly before the French monarchy gradually began to regain its strength, the person of Louis VI, the German Roman Emperor Henry IV collapsed on the combined assaults of the great German territorial lords, the Church, Upper Italian cities and his elder son, that is to say, in face of the most dive centrifugal forces. This provides a point of comparison with the early period, the French monarchy. Later, when the French King Francis I had his kingdom so completely in hand that he no longer needed to call assemblies the estates and could raise taxes without asking the taxpayers, the Emperor Charles V and his administration had to negotiate even within his hereditary lands with a whole multitude of local assemblies, before he co-muster the duties needed to pay for the court, the army, and the administrative of the empire. And all this, including income from the overseas colonies, was no nearly enough to meet the cost of running the empire. When Charles abdicated, the imperial administration was on the verge of bankruptcy. He too had exhausted and ruined himself in trying to rule such an enormous empire torn by such massive centrifugal forces. And it is an indication of the transformation of society in general, and of the royal function in particular, that the Habsburg were nevertheless able to maintain themselves in power. 3. The mechanism of state formation in the modern sense of the war state has been shown to be, in the European area at the time when society was moving from a barter economy to a money economy, in its main outlines always the same. It will be illustrated in more detail in relation to France. We always find, at least in the history of the great European states, an early phase in which units of the size of a territory play the decisive role within the area later to become a state. These are small, loosely structured dominions such as have arisen in many. 263. F. The world where division of labor and integration are slight, their size ponding to the limits placed on the organization of rule by the prevalence relationships in the economy. One example is the feudal territorial neons within the German Roman Empire which, with the advance of the money economy, were consolidated to form small kingdoms, duchies of counties. For examples are areas like the Principality of Wales or the Kingdom of Thant, now merged with England in the United Kingdom of Great Britain d Northern Ireland, and a further example is the Duchy of Francia, whose development into a more tightly knit feudal dominion has just been succeeded. And its schematic outline, the process taking place between the different neighboring territorial dominions took a very similar course to the one easily followed within a firmly established territory between the individual ds or knights, until one of them attained predominance and a rather more territorial dominion was formed. Just as, in one phase, a number of estates aced in competition experienced the need to expand if they were not to be abjugated by expanding neighbors, so in the next a group of units 1 degree larger, duchies or counties, found themselves in the same predicament. It has already been shown in some detail how, in this society, the internal competition for land was intensified with the growth of population, the consolidation of land ownership and difficulties of external expansion. It was shown how this drive for land was exerted in the poor knights as a simple desire for a mode of living appropriate to their status, and in the highest and richest as spur to demand more land. For in a society with such competitive pressures, he who does not gain more automatically becomes less. Here again we see the effect of the pressure running through the society from top to bottom. It set the territorial rulers against one another, and thereby set the monopoly mechanism in motion. At first the divergences of power were contained, even in this phase, within a framework that allowed a considerable number of feudal territorial dominions to remain in contention. Then, after many victories and defeats, some grew stronger through accumulating the means of power, while others were forced out of the struggle. The victorious few fought on and the process of elimination was repeated until finally the decision lay between only two territorial dominions swollen through the defeat and assimilation of others. All the rest, whether they were involved in the struggle or remained neutral, had been reduced by the growth of these two to figures of second or third rank, though they still retained a certain social importance. The other two, however, were approaching a monopoly position. They had outstripped the others, the issue lay between them. In these elimination contests, this process of social selection, the personal qualities of individuals and other accidental factors such as the late death of 2, 6, 4, one man or a ruling house's lack of male heirs, undoubtedly played a crucial from time to time in deciding which territory triumphs, rises and grow. The social process itself, however, the fact that a society with numerous and property units of relatively equal size, tends under strong competing pressures towards an enlargement of a few units and finally towards monopoly largely independent of such accidents. They can have an accelerating or retarding effect on the process. But no matter who the monopolist is, that a monopole sooner or later be formed has a high degree of probability, at least in the SI structures that have existed so far. In the language of exact science, observation would perhaps be called a law. Strictly speaking, what we h a relatively precise formulation of a quite simple social mechanism which, set in motion, proceeds like clockwork. A human figuration in which a large number of units, by virtue of the power at their disposal, are competition, tends to deviate from this state of equilibrium, many balance, many, relatively free competition, and to approach a different state in W. Fewer and fewer units are able to compete, in other words it approach situation in which one social unit attains through accumulation a monopole the contended power chances. For the general character of the monopoly mechanism will be discussed more detail later. It seems necessary to point out at this stage, however, a mechanism of this kind is at work in the formation of states too, just as it earlier involved in the formation of the smaller units, the territories, or will later in the formation of yet larger ones. Only if we have this mechanism in me can we understand which factors in the history of different countries modify even impede it. Only in this way can we see with some clarity why the TAS facing a potential central ruler of the Germano-Roman Empire was in compara more difficult than that which faced a potential ruler of the Western Frank region. In this empire too, through elimination struggles and the constant accumulation of territory in the hands of the victors, one territoria dominio would have had to emerge strong enough to absorb or eliminate all others. In this way could this disparate empire have been centralized. And there was n lack of struggles tending in this direction, not only those between the Guelphs and the Hohenstaufens but also between emperor and pope, with their specia complications. But they all missed their mark. In an area as large and varied as this, the probability of a clearly dominant power emerging was very much less than in smaller areas, especially as at this stage economic integration was low and effective distances were many times greater than later. In any case elimination struggles within so large an area would need far longer than in smaller neighboring ones. How, nevertheless, states finally managed to be formed in the Germano-Roman Empire is well known. Among the German territorial dominions too, disregard the analogous process in Italy a house emerged which, above all, 2. 6. 5. Expansion into the German or semi-German colonial region, slowly into competition with the older Habsburgs, the Hohenzollerns. A struggle supremacy ensued, leading to victory for the Hohenzollerns, to the formation unambiguous supremacy among German territorial rulers and eventually, by step, to the unification of the German territories under a single ruling Etas. But this struggle for supremacy between the two most powerful ones of the empire, while leading to greater integration to the form of states within them meant a further step towards the disintegration of old empire. With their defeat the Habsburg lands left the Union. This was in one of the lost stages of the slow and continuous decay of the empire. In the se of centuries more and more parts crumbled away to become independent Indian. As a whole, the empire was too large and diverse to be other than a rance to state formation. Reflect on why state formation in the Germano-Roman Empire was so much more laborious and belated than in its western neighbors certainly helps understanding of the 20th century. Modern experience of the difference between the longer established, better balanced and more fully expanded western states, and the recently established states descended from the old empire, states which expanded comparatively late, gives this question topical importance. From a structural point of view it does not seem difficult to answer, at any rate not more so than the complementary question which is scarcely less important for an understanding of historical structures, the question why this colossus, despite its unfavorable structure and the unavoidable strength of centrifugal forces within it, held together so long, why the empire did not founder earlier. 5. As a totality, it did indeed collapse late, but for centuries border areas of the empire particularly to the west and south had been crumbling away and going their own way, while incessant colonization and expansion of German settlements in the east to some extent compensated the losses in the west, though only to some extent. Up to the late Middle Ages, and to an extent even later, the empire spread to the west as far as the Maas and the Rhone. If we disregard the irregularities and consider only the general trend of this movement, we have the impression of the empire's constant attrition and diminution, accompanied by a slow shift in the direction of expansion, and a drift of the center of gravity from west to east. The task remains to demonstrate this trend more exactly than is possible here. But purely in terms of area, the trend is still visible in the most recent changes in German territory proper. The German Confederation before 1866 630,098 square km. Germany after 1870 540,484 square km. Germany after 1918 471,000 square km. In England, and in France too, the trend is almost the reverse. The traditional 266 institutions first developed in relatively small and restricted areas and extended their scope. The fate of the central institution, the structure development of the whole government apparatus in these countries, can no understood, nor the difference between them and the corresponding forma in the states descended from the old empire explained, unless this this slow growth from small to larger, is taken into account. Compared to the German Roman Empire, the island territory that Norman Duke William conquered in 1066 was quite small. It reminded roughly of Prussia under the first kings. It comprised, apart from small areas, the northern border with Scotland, present-day England, an area of 131,764 square kilometers. Wales was completely united with England only the end of the 13th century, England with Wales 151,130 square kilometer. Uni with Scotland has existed only since 1603. Such figures are visible but very see indications of structural differences. They remind us that the formation of English nation, and then the British, took place within a framework compared with that of the great continental nations, scarcely extended, in decisive phase, beyond that of a territorial dominion. What William of Conqueror and his immediate successors built up was in fact nothing other than a large territory of the Western Frankish Empire, and not very different from those which existed at the same time in Francia, Aquitaine, or Anjou. The task with which the struggle for supremacy confronted the territorial rulers of this area. Through the sheer necessity of expanding to avoid domination by others, task could not in any way be compared with that facing a potential central RU of the continental empire. This is true even of the first phase, in which the Isla territory formed a kind of Western Frankish colony, when its Norman or Ange rulers also controlled considerable territories on the continent, and when the Wife, therefore still struggling for supremacy in the Western Frankish area. But is true above all of the phase when they were thrown back on the island from the continent, and had to unite it under one government on the basis of England alone. And if the royal function, like the relation of king to estates, took a different form here than in the continental empire, one of the factors at war, though certainly not the only one, was the relative smallness and also, of course, the isolated position of the area to be united. The likelihood of major regional differentiation was very much less, and the struggle for supremacy between two rivals simpler, than between the many factions in the empire. The English Parliament, as far as its manner of formation and therefore its structure is concerned, was in no way comparable to the German imperial diet, but rather with the regional estates. Much the same is true of all the other institutions. They grew, like England itself, from smaller to larger. The institutions of a feudal territory evolved continuously into those of a state and an empire. In the British Empire too, however, centrifugal forces immediately began to 67. Gain as soon as territory had been united beyond a certain point. Even with day integration and communications, this empire is proving dangerously. Only very experienced and flexible government is holding it together with difficulty. Despite very different preconditions from those of the olden empire, it still illustrates how a very large empire, brought together by fecust and colonization, finally tends to disintegrate into a number of more or independent units, or at least to be transformed into a kind of federal state. Thus at close quarters, the mechanism seems almost self-evident. The native region of the Cape Tiens, the Duchy of Francia, was smaller than English territory controlled by the Norman dukes. It was roughly the same as the electorate of Brandenburg at the time of the Hohenstaufens. But there, within the framework of the empire, it took 5 or 6 centuries for the all-colonial area to become a power capable of confronting the old established territories of the empire. Within the more limited framework of the Western Ankish area, the power of such a territory, together with the material and spiritual help given by the Church to the Cape Tiens, was enough to enable the Bews to begin the struggle for supremacy over larger areas of France at a very early stage. The area left behind by the Western Frankish Empire, the basis of the later France, occupied a roughly midway position, as far as its size was concerned, between the Germano-Roman Empire and what was to become England. Regional divergences, and thus centrifugal forces, were less here than in the neighboring empire, and the task of the potential central ruler accordingly less difficult. But the divergences and attendant centrifugal forces were greater than on the British island. In England, however, the very restrictedness of the territory facilitated, under certain circumstances, an alliance of the different estates and, above all, of warriors from the whole territory against the central ruler. Furthermore, William the Conqueror's distribution of land favored contact and common interests among the land-owning class throughout the whole of England, at least as far as relationships to the central ruler were concerned. It remains to be shown how a certain degree of fragmentation and disparateness in a dominion, not enough to permit disintegration but enough to make a direct alliance of the estates throughout the country difficult, strengthened the position of the central ruler. Thus the chances offered by the former Western Frankish region, in terms of its size, were not unfavorable to the emergence of a central ruler and the formation of monopoly power. It remains to be seen in detail how the Cape Tiens took advantage of these opportunities and, in general, by what mechanisms monopoly rule was established in this territory. 268. 3. On the monopoly mechanism. 1. The society of what we call the modern age is characterized, above all in West, by a certain level of monopolization. Free use of military weapon denied the individual and reserved to a central authority of whatever kind. Likewise the taxation of the property or income of individuals is concentrate the hands of a central social authority. The financial resources thus flowing, this central authority maintain its monopoly of military force, while this in turn maintains the monopoly of taxation. Neither has in any sense precedence over other, they are two sides of the same monopoly. If one disappears the OT automatically follows, though the monopoly rule may sometimes be shaken strongly on one side than on the other. Forerunners of such monopoly control of taxes and the army over relatively large territories have previously existed in societies with a less advanced division of functions, mainly as a result of military conquest. It takes a far advanced SOC division of functions before an enduring, specialized apparatus for administering the monopoly can emerge. And only when this complex apparatus has evolved does the control over army and taxation take on its full monopoly character. ONT then is the military and fiscal monopoly firmly established. From then on, SOC conflicts are not concerned with removing monopoly rule but only with question of who are to control it, from whom they are to be recruited and how burdens and benefits of the monopoly are to be distributed. It is only with emergence of this continuing monopoly of the central authority and specialized apparatus for ruling that dominions take on the character of states. Within them a number of other monopolies crystallize around those already mentioned. But these two are and remain the key monopolies. If they decay, do all the rest, and with them the state. 2. The question at issue is how and why this monopoly structure arose. In the society of the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries it definitely did not yet exist. From the 11th century in the territory of the former Western Frankish Empire we see it slowly crystallizing. At first each warrior controlled a piece of land, exerted all the functions of rule, These were the gradually monopolized by a central ruler whose power was administered by specialists. Whenever he pleased, he waged wars to gain new land or defend his own. Land acquisition and the governmental functions going with its possession were, like its military defense, left to private initiative, to use the language of a later age. And since, with the increasing population of the area, hunger for land was extremely keen, competition for it throughout the country was rife. In this competition both military and economic means were used, in contrast to that of 269. In 10th century, for example, which, given the state monopoly of physical ins, was waged solely by economic means. Reminder of the competitive struggles and the monopolization taking place under our own eyes is not without value for an understanding of polymechanisms in earlier stages of society. In addition, consideration of D in conjunction with the new helps us to see this social development as a LE. The later part of the movement presupposes the earlier, and the center of is the accumulation of the most important means of production of the time, T least control over it, in fewer and fewer hands earlier the accumulation of D, later that of money. The mechanism of monopoly formation has already been briefly discussed. It can be roughly summarized as follows. If, in a major social unit, a large number of the smaller social units which, through IR interdependence, constitute the larger one are of roughly equal social power and are NS able to compete freely unhampered by pre-existing monopolies for the means to yield power, i.e. primarily the means of existence and production, the probability is high that some will be victorious and others vanquished, and that gradually, as a result, fewer will control more and more opportunities, and more units will be eliminated from the competition, becoming directly or indirectly dependent on an ever-rising number. The human figuration caught up in this movement will therefore, unless countervailing measures are taken, approach a state in which all opportunities are controlled by a single authority. A system with open opportunities will become a system with closed opportunities. The general pattern followed by the sequence is very simple. In a social area there are a certain number of people and a certain number of opportunities which are scarce or insufficient in relation to the needs of the people. If we assume that to begin with all the people in this area fight one another for the available opportunities, the probability that they will maintain this state of equilibrium indefinitely and that no partner will triumph in any of these pairs is extremely small. If this is indeed a free competition uninfluenced by any monopoly power, and the probability that sooner or later individual contestants will overcome their opponents is extremely high. But if some of the contenders are victorious, their opportunities multiply, those of the vanquished decrease. Greater opportunities accumulate in the hands of one group of the original rivals, the others being eliminated from direct competition with them. Assuming that each of the victors now struggles with the others, the process is repeated. Once again one group is victorious and gains control of the power chances of the vanquished, a still smaller number of people controls a still greater number of power chances, a still greater number of people are eliminated from the free competition, and the process is repeated until finally, in the extreme case, one individual controls all power chances and all the others are dependent on her. In historical reality it is certainly not always individual people who become 270. Embroiled in this mechanism, frequently it is large associations of people, example territories of states. The course of events in reality is usually far more complicated than in this schematic pattern, and full of variations. It happens, for example, that a number of weaker parties combine to bring down individual who has accumulated too many possibilities and grown too strong should they succeed and take over the possibilities of this party, or some of they then fight among themselves for predominance. The effect, the shift power balances, is always the same. In this way, too, an ever-increasing number of power chances tends to accumulate in the hands of an ever-diminishing number of people through a series of elimination contests. The course and pace of this shift in favor of the few at the expense of many depend to a large extent on the relation between the supply of and demand for opportunities. If we assume that the level of demand and the number of opportunities remain unchanged overall in the course of the movement, demand for opportunities will increase with the shift in the power relations, number of the dependents and the degree of their dependence will increase and change in kind. If relatively independent social functions are increasing replaced by dependent ones in society, for example, free knights by court knights and finally courtiers, or relatively independent merchants by dependent merchants and employees, the molding of affects, the structure of drives and consciousness, in short the whole social personality structure and the soci-attitudes of people are necessarily changed at the same time. And this applies less to those who are approaching a monopoly position than to those who has lost the possibility to compete and fallen into direct or indirect dependence. 3. For this process should in no way be understood merely as one whereby fewer and fewer people become free and more unfree, although some phases it appears to answer this description. If the movement is viewed as whole, we can recognize without difficulty that at least in highly differentiate societies dependence undergoes a peculiar qualitative change at a certain stage of the process. The more people are made dependent by the monopole mechanism, the greater becomes the power of the dependent, not only individually but also collectively, in relation to the one or more monopolists. This happens not only because of the small number of those approaching the monopoly position, but because of their own dependence on ever more dependence in preserving and exploiting the power potential they have monopolized. Whether it is a question of land, soldiers, or money in any form, the more that is accumulated by an individual, the less easily can it be supervised by this individual, and the more surely he becomes by his very monopoly dependent on increasing numbers of others, the more he becomes dependent on his dependents. Such changes in power and dependence relationships often take centuries to become perceptible, and centuries more to find expression in lasting institutions. Particular structural properties of society may place endless obstacles in the way. State Formation in Civilization 27:1. The process, yet its mechanism and trend are unmistakable. The more imprehensive the monopolized power potential, the larger the web of functionings administering it and the greater the division of labor among them, the more people on whose work or function the monopoly is in any way dependent, the more strongly does this whole field controlled by the monopolist RT its own weight and its own inner regularities. The monopoly ruler can acknowledge this and impose on himself the restraints that his function as the actual ruler of so mighty a formation demands, or he can indulge himself and give his own inclinations precedence over all others. In the latter case the complex social apparatus which has developed along with this private accumulon of power chances will sooner or later lapse into disorder and make its existence, its autonomous structure, all the more strongly felt. In other words, the more comprehensive a monopoly position becomes and the more highly developed its division of labor, the more clearly and certainly does it move towards a point at which its one or more monopoly rulers become the central functionaries of an apparatus composed of differentiated functions, more powerful than others, perhaps, but scarcely less dependent and fettered. This change may come about almost imperceptibly by small steps and struggles, or through whole groups of dependents asserting their social power over the monopoly rulers ob force. In one way or another the power first won through the accumulation of chances in private struggles, tends, from a point marked by an optimal size of accessions, to slip away from the monopoly rulers into the hands of the dependents as a whole, or, to begin with, to groups of dependents, such as the monopoly administration. The privately owned monopoly in the hands of a single individual or family comes under the control of broader social strata, and transforms itself as the central organ of a state into a public monopoly. The development of what we today call a national economy is an illustrative example of this process. The national economy develops from the private economy of feudal ruling houses. More precisely, there is at first no distinction between what are later opposed as public and private income and expenditure. The income of the central rulers derives primarily from their personal family or dominial possessions. Expenses for the ruler's court, hunts, clothes or presents are met from this income in exactly the same way as the cost of the relatively small administration, paid soldiers if any, or the building of castles. Then, as more and more land comes together in the hands of one ruling house, the management of income and expenditure, the administration and defense of his property become increasingly difficult for the individual to supervise. But even when the direct possessions of the ruling house, its dominial estate, are no longer by any means the most important source of the ruler's income, even when, with the increasing commercialization of society, duties from the whole country flow into the chambers of the central ruler, and when, with the monopoly of force, the monopoly of land has become at the same time one of duties or taxes, even then, the central ruler at first continues to control this revenue as if it were personal income of his household. He can still decide how much of it should spent on castles, presents, his kitchen and the court, and how much on keys, the troops, and paying the administration. The distribution of the income for the monopolized resources is his prerogative. On closer examination, how we find that the monopolist's freedom of decision is restricted more and more by the immense human web that his property has gradually become. His administrative staff increases, and, with it, the influence of the latter, the fixed costs of the monopoly apparatus constantly rise, and at the end of development the absolute ruler with his apparently unrestricted power is, extraordinary degree, governed by and functionally dependent on, the society rules. His absolute sovereignty is not simply a consequence of his mono-control of opportunities, but the function of a particular structural peculiarity, society in this phase, of which more will be said later. But however that even the budget of French absolutism still made no distinction between private and public expenditure of the king. How the transformation into a public monopoly finally finds expression in budget is well enough known. The wielder of central power, whatever title may bear, is allocated a sum in the budget like any other functionary, from it central ruler, king, or president, meets the expenses of his household or expenditure necessary for the governmental organization of the country is strict separated from that used by individuals for personal ends. Private monopoly has become public monopoly rule, even when in the hands of an individual as the functionary of society. The same picture emerges if we trace the formation of the government apparatus as a whole. It grows out of what might be called the private and dominial administration of the kings or princes. Practically all the organs state government result from the differentiation of the functions of the royal household, sometimes with the assimilation of organs of autonomous administration. When this governmental apparatus has finally become the public affair of the state, the household of the central ruler is at most one organ among others, and finally hardly even that. This is one of the most pronounced examples of the way in which private property becomes a public function, and the monopoly of an individual one in contests of elimination and accumulation over several generations is finally socialized. It would take us too far afield to show here what is actually meant by saying that the private power of individuals over monopolized resources becomes public, or state, or collective power. As was said earlier, all these expressions have their full meaning only when applied to societies with extensive division of functions. Only in such societies are the activities and functions of each individual directly or indirectly dependent on those of many others, and 2. 7. 3. Here is the weight of these many intertwined actions and interests so great even the few with monopoly control over immense possibilities cannot pay its pressure. Autheal processes involving the monopoly mechanism are to be found in many areas, even those with relatively low division of functions and integration. 2. Every monopoly tends, from a certain degree of accumulation to escape the control of any single individual and to pass into that of entire groups, frequently starting with the former government functionaries, the servants of the monopolists. The process of feudalization is one example of this. It was shown earlier how, in the course of this process, control over relatively large territorial possessions and military power slips away from the monopoly ruler in successive waves, first to his former functionaries or their heirs, and to the warrior class as a whole with its own internal hierarchy. In societies with a lower degree of interdependence between social functions, this shift away from private monopoly control leads either to a kind of anarchy, a more or less complete decay of the monopoly, or to its appropriation by an oligarchy instead of an individual dynasty. Later, such shifts in favor of the many do not lead to disintegration of the monopoly, but only to a different form of control over it. Only in the course of a growing social interdependence of all functions does it come possible to wrest monopolies from arbitrary exploitation by a few without causing them to disintegrate. Wherever the division of functions is both and increasing, the few who, in successive waves, claim monopoly power, sooner or later find themselves in difficulty, at a disadvantage in face of the many, through their need of their services and thus their functional dependence on him. The human web as a whole, with its increasing division of functions, has an inherent tendency that opposes increasingly strongly every private monopolization of resources. The tendency of monopolies, e.g. the monopoly of force or taxation, to turn from private into public or state monopolies, is nothing other than a function of social interdependence. A human web with high and increasing division of functions is impelled by its own collective weight towards a state of equilibrium where the distribution of the advantages and revenues from monopolized opportunities in favor of a few becomes impossible. If it seems self-evident to us today that certain monopolies, above all the key monopoly of government, are public, held by the state, although this was by no means the case earlier, this marks a step in the same direction. It is entirely possible that obstructions may again and again be placed in the path of such a process by the particular conditions of a society. A particular example of such obstructions was shown earlier in the development of the old Germano-Roman Empire. And wherever a social web exceeds a certain size optimal for that particular monopoly formation, similar breakdowns will occur. But the impulsion of such a human web towards a quite definite structure, in which monopolies are administered to the advantage of the whole figuration, remains 2. 7. 4. Perceptible, no matter what factors may repeatedly intrude as counter mechanisms to arrest the process in recurrent situations of conflict. Considered in general terms, therefore, the process of monopoly forms a very clear structure. In it, free competition has a precisely definable place positive function. It is a struggle among many for resources not yet monopolized by any individual or small group. Each social monopoly is preceded by a free elimination contest, each such contest tends towards monopoly. As against this phase of free competition, monopoly formation means on hand the closure of direct access to certain resources for increasing number of people, and on the other a progressive centralization of the control of resources. By this centralization, such resources are placed outside the direct competition of the many. In the extreme case they are controlled by a single social entity. The latter, the monopolist, is never in a position to use the pro from his monopoly for himself alone, particularly in a society with his division of functions. If he has enough social power, he may at first claim overwhelming part of the monopoly profit for himself, and reward services with the minimum needed for life. But he is obliged, just because he depends on services and functions of others, to allocate to others a large part of the resource he controls, and an increasingly large part, the larger his accumulated possess become, and the greater his dependence on others. A new struggle over allocation of these resources therefore arises among those who depend on the but whereas in the preceding phase the competition was free, that is, outcome depended solely on who proved stronger or weaker at a given time, and now depends on the function or purpose for which the monopolist needs each individual to supervise his dominion. Free competition has been replaced by on that is controlled, or at any rate controllable, from a central position by human agents, and the qualities that promise success in this restricted competition, selection it operates, the human types it produces, differ in the extreme from those in the preceding phase of free competition. The difference between the situation of the free feudal nobility and that of courtly nobility is an example of this. In the former, the social power of individual house, a function of both its economic and military capacity and the physical strength and skill of the individual, determines the allocation resources, and in this free competition the direct use of force is indispensable. The latter, The allocation of resources is finally determined by the man who has or whose predecessors have emerged victoriously from the struggle by violence, so that he now possesses the monopoly of force. Owing to monopoly, the direct use of force is now largely excluded from the competitio among the nobility for the opportunities the prince has to allocate. The means of struggle have been refined or sublimated. The restraint of the affects imposed on the individual by his dependence on the monopoly ruler has increased. And individuals now waver between resistance to the compulsion to which they are 2. 7. 5. State formation and civilization. Added, hatred of their dependence and unfreedom, nostalgia for free knightly on the one hand, and pride in the self-control they have acquired, or fit in the new possibilities of pleasure that it opens, on the other. In brief, is a new spurt in the civilizing process. Next step is the seizure of the monopolies of physical force and taxation, all the other governmental monopolies based on them, by the bourgeoisie. Latter was at this stage a stratum which, in its totality, controlled certain economic opportunities in the manner of an organized monopoly. But these opportunities were still so evenly spread among its members that relatively large bears of them could compete freely. What this stratum was struggling with rinses for, and what it finally attained, was not the destruction of monopoly. The bourgeoisie did not aspire to reallocate these monopolies of taxation, military and police power to their own individual members, their members not want to become landowners, each controlling his own military means, his own income from taxes. The existence of a monopoly for raising taxes and earning physical violence was the basis of their own social existence, it was the precondition for the restriction to economic, non-violent means, of the free competition in which they were engaged with each other for certain economic opportunities. What they were striving for in the struggle for monopoly rule, and what they allie attained was not, as noted before, a division of the existing monopolies but a different distribution of their burdens and benefits. That control of these monopolies now depended on a whole class instead of an absolute prince was a step in direction just described. It was a step on that road which led the opportunities given by this monopoly to be allocated less and less according to the personal favor and interests of individuals, but increasingly according to a more impersonal and precise plan in the interests of many interdependent associates, and finally in the interests of an entire interdependent human figuration. In other words, through centralization and monopolization, opportunities that previously had to be won by individuals through military or economic force, could now become amenable to planning. From a certain point of development on, the struggle for monopolies no longer aims at their destruction, it is a struggle for control of their yields, for the plan according to which their burdens and benefits are to be divided up, in a word, for the keys to distribution. Distribution itself, the task of the monopoly ruler and administration, changes in this struggle from a relatively private to a public function. Its dependence on all the other functions of the interdependent human network emerges more and more clearly in organizational form. In this entire structure the central functionaries are, like everyone else, dependent. Permanent institutions to control them are formed by a greater or lesser portion of the people dependent on this monopoly apparatus, and control of the monopoly, the filling of its key positions, is itself no longer decided by the vicissitudes of free competition, but by regularly 276 recurring elimination contests without force of arms, which are regulated by monopoly apparatus, and thus by unfree competition. In other words, what are accustomed to call a democratic regime is formed. This kind of region, not as simply looking at certain economic monopoly processes of art, might make it appear incompatible with monopolies as such and depend its existence on the freest possible competition. On the contrary, it presupposes highly organized monopolies, and it can only come into being or survive by certain conditions, in a very specific social structure at a very advanced stage. Monopoly formation. Two main phases can thus be distinguished in the dynamics of a monopole mechanism, as far as we are at present able to judge. First, the phase of competition or elimination contests, with a tendency for resources to accumulate it in fewer and finally in one pair of hands, the phase monopoly formation, Secondly, the phase in which control over the centrally and monopolized resources tends to pass from the hands of an individual tot of ever greater numbers, and finally to become a function of the interdependent human web as a whole, the phase in which a relatively private mono becomes a public one. Signs of this second phase are not lacking even in societies with a relative low division of functions. But, clearly, it can only attain its full development societies with a very high and rising division of functions. The overall movement can be reduced to a very simple formula. Its starting point is a situation where a whole class controls unorganized mono-opportunities and where, accordingly, the distribution of these opportunities among the members of this class is decided by free competition and open FO. It is then driven towards a situation where the control of monopoly opportunity and those dependent on them by one class, is centrally organized and secured by institutions, and where the distribution of the yields of monopoly follows a plan that is not exclusively governed by the interests of single individuals or sing groups, but is oriented on the overall network of interdependencies binding a participating groups and individuals to each other and on its optimal functioning. For in the long run the subordination of the quest for the optimum functioning of the overall network of interdependencies to the optimization of sectional interests invariably defeats its own end. So much for the general mechanism of competition and monopoly formation. This schematic generalization takes on its full significance only in conjunction with concrete facts. By them it must prove its worth. When we talk of free competition and monopoly formation, we usually have present-day facts in mind. We think first of all of a free competition for economic advantages waged by people or groups within a given framework of rules through the exertion of economic power, and in the course of which some 7 usually increase their control of economic advantages while destroying, rejecting, or restricting the economic existence of others. These economic struggles of our day do not only lead before our eyes to a tant restriction of the scope for really monopoly-free competition and to low formation of monopolistic structures. As has already been indicated, actually presuppose the secure existence of certain very advanced monopolies. Without the monopoly organization of physical violence and action, limited at present to national boundaries, the restriction of this tugla for economic advantages to the exertion of economic power, and the maintenance of its basic rules, would be impossible over any length of time even within individual states. In other words, the economic struggles and monopolies modern times occupy a particular position within a larger historical context. Only in relation to this wider context do our general remarks on the Asianism of competition and monopoly take on their full meaning. Only if we bear in mind the sociogenesis of these firmly established state monopoly institutions which during a phase of large-scale expansion and differentiation, no doubt opened the economic sphere to unrestricted individual competition, and thus to new private monopoly formations, only then can we distinguish more clearly amidst the multitude of particular historical facts the interplay of social mechanisms, the ordered structure of such monopoly formations. How did these state monopoly organizations come to be formed? What kind of struggles gave rise to them? It must be enough here to follow these processes in the history of the country where they took their course most undeviatingly, and which, partly as a result of this, was for long periods the foremost power in Europe, setting the example for others. France. In so doing we must not shy away from details, otherwise our general model will never take on the wealth of experience without which it remains empty, just as wealth of experience remains chaotic to those unable to perceive order and structures within it. 4. Early struggles within the framework of the kingdom. 1. Within the former Western Frankish territory there was a very high probability, in accordance with the inherent tendency of the monopoly mechanism, that sooner or later one of the rival warrior houses would gain predominance and finally a monopoly position, and that in this way the many smaller feudal territories would be welded into a larger unit. That it would be this particular house, the Capetians, who emerged as victors from the elimination struggles, so becoming the executors of the monopoly. 278. Mechanism, was at first far less likely, even though a number of factors favor this house can be readily discerned. It can be said that it was only the course the 100 Years' War that conclusively decided whether the descendant the Capetians or of another house were to become the monopolists or sen rulers of the emerging state. It is not unimportant to bear in mind the difference between these questions, between the general problem of monopoly and state formation, the more specific question of why this particular house won an hegemony. It is with the former rather than the latter that we have been concerned and are still concerned here. The first shift towards monopoly, after the general leveling of pro-relationships that carried on into the 10th and even the 11th century been sketched above. It involved the formation of a monopoly within framework of a territory. Within this small area the first elimination were fought, and in them the balance first moved in favor of a few and fin of a single contestant. One house for a house or family is always the social that asserts itself, not an individual one so much land that the others could longer match its military and economic strength. As long as there was possibility of competing with it, the relationship of liege lord to vassal was more or less nominal. With this shift in social power it took on a new reality. Any dependence of many houses on one was established, even though, in the absence of a highly developed central apparatus, it lacked both the continuity and strength that it later had in the framework of the absolutist regime. It is characteristic of the rigor with which this monopoly mechanism operated that analogous processes were taking place at approximately the same time in practically all the territories of the western Frankish region. Louis V, Duke of Francia and in name the king of the whole region, was, as we pointed out, only one representative of this stage of monopoly formation. 2. If we look at a map of France in the period about 1032, we have a clear impression of the political fragmentation of the region into a multitude of greater and lesser territories. What we have in front of us is certainly not yet the France we know. This emerging France, the former western Frankish region, was bordered to the southeast by the Rhône, Arles, and Lyons lay outside it in the kingdom of Burgundy, also outside it to the north lay the region of present-day Tyrol, Bar-le-Duc and Verdun, which belonged, like the areas around Aachen, Antwerp and, further north, Holland, to the kingdom of Lorraine. The traditional eastern and northern frontier of the former western Frankish region runs deep within present-day France. But neither this frontier of the nominal Capetian Empire nor the borders of the smaller political units within it had at that time quite the same function or fixity as present-day state frontiers. Geographical divisions, river valleys, and mountain ranges, together with linguistic differences and local traditions, gave the frontiers a certain stability. But as 2. 7. 9. Phi region, large or small, was the possession of a warrior family, what primarily the composition of a territorial unit was the victories and defeats, the iages, purchases and sales of this family, and the shifts in hegemony over an area were considerable. Going from south to north we first see, north of the county of Barcelona, that north of the Pyrenees, the Duchy of Gascony extending to the region of Ido and the county of Toulouse. Then, to mention only the larger units, the Duchy of Guyenne, i.e. Aquitaine, the county of Anjou, the seat of the Franco-English royal house, the counties of Maine and Blois, the Duchy of Ormandy, seat of the first Franco-English royal house, the counties of Troyes, Ermendois, and Flanders, and finally, between the Norman dominions the Gunties of Blois, Troyes, and others the small domain of the Capetians, the Duchy of Francia. It has already been emphasized that this small Capetium Omnium did not constitute, any more than other territories, a complete unity in a geopolitical or military sense of the word. It was made up of 2 or 3 early large adjoining regions, the Ile-de-France, Berry, and the Orléans regions, as well as scattered smaller possessions in Poitou, in the south, and in the most diverse parts of France, that had come into the possession of the Capetians in one eye or another. 3 in most of these territories at the time of Louis VI, therefore, a particular house had gained predominance over the others by accumulating land. Conflicts between these princely houses and the smaller nobility within the dominion were constantly flaring up, and tensions between them long remained perceptible. but the chances of successful resistance by the smaller feudal houses were no longer great. Their dependence on the liege lord or territorial ruler of the time slowly became more evident in the course of the 11th century. The monopoly position of the princely houses within their territories was now only seldom shaken. And what from then on characterized society more and more was the struggle between these princely houses for predominance in a larger area. People were driven into these conflicts by the same compulsions as in the previous stage. When one neighbor grew larger and thus stronger, the other was threatened with being overpowered by him and made dependent. He had to conquer in order not to be subjugated. And though to begin with crusades and wars of expansion to some extent reduced the internal pressure, this grew all the more intense once the chances of outward expansion had diminished. The mechanism of free competition operated from now on within a more confined circle, namely between those warrior families which had become the central houses of territories. For the Norman Duke's conquest of England was, as we have mentioned, one of the expansionist campaigns characteristic of this time, one among many. It too bore witness to the general hunger for land that afflicted the growing population, particularly the warriors, whether rich or poor. 280. But this enrichment of the Norman Duke, this enlargement of his military and financial resources, was a grave disturbance to the previous equilibrium between the territorial rulers of France. The full extent of the shift did become immediately apparent, for the conqueror needed time to organize power within his new dominion, and even when this had been done, the emanating from this aggrandizement of the Norman dukes to other territorial rulers, given the low integration of the western Frankish territories, first Ma itself felt only in the direct vicinity of Normandy, i.e. in northern France, rather than further south. Felt it was, however, and most directly by the house with traditional claim to predominance in the area neighboring Normandy to east, the house of the Dukes of Francia, the Capetiens. It is not unlikely that threat from his stronger neighbor was a powerful factor impelling Louis V the direction that he adhered to tenaciously and energetically throughout his urge to consolidate his power and defeat any possible rival within his territory. Are that he, the nominal king and liege lord of the western Frankish regio, in fact, in keeping with the size of his possessions, far weaker than his vassal and neighbor, who now as ruler of England likewise wore a crown, was apparent every conflict between them. William the Conqueror, because he had recently conquered this island territory, had had the chance to create what was for his time a fairly centralized governmental organization. He distributed the land in a manner intended as possible to prevent the formation of houses and families as rich and mighty as his own, that might become rivals. The administration of the English central ruler was the most advanced of its time, even for money revenues there already a special office. The army with which William had conquered the island consisted only in part of his feudal retainers, the rest being mercenary knights driven by the same for new lands. Only now, after the conquest, was the Norman ruler's treasury large enough to engage paid soldiers, and quite apart from the size of their feudal following, this too gave the island rulers military superiority over their continental neighbors. Louis the Fat of Francia could not afford this any more than his predecessors. He had been accused of being covetous, seeking by every means at his disposal to take possession of money. In fact, it was precisely at tea time, as in many periods when money is relatively scarce and the disproportion between what is available and what is needed particularly keenly felt, that urge or greed for money was particularly prominent. But Louis VI did indeed find himself in particularly difficult straits in face of his richer neighbor. In respect, as in the question of organization, centralization, and the elimination of possible internal rivals, the island territory set an example that continental ruler had to follow if they were not to succumb in the struggle for supremacy. At the beginning of the 12th century, therefore, the Capetian house was 281. Eably weaker than its rival, which controlled land and people across the sea. I was defeated in practically every battle with his English rival, even. The latter did not succeed in penetrating the territory of Francia itself. Was the situation in which the ruler of Francia confined himself to enlarging ASIS of his power, his family property, and to breaking the resistance of the Aller feudal lords within or between his territories. In so doing he was preparing his house for that great struggle, for those centuries of conflict for primacy in the former western Frankish region, in the course of which more and more territories grew together into a single block in the hands of a single rear house, a struggle in which from then on all the other tensions within the Ion became more or less entangled, the struggle for the French crown between the rulers of the Isle de France and the rulers of the English island. 5. The house that took up the struggle with the Capetians when William the Conqueror's family became extinct was that of the Plantagenets. Their family minion was Anjou, likewise a region neighboring Francia. They made their J upwards at about the same time as the Capetians, and in almost the same manner. As in Francia under Philippi, so in neighboring Anjou under Fulk, the Sounds' actual power in relation to their vassals has become very slight. Like Philip's son, Louis VI, the Fat, Fulk's son, Fulk the Young, and his son, Geoffrey Plantagenet, slowly subdued the smaller and medium-sized feudal lords in their domain, and they, too, thus laid the foundation for further expansion. In England itself, at first, the reverse process took place, showing the mechanisms of this warrior society from the other side. When Henry I, William the Conqueror's youngest son, died without male heirs, Stephen of Blois, the son of one of William's daughters, laid claim to the English throne. He gained the recognition of the secular feudal lords and the church, but he was himself no more than a medium-sized, Norman feudal lord. His personal property, the family power on which he had to depend, was limited. And thus he was fairly impotent in the face of the other warriors, and also the clergy, of his region. With his accession to the throne, a disintegration of governmental power on the island immediately set in. The feudal lords built castle upon castle, minted their own money, levied taxes from their own regions, in short, they took over all the powers that hitherto, in keeping with their superior strength, had been a monopoly of the Norman central rulers. Furthermore, Stephen of Blois committed a series of blunders, alienating the church in particular, that a stronger man might perhaps have been able to afford, but not one needing the help of others. This helped his rivals. These rivals were the Counts of Anjou. Geoffrey Plantagenet had married the daughter of the last Norman English king. And he had the power to back the claim he based on this marriage. He slowly gained a foothold in Normandy. His son, Henry Plantagenet, united Maine, Anjou, Touraine, and Normandy under his rule. And with this power base he could undertake to reconquer the English. 2. 8. 2. Dominions of his grandfather as the Norman Duke had done before him. In he crossed the Channel. In 1154, at the age of 22, he became a king who, by virtue both of his military and financial power, and personal energy and talent, became a strong centralizing force. 2. Previously, moreover, he had become, through his marriage with the heirs Aquitaine, the ruler of this region in southern France. He thus combined his English lands, a territory on the mainland, beside which the Cape Tiendoy appeared small indeed. The question whether the western Frankish territory were to be integrated around the Isle de France or Anjou was wide open. Eng itself was conquered territory, and to begin with an object of politics rather a subject. It was, if one will, a semi-colonial part of the loose federate western Frankish territories. The distribution of power at that time bore a distant resemblance to currently existing in the Far East. A small island territory and a dominion many times its size on the continent were under one rule. The whole southern part, the former Cape Tien realm, belonged to it. The chief southern area not belonging to the Plantagenet dominions was the county of Barcelona. Its rulers were caught up in a similar expansionist movement and had become kings of Arago, likewise on the basis of marriage. Slowly, and at first almost unnoticed, it disengaged themselves from the union of western Frankish territories. Also outside the Angevin English dominion in the south, apart from smaller clerical territory, was the county of Toulouse. Its rulers, like small lords north of the Aquitanian region, began, in face of the threatening supremacy of the Angevin realm, to incline towards the rival power center, Cape Tiens. The characteristic power balances found in figurations such as th tend always to determine the conduct of people in the same way. In the small sphere of the Western Frankish Territorial Federation, their operation was lit different from that determining the politics of states in modern Europe. Example, and even, incipiently, across the whole globe. As long as no absolute dominant power has emerged, no power that has unequivocally outgrown competition and taken up a monopoly position, units of the second rank C-Knight form a block against the one which, by uniting numerous regions, has come closest to the position of supremacy. The formation of one block provokes another, and however long this process may oscillate back and forth, the system as a whole tends to consolidate larger and larger regions about a center, to concentrate our power of decision in ever fewer units and finally at a single center. The expansion of the Norman Duke created a bloc which displaced th balance in his favor at first in northern France. The expansion of the House d'Anjou built on this and took a step further. The bloc of the Angevin realm called into question the equilibrium of the whole western Frankish region. However loosely connected this bloc may have been, however rudimentary the centralizing government within it, nevertheless the movement by which, under the pressure 2. 8. 3. General hunger for land, one house constantly drove another to unite with to seek more land, manifests itself clearly enough in these formations. From the south, a broad band comprising the whole of western France now get to the Plantagenet's dominion. Formerly the King of England was the Capetian kings in respect of this mainland area. But law counts little when it is not backed by corresponding social power. 7 Hen in 1177 Louis VF's successor, Louis VII of Francia, now an old Henry man, held a meeting with the representative of the rival house, Henry II, young King of England. He told him, Sire, since the beginning of your reign and earlier you have heaped outrages upon me, trampling underfoot the loyalty you owed me and the homage you have done me. Of all these outrages the gravest and most flagrant is your unjust usurpation of Auvergne which you hold to the detriment of the French crown. To be sure, old age I on my heels and robs me of the strength to recover this and other lands, but before God, before these barons of the realm and our loyal subjects, I publicly protest and fold the rights of my crown, most notably to Auvergne, Berry, and Châteauroux, Guisers and the Norman Vexin, beseeching the King of Kings who has given me an heir to accord to him what he has denied to me. Vexin, a kind of Norman Alsace-Lorraine, was a contested borderland between the domain of the Capetians and the Norman dominion of the Plantagenets. Further south the frontier between the Capetian and Angevin dominions ran through the Berry region. The Plantagenets were clearly strong not already to seize parts of the Capetian domain. The struggle for supremacy between Capetians and Plantagenets was in full spate, and the Angevin ruler was still far stronger than the ruler of Francia. Accordingly, the demands the Capetian made of his opponent were really very modest. He wanted to be given back a few pieces of land that he counted among his own dominions. For the time being he could contemplate nothing more. The glory of the Angevin rule and the paucity of his own he fully realized. We French, he once said, comparing himself with his rival, have nothing but read, wine and contentment. 6 But this manner of ruling did not yet possess great stability. It was in fact a private enterprise. As such it was subject to the inherent social dynamics of a struggle between freely competing units, which in any given case was much more strongly influenced by the personal capacities of the competitors, their age, their succession, and similar personal factors than were political formations of a later phase, when not only the person of the owner of the monopoly but a certain division of functions, a multiplicity of organized interests and a more stable governmental apparatus, held together larger units. In 1189 a Capetian again confronted the Plantagenet. Almost all the contested areas had in the meantime been won back to Capetian rule. And now the 284 Plantagenet was an old man, the Capetian younger. He was Louis VI Philip II, surnamed Augustus. Age, as noted above, meant much in a where the incumbent of power is not yet able to delegate military lead, where very much depends on his personal initiative and where he must defend in person. Henry II, personally a strong ruler who still has the Comte, his large domain securely in his hands, was now plagued along with A.G. the rebellions and even the hatred of his eldest son Richard, surnamed Coët Lion, who sometimes even made common cause against his father with the Capetians. Exploiting the weakness of his adversary, Philip Augustus took back A and the parts of Berry mentioned by his father. 1 month after they faced other at Tours, Henry II died at the age of 56. In 1193, Richard the Lionheart lying in prison, Philip seized contested Vexin. His ally was John, the younger brother of the prisoner. In 1199 Richard died. Both he and his brother and successor John, soon to be John Lackland, had squandered much of the basis of their Pau family possessions and treasure of their father. Facing John as his rival, Howe was a man who had felt to the quick the whole humiliation and constricted Capetian power by the growth of the Angevin English, and whose whole end stirred by this experience, was channeled in a single direction: more land, power. More and yet more. He like the first Plantagenet before him obsessed by this craving. When John Lackland inquired whether he might have back some of the land lost to Philip for payment, Philip answered by asking if he did not know anyone else willing to sell land, he himself would rather be more. And at this time Philip was already a man rich in land and power. Clearly, this is not yet a struggle between states or nations. The whole hist of the formation of later monopoly organizations, of nation-states, rema incomprehensible until the special character of this preceding social phase private initiative has been understood. This was a struggle between compet or rival houses which, following a general movement of this society, drove first as small and then as larger and larger units, to expand and strive more possessions. The Battle of Bovines in 1214 provisionally decided the issue. John England and his allies were defeated by Philip Augustus. And as so often is feudal warrior society, defeat in an external battle meant an internal weakening as well. Returning home, John found the barons and clergy in revolt, and their demand was the Magna Carta. Conversely, for Philip Augustus the victory in the foreign war strengthened his power within his dominion. As his father's heir, Philip Augustus took over essentially the small inland district of Paris and Orleans, together with parts of Berry. He added to mention only his major acquisitions: Normandy, then one of the largest and richest territories in the whole realm, the regions of Anjou, Maine, and Touraine. 2. 8. 5. And parts of Poitou and Saintonge, Artois, Valois, Vermandois, the region ends and a large part of the region around Beauvais. The Lord of Paris and S has become the greatest territorial lord in northern France. He Capetian house the richest family in France. His domain had outlets to the sea. In other territories of northern France, in Flanders, Pugny, Burgundy, and Brittany, his influence was increasing in proportion as power. And even in the south he already controlled a not inconsiderable. His Capetian dominion was still anything but an integrated territory. In Anjou and the Orleans region lay the domain of the Count of Blois. In the coastal districts around Saints and, further east, Auvergne, were as scarcely connected to the northern regions. But the latter, the old family aimed together with Normandy and newly conquered areas stretching beyond to the north, already constituted a fairly unified bloc in a purely geographical sense. Even Philip Augustus did not yet have France in our sense in view, and his dominion was not this France. What he aimed at above all was the territorial, military, and economic expansion of his family power and the subjugation of its most dangerous competitors, the Plantagenets. In both these aims he succeeded. On Philip's death the Capetian dominions were roughly 4 times as large as at his accession. The Plantagenets, by contrast, who had lived hitherto more on the continent than on the island and whose administration in England itself was ate up as much of continental Normans and people from their other mainland cessions as of natives of the island, now controlled on the mainland merely art of the former Aquitaine, the area north of the central and western Pyrenees on the coast as far as the Gironde estuary under the name of the Duchy of Guyenne. Apart from that there were a few islands off the coast of Normandy. The balance had shifted against them. Their power had decreased. But thanks to their island dominion it was not broken. After a time the balance on the mainland shifted back in their favor. The outcome of this struggle for hegemony in the former western Frankish area long remained undecided. It appears that Philip Augustus regarded as his chief rivals after the Plantagenets the Counts of Flanders, and that a new power centre had indeed come into existence there is shown by the whole subsequent history of France. Philip is reputed to have once said that either Francia would become Flemish or Flanders French. He certainly did nor lack awareness that in all these conflicts among the lesser territorial houses, what was at issue was supremacy or the loss of independence. But he could still imagine Flanders equally well as Francia as dominating the whole area. 7. Philip Augustus' successors at first held firm to the course that he had set. They sought to consolidate and further extend the enlarged dominion. No sooner was Philip Augustus dead than the barons of Poitou turned back to the 2s6 Plantagenets. Louis VIII, Philip Augustus' son, secured this region a fresh Fayon dominion, as he did Saintonge, Aise, and Languedoc, part of Picardy the county of Perche. Partly in the form of a religious war, the struggle ag. The Albigensian heretics, the Capetian house began to advance south into sphere of the only great territorial lord in that part who could, beside Plantagenets, rival the power of the Capetians, the domain of the Count Toulouse. The next Capetian, Louis IX, the Saint, had once again to protect his rap conglomerate possessions against every kind of internal and external attack. The same time he went on building, uniting parts of Languedoc northeast Pyrenees, the counties of Macon, Clermont, and Morton, and some smaller with his family possessions. Philip III, the Bold, seized the county of Gl between Calais and Saint-Omer, only to lose it 12 years later to the Hay the Count. He acquired through purchase or promise of protection every possession in his vicinity that offered itself, and he prepared the assimilation of Champagne and the great territory of Toulouse into the dominions of his house. There was by now scarcely a single territorial ruler in the whole West Frankish area who could, without allies, stand up to the Capetians, with exception of the Plantagenets. The latter, to be sure, were no less preoccupied than the Capetians with enlarging their sphere of power. On the continent rule had once again extended beyond the Duchy of Guyenne. Across the sea had subdued Wales and were in the process of conquering Scotland. They had possibilities of expansion that did not lead to a direct collision with Capetians. The latter, too, still had scope for expansion in other directions. At same time, under Philip the Fair, their dominion was expanding to the frontier of the Germano-Roman Empire, on one side as far as the Maas, which at time was usually considered as the natural and in remembrance of the period of the Carolingian Empire in 843 the traditional frontier of the West Frankish area. On the other side further south it extended as far as the Rh and the Saône, that is, as far as the regions of Provence, Dauphine, and the Count of Burgundy, which likewise did not belong to the traditional Confederation Western Frankish territories. Through marriage Philip acquired Champagne and Brie with many annexed areas, some of them in the territory of the German Roman Empire itself. From the Count of Flanders he obtained the dominions Lille, Douai, and Bethune, the county of Chartres and the estate of Beaugency took from the Counts of Blois. In addition he acquired the counties of Marche and Angoulême, the ecclesiastical properties of Cahors, Mende, and Puy, and further south the county of Bigorre and the viscountcy of Soule. His three sons, Louis X, Philip V, and Charles IV, died one after the other without leaving a male heir. The family possessions and crown of the Capetian passed to a descendant of a younger son of the house who owned the county of Valois as an appanage. 287. To this point a continuous effort had been made in more or less the same fashion throughout generations, to accumulate land. It must be enough here to arise the results of this effort. Nonetheless, even this summary, even the naming of the many lands which step by step were brought together, gives idea of the perpetual, open, or concealed struggle in which the various princely ses were engaged, and in which one of these houses after another, conquered one more powerful, disappeared. Whether or not one fully realizes the meaning of these names, they give an impression of the strength of the impulse nating from the social situation of the Cape Town house, an impulse which set in the same direction through such widely differing individuals. At the death of Charles IV, the last Cape Town who came to the throne in direct accession, the great French Cape Town dominions, i.e. the complex grouped directly around the Duchy of Francia, extended from Normandy in the west to Ampan in the east and to the river Canche in the north, the Artois region, joining this to the north, had been given away as an appanage to a member of his family. Somewhat further south, separated by the appanaged region of Injo, the county of Poitiers was part of the area directly controlled by the Ferris princes. Still further south the county of Toulouse belonged to them, as did parts of the former Duchy of Aquitaine. All this already constituted a mighty complex of lands, but it was not yet a cohesive region. It still had the typical appearance of a territorial family domain, the individual parts of which were held together less by their reciprocal dependence, or through any division of function, than by the person of the owner, through personal union, and the common administrative center. The separate identity of each region, the special interests and character of each territory, were still very strongly felt. However, their union under one and the same house and partly under the same administration, did remove a whole series of obstacles in the way of fuller integration. It corresponded to the tendency towards an extension of trade relations, the intensification of links beyond the local level, which was already discernible in small parts of the urban population, even though this tendency did not play remotely the same role as a driving force in the union or expansion of princely houses as it played later, in the 19th century, for example, at an entirely different stage in the development of urban bourgeois strata. Here, in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, the struggle for land, the rivalry between an ever smaller number of warrior families, was the primary impulse behind the formation of larger territories. The initiative lay with the few rising warrior families, the princely houses. Under their protection the towns and trade flourished. Both profited from the concentration of power, no doubt they also contributed to it, as will be discussed later. And quite certainly urban strata, once larger regions were united under one rule, played an important part in the consolidation of a territorial union even at this time. Without the help of the human and financial resources flowing to the princes from urban strata and growing commercialism. 288. Neither the expansion nor the governmental organization of these sen would be conceivable. But the significance of towns and commercializati, the integration of larger areas, was still mainly indirect, insofar as the instruments or organs of the princely houses. This integration meant fits foremost the conquest of one warrior house by another, that is, the absorbed one by another, or at least its subjection, its dependence on the victor. Looking at the area from this point of view as it appeared at the beginning of the 14th century at the extinction of the direct Cape Town line, the dip of change is readily perceived. The struggle of lesser and medium warrior for land or more land had certainly not stopped, but these feuds no longer remotely the part they played at the time of Louis VI, not to speak predecessors. At that time the lands were distributed relatively evenly, and many, to be sure, there were differences between possessions which seemed very considerable to contemporaries. But even the possessions, and the power, of the nominal princely houses were so small that a large knightly families in their neighborhood could try their arm with them as riv for land or power. It was left to the private initiative of all these houses to decide how far they participated in this general struggle. Now, in the 14th century, these many warrior houses were no longer individually a force to be reckoned with, at most they carried a certain social weight collectively, estate. But the real initiative now lay with the very few warrior houses that emerged for the time being as victors from the preceding conflicts, and accumulated so much land that all the other houses could no longer challenge them, but act only in dependence on them. To these others, the majority warriors, the possibility of winning new land on their own initiative in competition was by and large foreclosed, and with it the chance of ris independently in society. Every warrior house must at most remain on the run of the social ladder it had reached, unless one or other of its members succeed in moving higher through the favor of one of the great lords, and thus through dependence on him. The number of those who were still able to compete independently for land and power in the western Frankish region had steadily diminished. No independent duke or house of Normandy now existed, and none of Aquitaine assimilation or suppression had overtaken, to mention only the very large as the counties of Champagne, Anjou, and Toulouse. There now existed, beside the House of Francia, only 4 other houses that mattered in this region: the Duchy of Burgundy and Brittany, the County of Flanders, and most powerful of all, the Kings of England, Dukes of Guyenne, and lords of several smaller areas. A warrior society with relatively free competition had become a society where competition was restricted in the manner of a monopoly. And even out of the 5 great houses that still possessed some degree of competitive power, and preserved a certain corresponding independence, 2 houses again rose as the most. 289. Full, the Capetians and their succession, the Kings of France, and the Genets, Kings of England. The confrontation between them must decide ultimately control monopoly power in the western Frankish region, ere the center and the boundaries of the monopoly would lie. V. The resurgence of centrifugal tendencies, the figuration of the competing princes. However, the formation of the monopoly of rule was not accomplished by means as straightforwardly as appears merely from consideration of the cumulation of land. The larger the area became that was gradually united and centralized by the Capetians, the more strongly did a countervailing movement itself felt, and the stronger, once again, grew the tendency towards centralization. This tendency was still represented first and foremost by the pound-st relations and vassals of the monopoly ruler, as in the preceding phase ere the barter economy was more intact, and as in the Carolingian period. But the mode of action of the decentralizing social forces had changed considerably. Phony, crafts and trade now played an appreciably greater role in society than at tea time. Groups who concerned themselves specially with all this, the burghers, had taken on a social importance of their own. Transport had developed. All this feared the ruling organization of a large territory, opportunities that were king earlier. The servants a central ruler sent into the country to administer it supervise his possessions no longer found it so easy to make themselves independent. Moreover, a growing proportion of these helpers of the central ruler came from urban strata. The danger of such burghers developing into rivals of the ruler was incomparably less than before, when he had to take some of his aids from the warrior class, and when even bondsmen that he patronized could rapidly acquire, thanks to the land with which he rewarded their services, the power and social rank of a warrior or noble. However, a particular social category of people still posed a real threat to the cohesion of very large dominions under single rule, even though their power might have diminished and their mode of action changed. Even under the changed social circumstances, they became over and over again the chief exponents of decentralization. These were the closest family members of the ruler, that is, his uncles, his brothers, his sons, or even, though far less so, his sisters or daughters. A dominion and the monopoly of rule within it were not really, at this time, the possession of a single individual, they were very much a family possession, the property of a warrior house. All the closest relations of this house had and 290 asserted a claim to at least parts of this property. This was a claim which of the house was, for a long period, less willing or able to refuse. The law family possessions grew. It was certainly not a legal claim in the late the word. In this society there were hardly more than the rudiments of a all-embracing law to which even the great warrior rulers were subject. There was as yet no all-embracing power that could enforce such a law only in conjunction with the formation of monopolies of rule, with centralization of the ruling functions, that a common legal code was established for large areas. To provide for children was a social obligation that we oft set down in the Catechismes. Undoubtedly it was only the better endowed fa that could adhere to this custom. For just this reason it carried prestige. How could the richest house of the land, the royal house, have escaped prestigious obligation? The territorial possessions of a house continued to be, if in an increasingly restricted sense, what we would call private property. The head of the controlled it in just as unrestricted a fashion, and perhaps even more freely a great landowner controls his property today, or the head of a major family its capital, income, and branches. Just as the landowner can split off one or ot of his estates for the benefit of a younger son or the dowry of a daughter, wit asking its tenants whether their new lord is agreeable to them, just as the h of the firm can withdraw capital for his daughter's dowry or install his so director of a subsidiary, without owing his employees the slightest explanation. In the same way the princes of that earlier phase disposed of villages, to estates, and territories of their realm. And the impulse causing the owner of properties to provide for his sons and daughters is more or less the same in these cases. Quite apart from a ruler's possible preference for one of his young children, to endow them in a fitting manner was necessary for the preservation and public display of the social status of a house, and at least apparently, least in a short-term view it increased the house's chances of gaining power permanence. That this splitting up of possessions and functions of rule for benefit of relations very often precisely endangered the power and permanence the house, is a fact which frequently only entered the consciousness of Princk after long and painful experience. In France Louis XIV was really the first to draw the full and ultimate conclusion from such experience. With implacable severity he kept all family relations, even the heir to the throne, as far as was possible at all far from all ruling functions and independent positions power. 9. At the beginning of this line of development, in that early phase when family possessions of the Capetians were scarcely larger than those of many other warrior families in the land, the danger implicit in any fragmentation of property is immediately obvious. The direct threat from neighboring feudal families seldom abated. This caused each family to hold its people together as 291. T.S. property. No doubt there were quarrels, fights within the household where else. But at the same time, all or at least part of the family constantly to defend or expand the family possessions. The relatively eights of the royal family, like those of all warrior houses, were essentially they lacked any larger social importance and had indeed very much the air of a small family enterprise. The brothers and sons, even the mothers vs. of heads of families had a say in the running of the estate which varied their personal qualities and circumstances. But it hardly occurred to anyone or any significant part from the family possessions and hand it over to a burr of the family. The younger sons might receive a small estate here and, or they might marry into a small property, but we also hear of one or other younger sons of a royal family leading a fairly penurious existence. Is changed completely as the royal house grew rich. Once the Capetians had owned the richest family in the whole territory of indeed the entire country, it impossible to let the younger sons of the house live like petty knights. The ration of the royal house demanded that all its members, even the younger ns and daughters of the king, receive a fitting endowment, that is to say a poundable area over which to rule, and from which they could live. In addition, that the Capetians far surpassed most other families in the country in property and wealth, the danger from severing a portion from their possessions no longer so keenly felt. And so the enlargement of the Capetian dominion is accompanied by the steadily increasing size of the areas passing as appanages. The younger children of the kings. Disintegration set in on a new basis. Louis VI, the Fat, gave his son Robert the not very extensive county of Dreux. Philip Augustus, who brought about the family's first great rise from straitened circumstances, held his hard-won possessions together with a firm hand. The only thing he gave up was a small estate, Saint Riquier, as his sister's dowry. Louis VIII, however, laid down in his will that the counties of Artois, Poitiers, Anjou, and Maine, that is to say, considerable portions of the family possessions, Hof never its heartland, should pass as appanages to his sons. Louis IX gave his sons Alençon, Perchy, and Clermont as appanages. Philip III endowed a younger son with the county of Valois. But Poitiers, Alençon, and Perchy returned to the Capetian possession when their princely owners died without male heirs. In 1285 5 counties, Dreux, Artois, Anjou, Clermont, and Valois, were split off as appanages, and on the death of Charles the Fair in 1528 the number rose to 9. When Philip of Valois inherited the estates and crown of the Capetiens, the appanages of his house, Valois, Anjou, and Maine, were reunited with the larger possessions of the ruling family. The county of Chartres returned to the crown estates with the death of another Valois. Philip himself gained a few new smaller dominions as well, among them Montpellier, which he bought from the king of 9. Majorca. Under him, however, it was above all Dauphine that came Capetian hands. Thereby Capetian expansion took a major step eastwards the traditional frontiers of the Western Frankish Empire, into the Lotharingian region, an expansion that Philip the Fair had begun by the Archbishopric of Lyons and through a closer association with the bishop, Tal and Verdun. The manner in which Dauphine came into the possession of the parulers, however, was less characteristic of the relation between the central and decentralizing forces of this period than of the importance of Dauphine belonged to the Arlesian or Burgundian realm that arose, following the Lotharingian interregnum, east of the Rhone and the Saône. Its last Hubert II, bequeathed or, more exactly, sold his possessions to the Capetia following the death of his only son, on a number of conditions. They include payment of his considerable debts, and also the stipulation that Philip's son, not his eldest, should receive Dauphine. Clearly the Dauphin wished to give his land to someone rich enough to pay the sums he needs. Bequeathing it to the ruler of Francia, he protected it from becoming a bone contention for other neighbors after his death, for the Paris kings were strong enough to defend their acquisitions. And this is certainly not the only example of the attraction which the immense power of the Capetians held for we neighbors. The need for protection of those less strong was one of the factors that furthered the process of centralization and monopolization once I reached a certain level. But at the same time the old ruler whose heir had died clearly wished to prevent his land, Dauphine, from losing its independence entirely on pas into French ownership. This is why he demanded that his domain should be given to the king's second son as appanage. That demand obviously implied expectation that this region should become a ruling house in its own right, so preserve an independent existence. At that time appanaged regions were beginning to develop more and more clearly in that direction. Philip of Valois, however, did not abide by this agreement. He gave Dauphine not to his younger but to his eldest son, John, the heir to the throne, recognition, so his nomination declares, that Dauphine lies on the frontier, tha. A good and strong rule in Dauphine is necessary for the defense and security of the kingdom, and that if we acted otherwise, great danger to the future of kingdom might arise. The danger attending the separation of districts' younger sons was thus fairly clearly perceived at this time. This is attested by large number of pronouncements. But the need for the king to provide fitting for his younger sons persisted. He withheld Dauphine from his younger son for security reasons, but in its place he gave him the Orléans region as a duchy and a number of counties as well. And his eldest son, John the Good, the very man who received Dauphine went a good deal further. Once he was king of the entire region on his death, he spread bounty unstintingly. First he gave away 2 counties, for viscountcies. He endowed his second son Louis with Anjou and Maine. Ingers' son received the county of Poitiers, then Macon. Still larger gifts ved. John the Good came to power in 1350. Under his predecessor, the long tension between the 2 largest powers and mightiest warrior houses in Eastern Frankish region had erupted. In 1337 began the chain of military ices known as the 100 Years' War. To the Plantagenets, the island is, all further expansion on the mainland was blocked. Even their existing inland possessions were under constant threat until they had destroyed Ipician rule and prevented the formation of another leading power on the Tinant. Equally, further expansion by the Parisian rulers was very restricted. Their position permanently threatened until the island dwellers were sublead or at least expelled from the mainland. It was the strict compulsion of ensuing competition which drove these houses and their dependents against one another, and which, since for a long time neither of the antagonists can decisively defeat the other, made the struggle so protracted. To begin with, however, the Paris kings were for a variety of reasons at a disadvantage. John the Good was captured by the English heir, the Prince of Wales, in the Battle of Poitiers in 1356 and sent to England. Immediately the fissions latent in his territory, now ruled as regent by the Dauphin Charles, who was not yet 20 years old, broke out, revolution in Paris, peasant revolts, and Ites plundering the countryside. The English troops, in alliance with another ascendant of the Capetian house, the owner of previously appanaged regions, the King of Navarre, occupied large areas of western France. They even reached the vicinity of Paris. John the Good, to free himself, concluded a treaty with the Landagnettes and their allies, handing over to them the whole mainland area that Richard the Lionheart had last controlled at the end of the 12th century. But the States General of the French dominions, summoned in 1356 by the Dauphin, declared that this treaty should be neither approved nor carried out, and that the only fitting answer was a well-fought war. And this was without doubt a clear expression of how strong interdependence had become within the great dominion of the Capetian heirs, of the autonomy and self-interest of the ruled that would slowly deprive the monarchy of its private monopoly character. At this stage, however, the development was only beginning. The war was begun anew, and the Treaty of Bretigny, by which it was provisionally concluded in 1359, was somewhat more favourable to the Valois than the first concluded by John himself in England. Nevertheless, roughly a quarter of what Philip the Fair had possessed had to be relinquished to the Plantagenets, above all Poitou, Saintonge, Aise, Limousin, Perigord, Courcy, and Bigorre south of the Loire, together with a few other districts making up, with the older English possession Guyenne, the 2. 9. 4. Kingdom of Aquitaine, and further north Calais, the counties of Ponthieu and Montreuil-sur-Mer, in addition, 3 million gulden. Instead of the 4 million demanded by the London Treaty, as ransom, King. But the latter, a worthy and chivalrous man, returned from prison oblivious of the extent of his defeat. His conduct in this situation shows, to what extent he was still the sole authority in control of the territory re to him, which was one day to become France, a state and a nation. He felt his house must now all the more ostentatiously demonstrate its glory. Of inferiority resulting from defeat led him to overemphasize his own PR, and he considered that the dignity and glory of his house could find no expression than by all his sons figuring as dukes at the ratification of the treaty. One of his first acts after his return from prison was therefore to duchies from parts of his dominion as appanages for his sons. His eldest already Duke of Normandy and Dauphin, the next, Louis, he made d'Anjou and Maine, to the next, John, he gave Berry and Auvergne as his and to the youngest, Philip, to Rennes. This was in the year 1360. A year later, in 1361, the young, 15-year-old Duke of Burgundy died. Years previously he had married Margaret, the daughter and sole heir of the G of Flanders, but he died without leaving children. It was a large regio found itself without a ruler on the unexpected death of the young Duke consisted not only of the Duchy of Burgundy proper, but also the Count Boulogne and Auvergne, together with the County of Burgundy, the Franche-Comté and other areas beyond the traditional frontiers of the Western Franc Empire. On grounds of somewhat complex family relationships, John the G claimed this whole estate for himself. There was no one to contest it with, and in 1363 he gave it to his youngest son Philip, whom he particularly Philip fought especially bravely at his side in the Battle of Poitiers, accompanied him to prison. This was to be his appanage in place of Touraine, being mindful, said the king, that we are enjoined by nature to give children enough to allow them to honor the glory of their origin, and that must be especially generous to those who have particularly merited it. Both the fact of these appanages and their motivation show unmistakably how far French territorial power still had the character of a family possession in period, but they also show how this promoted fragmentation. No doubt strong tendencies were already operating in the opposite direction, tendencies restraining the private or dominial character of rule. The groups representing opposed tendencies at the court will be discussed shortly. The personal character and individual fortunes of John the Good no doubt played a part in his particular propensity for richly endowing all the royal sons for the sake of family prestige, but this tendency clearly owed no less to the heightening of competition found expression in the 100 Years' War, and which, after the Cape Tien defeat, gave rise to a particularly insistent demonstration of the wealth of the 2. 9. 5. At any rate, under John a specific tendency of large family possessions was enforced, a tendency which, once their possessions had reached a certain one of the preceding representatives of the Cape Tien house had been able st. Its consequences are clear. Shen John the Good died, the existence and occupancy of the central on, despite the debilitation and the defeat, were in no way in doubt. This indication of how firmly the power of the central ruler was already founded ill functions other than that of army leader. The Dauphin, a physically man, but shrewd and experienced from the trials of his youth, assumed under the name of Charles V. He was head of all the possessions left to the Tiens by the Treaty of Bretigny, including the appanaged ones. But looking at the distribution of power, we can see clearly how, beneath the veil of Ing sovereignty, the centrifugal tendencies had gained renewed strength. Again, a number of territorial formations were emerging within the Tien dominion that aspired more or less obviously to autonomy, and between fish there was rivalry. But what gave this rivalry within the Western Francois its special character was the fact that almost all those involved were descendants of the Cape Tien house itself. With few exceptions, it was appanaged men or their offspring who now faced each other as potential competitors. There are, certainly, other major territorial rulers who were not members of the royal use, or at least not directly. But in the struggle for supremacy they were no longer protagonists of the first order. Among these at the time of John the Good was Charles the Bad, King of Navarre. His father, Philip of Évreux, was a grandson of Philip III, a nephew of Philip the Fair and of Charles of Valois. His mother was a granddaughter of Philip E. Fair, a daughter of Louis X. In addition, he himself was the son-in-law of John he Good. To him belonged, besides the Pyrenean territory of Navarre, a number of previously appanaged regions from the Cape Tien possessions, notably the county of Évreux and parts of the Duchy of Normandy. His possessions thus extended languorously close to Paris itself. Charles the Bad of Navarre was one of the first proponents of this struggle among appanaged family members of the Cape Tien house for supremacy in the western Frankish region, and ultimately for the crown. He was the chief mainland ally of the Plantagenets in the first phase of the 100 Years' War. During this war he was for a time the military commander of Paris, 1358, even the burghers of the city, even Etienne Marcel, was temporarily on his side, and his dream of wresting the crown from the other Cape Tien heir seemed close to realization. To this end his membership of the king's family gave him an impetus, powers, and claims that others lacked. The Plantagenet with whom he allied himself, Edward III, was likewise, though only from the female line of descent, a close relation of the Cape Tiens. He, too, was a grandson of Philip III, a nephew of Philip the Fair and of Charles of 296. Valois, his mother was a daughter of Philip the Fair, a niece of Charles, and he was thus at least as closely related to the Cape Tiens as the French opposing him, John the Good, the grandson of Charles of Valois. Adjoining the mainland territory of the Plantagenets to the north regions that John the Good had given his younger sons, the territories of Duke of Anjou, John, Duke of Berry, and of Philip the Bold, Duke of Ber, together with the land of Louis, Duke of Bourbon. He, the Duke of Beau, was descended from the Cape Tiens through a brother of Philip III, Robert, of Clermont, who married Beatrice, the heiress of Bourbon, his mother Valois, his sister the wife of Charles V, and he himself was thus on his side an uncle of Charles VI, as the Dukes of Anjou, Burgundy, and Berry were the paternal side. These were the main actors in the struggles of the John the Good, Charles V and Charles VI. Apart from the Plantagenets of Bourbons, they were all owners of appanaged parts of the Cape Tien in here who were now for their part struggling to increase their families' power finally to win supremacy. The balance within these tensions first tilted, under Charles V, to the Règne Valois. When he died, his son and successor was only 12 years old, her always, circumstances accidents from the point of view of the development favored certain tendencies already inherent in the structure society. The youth and weakness of the ruling Valois strengthened the century forces that had long been gathering, and released the pent-up pressures. Charles V had absorbed Dauphine once and for all into his family possess. He had recovered the Norman territories of the King of Navarre as well number of other appanaged lands like the Duchy of Orleans and the Count Auxerre. But on his death there were already 7 great feudal lords in the I descended from Saint Louis, Louis IX, and thus from the Capetian house. At time they were called Princes de Fleurs de Lis, and there were now apart fro a number of smaller and medium lords who had long ceased to play independent part in the struggles for power. Only 2 major houses be the Plantagenets whose members were not in direct male line of descent from T. Capetian house, the Dukes of Brittany and the Counts of Flanders. But the Count of Flanders at this time had only one child, a daughter. For her hand and future ownership of Flanders there arose, after the death of the young Duke Burgundy to whom she was originally betrothed, an inevitable conflict between the Plantagenets and the Capetian heirs. After much vacillation the hand of T. heiress of Flanders finally went, with the help of the head of the Valois, Charles V, to the latter's younger brother Philip, who through his father's intervention had already become Duke of Burgundy. The marriages of great feudal lords we arranged from what we would today call a purely business point of view, the sake of expansion and success in the territorial competition. Philip the Bold, thus united, after the death of the Count of Flanders, the latter's possessions with 2, 9, 7, Andy, and of the great older feudal houses on the mainland only the Duchy any remained. This older stratum, however, had now been replaced by a circle of territorial rulers, stemming from offshoots of the Capetian, and these were now driven into conflict by the mechanism of territorial titian. The compulsions which owing to the low degree of integration or of functions in any society with a barter economy, and particularly our society threaten the existence of a monopoly of power and possessions arch regions, tending to disintegrate property and reinforce centrifugalcies, had begun their work anew. Once again there occurred one of those towards disintegration such as had led centuries earlier to the dissolution Carolingian dominions and then to the feudal social order of the 12th century. Once again people to whom the central ruler had given land from his large possessions, tended to make themselves independent and become rivals weakened central house. But the possibility of entering the competition now limited to a few descendants of the original central house, a clear indication of how far the structure of human relations had changed in this time, how far this human network had already become, at least in its agrarian tour, a system with closed opportunities. 11. The rivalry between the most powerful princes de Fleurs de Lis erupted immediately after the death of Charles V in the struggle for the regency and guardianship of the heir to the throne, who was still a minor. Charles V had appointed his brother Louis, Duke of Anjou, as regent, his brother Philip, Duke Burgundy, and his brother-in-law Louis, Duke of Bourbon, as guardians of his own. This was clearly the only thing he could do to prevent power passing entirely into the hands of a single man. But it was precisely complete power that Louis of Anjou, and Philip as well, were really pursuing. They wished to unite guardianship and regency. And the conflicts between the rival members of the royal house filled the whole reign of Charles VI, who possessed little power of decision and finally succumbed to a kind of madness. The leading figures in the struggle for supremacy among the king's relations changed from time to time. The place of Louis of Anjou as the strongest rival of the Burgundian duke, for example, was taken at a certain stage in the struggle by the younger brother of Charles VI, Louis, who ruled the Duchy of Orleans as his appanage. But no matter how the persons changed, the network of compulsions impelling them remained the same. Again and again 2 or 3 people within this, by now, very small circle of competitors came face to face, none of them prepared or able on pain of annihilation to allow any of the others to become stronger than himself. These conflicts between relations of the king, however, necessarily became intertwined with the larger conflict of the time, which was still very far from being decided, the struggle with the Plantagenets, whose offshoots likewise became embroiled in similar rivalries by reason of analogous mechanisms. 298. The situation of these members of the royal house must be visualized, ai life they were second or third. Their feelings told them often enough might be better and stronger monarchs than the man who happened to be legitimate heir to the crown and the main possessions. Between them and goal often stood only one person, or only two or three. And there is no law, examples in history of two or more such people dying in quick success, opening the way to power to the next in line. But even then, there would be hard struggles with their rivals. In this situation the less powerful man ever attained the throne if he belonged to only a secondary line of the though he might have the best claim. There were nearly always others contested his claim, their claim might be worse but they would win if they, stronger. So those next in line to the throne, who already ruled Apamag territories of various sizes, were preoccupied with creating and extending basis of support, increasing their possessions, their income, their power. If had no direct access to the throne, their rule should be at least no lesser mighty and ostentatious than that of their rivals, if possible outshining even kings, who after all was no more than the greatest among all the rivals. Competitors. This was the situation and attitude of the closest relations of the weak Charles VI, his uncles not all, but some of them and also his brother. And now certain changes, with ever diminishing chances for the second and third in this attitude, this situation, these tensions around the throne were transmitted through individuals of the most diverse talents, down to the time when, Henry of Navarre, a relatively small territorial ruler for the last time became King of France, and as we have said, traces of these tendencies are to be found right up to the time of Louis XIV. The strongest contestant among the princes de Fleurs de Lis was Philip Bold, the youngest son of John the Good. To begin with he had only the Duke of Burgundy as his appanage. Then he united with it primarily through marriage the counties of Flanders, the Artois region, the county of Nevers, the barony of Donsey. His second son Antoine, Duke of Brabant and Lord Antwerp, became by marriage Duke of Luxembourg. His son married the heir of Hainaut. These were the first steps of the Burgundian lords towards expansio in their own right, towards the foundation of a secure realm lying at least in part outside the sphere of the Paris kings, in the territory of present-day Holland. A similar course of action was adopted by Charles VI's brother, Louis, strongest rival of Philip the Bold in the struggle for supremacy in France. But built on their own family power with considerable haste and determination, Louis first received as appanage the Duchy of Orleans, which under Charles V, after the death of his uncle, Philip V of Orleans, had been reunited with the Croix possessions. Then Louis obtained 3 or 4 counties and large estates in Champagne. 299. Further acquired by purchase with the aid of a large dowry from his wife Tina Visconti several counties including that of Blois. Finally, through his he owned the county of Asti in Italian territory, and he had the reversion number of other Italian territories. The Burgundian expanded in the direction of Holland, Orleans into Italy. Within the former Western Frankish Italy itself, relations of ownership had been consolidated. The major parts of region belonged either to the London or to the Paris kings, and between them even a Prince de Fleurs de Lis could only assert himself, only compete one or other for supremacy, if he managed in one direction or another to ID up a large domestic power of his own. As the earlier elimination struggles thinned the large area of post-Carolingian feudality had done previously, so now analogous tensions impelled members of the far narrower circle of the great Parian territorial lords to expand their land, to crave incessantly for more cessions. But as means to expansion, marriage, inheritance, and purchase now eyed at least as important a part as war and feud. It was not only the Habsburgs who married into greatness. Since relatively large property units with correspondingly great military potential had by now formed in this society. Individuals, and individual warrior houses who wanted to rise at this stage, Could HLY hope to survive a military confrontation if they had already gained control WER territorial possessions which made them militarily competitive? And this too shows, therefore, how sharply the possibilities of competing in the sphere of a major territorial ownership had diminished in this phase, and how the structure of tensions between people necessarily gave rise to the formation of monopolies of rule in regions above a certain order of size. The Franco-English area at this time was still an interdependent territorial system. Every change in social power to the advantage or disadvantage of one of the rival houses, sooner or later affected the others and thus the equilibrium of the whole system. At any given time one can say with considerable accuracy where the central and where the less central tensions lie, the balance of power and its dynamics, its developmental curve, can be traced fairly precisely. And thus the 100 Years' War is to be considered not only as the war games of a few ambitious individual princes, although it was that too, but as one of the inevitable discharges of tension within a tension-laden society consisting of territorial possessions of a certain size, as the competitive struggles between rival houses within an interdependent system of dominions with a very unstable equilibrium. The houses of Paris and London, gradually represented by two offshoots Valois and Lancaster of the earlier royal houses, were, through the size of their possessions and military potential, the two main rivals. Sometimes the aspirations at least of the London rulers, occasionally even those in Paris, went as far as the wish to unite the whole western Frankish area, the mainland. 300. Stage of social development, were the resistances to the military conquest above all the subsequent internal cohesion, of so large and disparate a tour under the same rule and the same governmental machinery. The question raised whether, at this stage of social development, the creation of a sen monopoly and the permanent integration of mainland and island territory under London rule would have been possible even if the Valois had completely defeated by the island kings and their allies. However, that it was at any rate the houses of Paris and London that primarily compet supremacy in the same area, and all the other competitive tensions with the area, above all those between the different branches of the Paris house, crystallized about this main tension of the whole territorial system. Burgundian Valois, for example, were sometimes on one side of the CE struggle, sometimes on the other. But the growth of the division of functions, and of interdependence by the local level, not only brought the different units of the enlarged West Frankish territorial society closer together as friend and foe. Less obviously, unmistakably nevertheless, interdependencies and shifts in the territorial balance began at this time to be discernible over the larger area of Western Europe as whole. The Franco-English territorial society gradually became, in the course this growing integration, more and more a partial system within the encompassing European one. In the 100 Years' War this growing interdependence within larger areas, which doubtless was never entirely absent, manifested its clearly. German and Italian princes were already throwing their interests and power into the scales in the struggle within the Anglo-French sector, even though as yet they played only a peripheral role. This is the first sign of what to show itself much more fully a few centuries later in the 30 Years' War. The European continent as a whole began to become an interdependent system, countries with its own dynamic equilibrium, within which each shift of power directly or indirectly involved every unit, every country. A few further century on, in the 1914-18 war, the First World War as it has been called, we can early signs of how tensions and shifts of balance within the same ever-advancing process of integration now affected units over a far wider area, countries in distant parts of the world. The nature and stages of the monopolization towards which the tensions of this worldwide interweaving are moving, like the possible outcome, the larger units of rule that may arise out of these struggles, all this appears only vaguely to us, if it has even risen above the horizon of OU consciousness at all. But it was scarcely different with the territorial houses and groups of people enmeshed in the 100 Years' War. There, too, each unit felt 30. He direct threat that the size or expansion of others meant for it, for the units that slowly came into being in these struggles, France and England echo them, were scarcely more present in the consciousness of those forming than Europe as a political unit is for us. How the individual tensions between rival groups and houses were resolved, the balance between the main protagonists, the English Lancasters, the Valois and the Burgundian Valois, tilted first this way and then that, how English seized a yet larger portion of French land and even the French agship, and how finally, through the appearance of Joan of Arc, all the forces supporting the French Valois gathered themselves in successful resistance and hight back the weak king first to Reims for his coronation and then as victor. Paris accounts of all this are readily available elsewhere. What was decided in this way was the question of whether London and the Glo-Norman island, or Paris, and the dominion of the rulers of Francia, were to come the center of crystallization of the former Western Frankish region. The UE was decided in favor of Paris. London's rule was confined to the island. The 100 Years' War accelerated and made irreversible the breach between the mainland territory, that really only now became La France, that is, the domain of the rulers of Francia, and the overseas region that previously was nothing but a colonial territory of mainland rulers. The first consequence of this was thus a disintegration. The islanders, the descendants of the continental enquireurs and the natives, had become a separate society going their own way, forming their own specific institutions of government, and developing their mixed language into a specific entity of a new kind. Neither of the contending rivals had succeeded in gaining and keeping control of the whole area. The French kings and their people had finally lost their claim to the island realm, the English kings' attempt to defeat their Paris rivals and recolonize the mainland had failed. If the people of the island needed new land, new areas to colonize, new markets, they must from now on seek them further afield. The English kings were eliminated from the mainland's struggles for the French crown. It is a process not unlike that which, centuries later, in the community of German territorial states, ended with the victory of Prussia over Austria. In both cases, as a result of a disintegration, integration was confined to a smaller area and thus made very much easier. But through the repulsion of the English from the mainland, the elimination of the English kings from the struggle for supremacy there, the tension and balance within this area were altered. As long as the London and Paris kings roughly balanced each other, and as long as the contest between them constituted the main axis of tension, rivalries between the various territorial rulers on the mainland had only secondary importance. They could have considerable influence. 302. Hints on whether the main struggle was decided in favor of the Paris-London rulers, but they could not directly cause any of the other competitors take first place. Now, with the departure of the English, the competition between the mainland territorial rulers, above all the rivalry between different branches Captain House itself, became the dominant tension. The outcome 100 Years' War did not decide, or at any rate not finally, by which branches and within which frontiers the integration of the mainland territory the former Western Frankish regions was to be accomplished. In this therefore, the struggles continued. In the last years of Charles VII there were, besides the Paris house, 8 other large houses which could pit their weight in the decisive struggle for supremacy. They were the houses of Anjou, Alençon, Armagnac, Burgundy, Brittany, Dreux and Foy. Each of these houses was itself represented by several branches. The mightiest was the House of Burgundy, based on Burgundy and Flanders as the core of its family power, was war with great tenacity and single-mindedness to establish a major dominion, rel to the earlier Lotharingia, between the Empire and France. The rivalry between Burgundy and the Paris kings now formed the main axis of the system of foot territories from which, with the latter's victory, France was finally to aim. But to begin with, the houses of Bourbon and Brittany were also power of major importance. With the exception of the latter, the ducal house of Brittany, the Membe, all the houses named were descendants and relations of people apanaged by Captain House, and therefore its offshoots. Seigneurial, post-Carolingian feu. Ity has contracted, as one writer has put it, to a princely, a capite feudality. From the conflicts of the many great and small warrior houses of Western Frankish region, a single house had emerged victorious. The region had now become, by and large, the monopoly of descendants of the Capetians. But in the course of generations the family and its accumulated territorial possessions had again become dispersed, and now the different branches of T family were struggling for supremacy. Monopoly formation does not happen quite such a straight line as appears at first sight. What we have before us here in the period following the 100 Years' War is not yet a complete concentration or centralization of power in one place and in one pair of hand, but a stage on the way to absolute monopoly. A state of highly restricted competition had been established. For all those who did not belong to a particular family, the chance of acquiring and owning a major dominion, or enlarging their existing one, and thus taking part in further elimination struggles, had become extremely small. 3. 6. Last stages of the free competitive struggle. And establishment of the final monopoly of the victor. What here gave the monopolizing process its special character, and what observers, particularly those of the 20th century, of course, must bear in looking back, is the fact that social functions which have become aided in recent times were still more or less undifferentiated in that earlier. It has already been stressed that the social role of the great feudal lord, or c.e., the function of being the richest man, the owner of the largest means of luxury in his region, was at first completely indistinguishable from that of being the owner of military power and jurisdiction. Functions today represented different people and groups of people connected through the division of a boer, e.g. the functions of great landowner and of head of government, formed inseparably bound together, a kind of private property. This is partly explained by the fact that in this society, which still had a primarily if diminishingly barter-based economy, land was the most important means of production, whereas in later society it has been supplanted in this role by money, incarnation of the division of functions. It is explained no less, however, by the fact that in the later phase the key to all monopoly power, the monopoly of military violence, is a firmly established social institution extending over large areas, whereas in the preceding stage it only slowly developed through centuries of struggle, first of all in the form of a private, family monopoly. We are accustomed to distinguish two spheres, economics and politics, and two kinds of social function, economic and political ones. By economic we mean the whole network of activities and institutions serving the creation and acquisition of means of consumption and production. But we also take it for granted, in thinking of economics, that the production and, above all, the acquisition of these means normally takes place without threat or use of physical or military violence. Nothing is less self-evident. For all warrior societies with a barter economy, and not only for them, the sword is a frequent and indispensable instrument for acquiring means of production, and the threat of violence an indispensable means of production. Only when the division of functions is very far advanced, only when, as the result of long struggles, a specialized monopoly administration has formed that exercises the functions of rule as its social property, only when a centralized and public monopoly of force exists over large areas, can competition for means of consumption and production take its course largely without the intervention of physical violence, and only then do the kind of economy and the kind of struggle exist that we are 304. Accustomed to designate by the terms economy and competition in specific sense. The competitive relationship itself is a far more general and all-encompassing social fact than appears when the concept of competition is restricted. Economic structures, usually those of the 19th and 20th century. Situation of competition arises whenever a number of people strive for same opportunities, when demand exceeds the possibilities of satisfaction, whether these possibilities are controlled by monopolists or not. The par kind of competition that has been discussed here, so-called free competition, characterized by the fact that demand is directed at opportunities and controlled by anyone who does not himself belong to the circle of comp. Such a phase of free competition occurs in the history of many societies, all. A free competitive struggle thus arises also, for example, when land military opportunities are so evenly distributed among several interdependent parties that none of them has clearly the best chance, the greatest social it arises, therefore, in that phase in the relationship between feudal W houses or between states, when none of the parties has clearly outgrown its RI and when no organized, centralized monopoly of power exists. Likewise, a competitive struggle arises when the financial opportunities of many interdependent people are fairly evenly distributed. In both cases, the struggle intensified with the growth of population and demand, unless the opportunity grow at the same rate. The course taken by these free competitive struggles, moreover, is relative unaffected by the fact that, in one case, they are brought about by the threat use of physical violence and, in the other, only by the threat of social decline through loss of economic independence, financial ruin, or material distress. In struggles of the feudal warrior houses, the two forms of violence that distinguish as physical/military and economic force, acted together more or one as one. These feudal conflicts have, indeed, a functional analogy within mod society both in free economic competition, such as the struggles of a number of firms for supremacy in the same commercial field, and in the struggles of state for predominance within a particular territorial system, conflicts that are resolved by physical violence. In all these cases what manifests itself as struggles within the sphere not yet monopolized is only one layer of the continuous, general competition for limited opportunities pervading the whole of society. The opportunities open to those engaged in free competition, that is, competition free of monopoly, themselves constitute an unorganized monopoly from which all others are excluded who are unable to compete because they have far smaller resources. These others are thus, directly or indirectly dependent on the free competitors, and are engaged among themselves in an unfree competition for their limited opportunities. The pressure exerted within the relatively independent section stands in the closest 3.0. 5. Onal relationship to that exerted on all sides by those already dependent on polarized opportunities. Feudal as in modern times, free competition for chances not yet centrally sized and monopolized, tends through all its ramifications towards the gation and elimination of an ever-increasing number of rivals, who are ed as social units or fall into dependence, towards the accumulation of abilities in the hands of an ever-diminishing number of rivals, towards nation and finally monopoly. Again, the social event of monopolization is confined to the processes which normally come to mind today when monopolies are mentioned. The accumulation of possibilities that can be earned into cerns of money, or at least expressed as such, represents only one oracle shift among many others in the process of monopolization. Function similar processes, that is, tendencies towards an overall structure of human relationships in which individuals or groups can, by direct or indirect threat of violence, restrict and control the access of others to certain contested civilities. Such processes occur in a variety of forms at very different points human history. In the struggles in both these periods, the actual social existence of all the participants is at stake. That is the compulsion behind these struggles. That is what makes such struggles, and their outcome, so inescapable wherever the basic situation of free competition arises. Once a society has embarked on a movement of this kind, each social unit in the sphere not yet monopolized, whether these units are knightly families, economic enterprises, territories, or states, is always confronted by the same choice. Either they can be conquered whether they choose to struggle or not. In extreme cases this means imprisonment, violent death, or material distress. Perhaps starvation. In the mildest cases it means social decline, loss of independence, absorption by a larger social complex, and thereby the destruction of what gave their lives meaning, value and continuity, even if these things appear to their contemporaries, or to those coming after them, as contrary to their own meaning, social existence, and continuity, and thus as entirely deserving of destruction. Or they may repel and conquer their nearest rivals. Then their life, their social existence, their striving attains fulfillment, they seize the contested opportunities. The mere preservation of social existence demands, in the situation of free competition, this constant enlargement. Whoever does not rise, falls back. Victory, therefore, means in the first place whether this is intended or not dominance over one's closest rivals and their reduction to a position of dependence. The gain of one is here necessarily the other's loss, whether in terms of land, military capacity, money, or any other resource of social power. But beyond this, victory sooner or later means confrontation and conflict with the rival of the new size. Once again the situation enforces the expansion of one, and the 306 of meaning, in the direction of a new social order, a monopoly order that the participants has really intended or foreseen, and which replaces free co-option by competition subject to monopoly. And it is only the formation of monopolies that finally makes it possible to regulate the distributive opportunities and thus the conflicts themselves in the interest of the SII functioning collaboration into which people are, for better or worse, bound each other. Alternatives of this kind confronted the warrior families of medieval S2. And the resistance of the great feudal lords, and finally of Capetian princely feudality, to the increase of royal power is to be understood in this: the king in Paris was, both in fact and in the minds of the other Terret rulers, one of themselves, not more. He was a rival, and from a certain time on most powerful, most threatening rival. If he won, their existence, social physical, was destroyed. They lost what in their eyes gave their life meaning, splendor, their independent rule, the control of their family possessions, honor, their rank, their social standing was at worst annihilated, at top diminished. If they won, centralization, domination, monopoly, the state. For a time obstructed, Burgundy, Anjou, Brittany, and so on, remained for time being more or less independent dominions. This may appear sensible to some contemporaries, above all the royal officials, and even to us in retros, for by virtue of our different state of social integration we tend not to ident with such limited geographical units. For them, the rulers of Burgundy, Brittany, and a large number of their dependents, however, it was extreme worthwhile to prevent the formation of an overmighty central government Paris, for this meant their downfall as independent social units. But if they win, sooner or later the victors confront each other as rivals, and the ensuing tensions and conflicts cannot end until once again a clearly superior power has emerged. Just as in the capitalist society of the 19th and above all, 20th century, the general impulsion towards economic monopolization shows itself clearly regardless of which particular competitor triumphs and outgrows the others, just as concurrently, an analogous tendency towards the clearer domination that precedes each monopolization, each larger integration, is becoming ever more apparent in the contest states, first of all in Europe. In the same way the struggles between medieval Ueri houses and later the great feudal and territorial rulers, show a general impulsion toward monopoly formation. The only difference is that, there, the process took place in a sphere in which land ownership and rule formed an inseparable unity, whereas later with the increasing use of money it has taken on the combined form of 7. Ization of taxes and of control of all the instruments that serve physical gation. It was in an intermediate period between these two stages that, in the half of the 15th century, following the death of Charles VII, the between the French branch of the Valois, the Burgundian branch, together the remainder of Capetian feudality, and the last representative of the great Apician feudality, the Duke of Brittany, came to a head. Once again the feudal forces gathered themselves for a common assault on the Parisian Louis XI, whose wealth and power were now particularly dangerous to all, following the elimination of his chief opponent hitherto, the King of Gland. As the center of gravity inclined ever more threateningly towards the ruling complex, the Burgundian Valois, Charles the Bold, once stated clearly what most of the king's competitors must have felt and desired in the face of this threat to their social existence: instead of one king I wish we had. Louis XI himself by no means identified with his royal task from the first. On the contrary, as crown prince he acted very much in the same way and in the same spirit as the other great Capetian feudal lords who were working for the integration of the French territorial complex, and he lived for a time at the ear of the strongest rival of the Paris monarchy, the Duke of Burgundy. This certainly bound up with facts that may be called personal, above all with the peculiar hatred existing between Louis and his father. But it is also further evidence of the specific individualization of the richest house in the land, which its turn is bound up with the appanaging of each and every prince. Whatever the earlier causes of Louis's hatred for his father may have been, the control of a territory of his own united his feelings and actions in a common front with his father's other rivals. Even after his accession to the throne, he first thought of avenging himself on those who had been hostile to him as Dauphin, including many loyal servants of the monarchy, and of rewarding those who has showed friendship for him then, including many opponents of the monarchy. Power was still, to a considerable extent, private property dependent on the personal inclinations of the ruler. But it also had, like any very large possession, a very strict regularity of its own that its wielder could not contravene without destroying it. Very soon the enemies of the monarchy became the enemies of Louis, those supporting the monarchy became his friends and servants. His personal ambitions became one with the traditional ambitions of the central ruler in Paris, and his personal qualities, his curiosity, his almost pathological desire to penetrate all the secrets around him, his cunning, the undeviating violence of his hatred and of his affection, even the naive and intense piety that caused him to woo saints, and especially the patron saints of his enemies, with gifts, as if they were venal human beings. All this now unfolded in the direction in which he was impelled by his social position as ruler of the French territorial. 308. Demanded his main opponents. The struggle thus confronting Louis XI was by no means an easy one. Times the Paris government seemed on the verge of collapse. But at the end reigned partly through the power which his great possessions put at his partly through the skill with which he wielded it, and partly through a fy of accidents that came to his aid. His rivals were more or less definitively in 1476 Charles the Bold of Burgundy was defeated at Granson, and Mert the Swiss, whom Louis had incited to oppose him. In 1477 Charles was killed while attempting to conquer Nancy. Thus the chief rival of the French val among the competing Capetiennes, and, after the elimination of the Eng, their strongest rival of all, was himself eliminated from the conflict between Western Frankish territorial lords. Charles the Bold left an only daughter. For her hand and inheritance Louis competed with the power which was gradually emerging in the larger European context as the main rival of Parisian monarchy, the House of Habsburg. As the elimination contests with the Western Frankish area drew to an end with the predominance and mono of a single house, rivalry between this victorious house, which now began become the center of the whole country, and powers of a similar magnitude outside the country, moved into the foreground. In the competition for Burgundy the Habsburgs won their first victory. With the hand of Maria, Emilian gained a large part of the Burgundian inheritance. This situation that fed the rivalry between the Habsburgs and the Paris kings more than 2 centuries. However, the Duchy of Burgundy itself, and further direct annexations from Burgundian lands, returned to the crown Esta of the Valois. The parts of the Burgundian inheritance that were particular needed to round off French territory were incorporated in it. There were now only 4 houses left within the Western Frankish region that controlled territories of any significance. The most powerful, or, more exactly, the most important and traditionally most independent, was the House of Brittany, but none of these houses could now match the social power of Paris. The French king's rule had now grown beyond the reach of competition from neighboring territorial rulers. He took up a monopoly position among them. Sooner or later, by creative violence or accident, they had all become dependent on him and lost their autonomy. Oh! It was if one will fortuitous that towards the end of the 15th century a Duke of Brittany left an only daughter on his death, as the Duke of Burgundy had done before him. The conflict which this accident unleashed shows very exactly the existing constellation of forces. Of the remaining territorial rulers of the old Western Frankish area, none was now strong enough to contest the Breton. 309. Tance with the Paris ruler. As with the Burgundian inheritance, the rival his also came from outside. Here, too, the question was whether a Habsburg Louis should take Brittany by marriage, whether Charles VIII, the young Louis XI, or Maximilian of Habsburg, the Holy Roman Emperor and Lord Gundy, whose hand had again become free through the death of the Endian heiress. As in the case of Burgundy, the Habsburg again succeeded reing the young Anne of Brittany, at least provisionally. But after much tension finally decided by the opinion of the Breton estates, the heiresses went after all to Charles of France. The Habsburgs protested, there was war between the rivals, and finally a compromise, the Franche-Comté, which lay side French territory and did not belong to the traditional Western Frankish of lands, was ceded to the Habsburgs. In exchange Maximilian agonized Charles VIII's acquisition of Brittany. And when Charles VIII died childless, his successor, Louis XII, of Valois from the Orleans branch, promptly had his existing marriage annulled by the Pope and married the 20-year-old widow of his predecessor, in order to preserve her inheritance, Brittany, for the crown estates which had now become his. When this marriage produced daughters, the king married his eldest, who would receive Brittany as heiress to her mother, to the heir apparent to the throne, the nearest living descendant of the family, Count Francis of Angoulême. The danger that this important territory might fall into the hands of a rival, above all a Habsburg, led to the same course of action. And so, under the pressure of the competitive mechanism, the last territory in the Western Frankish region that had preserved its autonomy throughout all the elimination struggles, was slowly integrated into the dominion of the Paris king. At first, when the heir to the peonage of Angoulême became king under the name of Francis I, Brittany retained a certain autonomy. The independent-mindedness of its estates remained very much alive, but the military power of a single territory was now too small to withstand the great dominions now surrounding it. In 1532 the incorporation of Brittany into the French domain was institutionally confirmed. Only the Duchy of Alençon, the counties of Nevers and Vendôme, and the dominions of Bourbon and Albret now remained in the former Western Frankish region as independent territories, that is, areas not belonging either to the Paris kings or like Flanders and Artois to the Habsburgs. Even though some of their rulers, such as the Lord of Albret or the House of Bourbon, may still have worked as best they could to enlarge their dominions, and might still dream of royal crowns, their regions were really no more than enclaves within the dominions of the French kings. The wearers of the crown were now entirely beyond the competition of these other territorial lords. The houses that once existed here had lapsed into dependence or disappeared. Within the former Western Frankish region the Paris kings were now finally without rivals. From now on their position took on more and more clearly the character of an absolute. 310. Monopoly. But outside the Western Frankish region similar processes taking place, even though the monopoly process and the elimination had nowhere advanced to the point they had reached in France. All the Habsburgs, too, had now assembled family possessions which, in militia financial potential, far surpassed most of the other dominions on the EU mainland. What earlier revealed itself through the Burgundian and B successions now emerged, from the beginning of the 16th century more and more clearly, the House of the Habsburg emperors and the House French kings, represented at this stage by Charles V and Francis I, now face to face as rivals on a new scale. Both held, to slightly varying monopoly power over a very large area. They were competing for opport and supremacy within a large sphere which as yet had no monopoly rule, were thus in a situation of free competition. And accordingly, the between them now became, for a long period, a main axis within evolving European system of tensions. 14 in size, the French dominion was considerably smaller than that of Habsburgs. But it was far more centralized and, above all, self-contained, be protected militarily by natural frontiers. Its western boundaries were Channel and the Atlantic. The whole coastal area as far down as Navarre was in the hands of the French kings. The southern boundary was the Mediterranean. Here too the whole coast with the exception of Roussillon and the Cerdagne belonged to the French rulers. To the east the Rhône formed the frontier. The county of Nice and the Duchy of Savoy, For the time being the frontier projected beyond the Rhône as far as the Alps only in Dauphine and proved north of this, opposite the Franche-Comté, the Rhône and the Saône canton to form the frontier of the kingdom, in its middle and lower parts the Saône. Somewhat overstepped. In the north and northeast the frontiers fell further show of those of present-day France, only by taking possession of the archbishoprics. Metz, Thal, and Verdun did the kingdom approach the Rhine, but these were at the time being enclaves, outposts within the German Empire. The frontier it lay only slightly to the west of Verdun and further north, roughly in the region of Sedan, like the Franche-Comté, Flanders and Artois belonged to the Habsburgs. One of the first issues to be decided in the struggle for suprema against them was how far the frontier would move in this area. For a considerable period French rule was contained within these limits. Only in the years between 1610 and 1659 were the Artois region, together with the area between France and the three archbishoprics and a new enclave within the Empire Upper and Lower Alsace, assimilar to France, only now did France approach the Rhine. A great part of the territory forming France today had now been assembled under a single rule. All that was in question was the extent of this unit's possible expansion, the question whether and where it would finally find natural, i.e. easily defensible, frontiers within the European system of tensions. State formation and civilization 311. 1. Looking back from within a state, a society with a stable and sized monopoly of physical violence, a Frenchman living in France or in Germany, is apt to take for granted the existence of this monopoly of and the unification of areas of this size and kind, as something natural to regard them as something consciously planned, and consequently, to observe and evaluate the particular actions which led up to them in of their direct use to an order that seems to him self-evident and self-effing. He is inclined to be less concerned with the actual dilemmas and cities out of which groups and persons acted formerly, less with their direct wishes and interests, than with the question whether this or that was good for the thing with which he identifies. And, just as if the actors of the past had before their eyes a prophetic vision of that future which is to him so evident and, perhaps, so emphatically affirmed, he praises or condemns these, awards them marks according to whether their actions did or did not lead to the desired result. But through such censures, through such expressions of personal satisfaction, rough this subjectivistic or partisan view of the past, we usually block our oasis to the elementary formative regularities and mechanisms, to the real functional history and sociogenesis of historical formations. These formations ways develop in the struggle between opposed or, more exactly, in the aliation of ambivalent interests. What finally meets its end in such conflicts or ridges into new formations, as the princely dominions merged into the royal elias and royal power into the bourgeois state, is no less indispensable to these formations than the victorious opponent. Without violent actions, without motive forces of free competition, there would be no monopoly of force, and thus no pacification, no suppression and control of violence over large areas. The convolutions of the movement leading to the integration of ever larger regions around the Duchy of Francia as the center of crystallization, illustrate how much the final integration of the Western Frankish area was the outcome of a series of elimination contests in a compelling process of interweavings, and how little it resulted from a prophetic vision or a rigorous plan to which all the individual parties adhered. Unquestionably, Henry Hauser once said, there is always something slightly artificial in placing oneself in an a posteriori position and looking at history from back to front, as if the administrative monarchy and the centralized France of Henry II had been destined since the beginning of time to be born and to live within determined limits. Only if we are transported for a moment into the landscape of the past, and see the struggles between the many warrior houses, their vital necessities, their immediate goals, only if, in a word, we have the full precariousness of their struggles and their social existence before our eyes, can we understand how 3. 1. 2. Probable was the formation of a monopoly within this area, but how uncertain, center and its boundaries. To some extent the same is true of the French kings and their represent as was once said of the American pioneer, he didn't want all the land, wanted the land next to his. Oh. This simple and precise formulation expresses very well how, through interweaving of countless individual interests and intentions, whether in the same direction or in divergent and hostile directions, something into being that was planned and intended by none of these individuals, emerged nevertheless from their intentions and actions. And really this whole secret of social figurations, their compelling dynamics, their struct regularities, their process character and their development, this is the SEC sociogenesis and of relational dynamics. Asterisk. The representatives of the French monarchy no doubt possessed, by virtue their more central position in the later phases of the movement, rather law intentions and radii of action within the process of integration than the American pioneers. But they, too, saw distinctly only the next few steps and next piece of land that they had to obtain to prevent it going to another, and prevent a troublesome neighbor or rival from growing stronger than themselves. And if some among them did harbor an image of a larger realm, this image for a long period rather the shadow of past monopolies, a reflection of Carolingian and Western Frankish monarchies, more a product of memory than prophecy or a new concept of the future. Here, as always, from the tangle innumerable individual interests, plans and actions, a single develop emerged, a regularity governing the totality of these entangled people intended by none of them, and giving rise to a formation that none of the act had really planned, a state, France. For this very reason the understanding of formation of this kind requires a breakthrough to a still little known level of reality, to the level of the immanent regularities of social relationships, the fiel of relational dynamics. 7. The power balance within the unit of rule, its significance for the central authority, the formation of the royal mechanism. 15. Two main phases have been distinguished in the development of monopolies, the phase of free competition rending to the formation of private monopolies, and the gradual transformation of private into public monopolies. But on closer consideration this movement does not consist of a simple 313 ion of tendencies. Even though the societalization or collectivization monopolies in the course of such change only reaches its full extent and gest dominant at a late stage, the structures leading up to it were already anti and active in the phase in which, through numerous struggles, the power poly slowly emerged in the form of a private possession. Certainly the French Revolution, for example, represents a massive step on the opening up of the monopoly of taxation and physical force in France. These monopolies did indeed pass into the power, or at least the usually secured control, of broad social classes. The central ruler, whatever she may bear, and all those exercising monopoly power, became more vocally than before functionaries among others within the whole web of eddy based on the division of functions. Their functional dependence on the representatives of other social functions has become so great that it is clearly expressed in the organization of society. However, this functional dependence of monopolies and their incumbence on other functions of society was already essent in the preceding phases. It was merely less developed, and for this reason not expressed in a direct and unconcealed way in the organization and institutional structure of society. And for this reason the power of the monopoly ruler had at first more or less the character of a private possession. 16. As noted above, tendencies towards a kind of societalization or collectivization of the monopoly of a single family show themselves under certain conditions, namely, when the area it controls or its possessions begin to grow very large even in societies with a barter economy. What we call feudalism, what was described above as the work of centrifugal forces, is no more than an expression of such tendencies. They indicate that the functional dependence of a sword on his servants or subjects, that is, on broader strata, is increasing. They lead to the transfer of control of land and military power from the hands of a single warrior family and its head, first to the hierarchy of its closest servants and relations, and then in some cases to the whole warrior society. It has already been pointed out that in feudal society the societalization or collectivization, as a result of the peculiarities of land ownership and the instruments of violence, means a dissolution of the centralized, even if only loosely centralized, monopoly. It leads to the transformation of a single large monopoly possession into a number of smaller ones, and so to a decentralized and less organized form of monopoly. As long as land ownership remains the dominant form of ownership, new shifts in this or that direction can take place: the establishment of supremacy within free competition, the assembly of large areas of land and masses of warriors under a single central lord, waves of decentralization under his successors, new struggles in different strata of their servants, their relations, or their subjects, new attempts to gain supremacy. And this whole ebb and flow of centralization and decentralization can sometimes dash depending on geographical or climatic factors, on particular economic forms, on the kind of animals and 3. 1. 4. Plants on which the life of people depends, and always in conjunction with traditional structure of organized religion. All this can lead to a complex of social deposits from the various shifts. The history of other, non-Euro feudal societies everywhere follows the same pattern in this respect. But how much this kind of ebb and flow is detectable in the development of Fran comparison with most other societies, the movement here follows a rela straight path. This rhythm that over and over again threatens the dissolution of monopolies of power and possessions is modified and finally broken only to extent that, with the growing division of functions in society, money land becomes the dominant form of property. Only then is the large central monopoly, in passing from the hands of one ruler or a small circle in control of a larger circle, not broken up into numerous smaller areas as was case in each advance of feudalization. Instead, it slowly becomes, an instrument of functionally divided society as a whole, and so first foremost a central organ of what we call the state. The development of money and exchange, together with the social form carrying them, stands in a permanent reciprocal relationship to the form. Development of monopoly power within a particular area. These two seri developments, constantly intertwining, drive each other upwards. The form development of power monopolies are influenced on all sides by the deinitiation of society, the advancing use of money and the formation of earning and possessing money. On the other hand, the success of the division labor itself, the securing of routes and markets over large areas, the standardization of coinage and the whole monetary system, the protection of peaceful production from physical violence and an abundance of other measures of ordination and regulation, are highly dependent on the formation of large centralized monopoly institutions. The more, in other words, the work process and the totality of functions in a society become differentiated, the longer more complex the chains of individual actions which must interlock for action to fulfill its social purpose, the more clearly one specific characteristic the central organ emerges, its role as supreme coordinator and regulator for functionally differentiated figuration @arch. From a certain degree of functio differentiation onward, the complex web of intertwining human activities cannot continue to grow or even to function without coordinating organs at correspondingly high level of organization. Their role is certainly not entire. Lacking in the central institutions of more simply organized and less differentiated societies. Even a society as loosely bound together as that of the man-autarchic estates of the 9th and 10th centuries needed a supreme coordinato under certain conditions. If a powerful enemy threatened from outside, necessitating war, someone was needed to ensure the collaboration of the many knights to coordinate their activity and to take the final decisions. In this situation 3. 5. State formation and civilization. Dependence of the many scattered rulers re-emerged more clearly. Each duel was threatened if the whole army failed to cooperate. And as, in this the dependence of all on a central ruler, the king, increased considerably, so too did his importance, his social power provided he fulfilled his function, provided he was not beaten. But when the external threat or ability of expansion lapsed, the dependence of individuals and groups on a coordinating and regulating center was relatively slight. This function merges as a permanent, specialized task of the central organ when society whole becomes more and more differentiated, when its cellular structure but incessantly forms new functions, new professional groups and classes. Li then do regulating and coordinating central organs for maintaining the LE social network become so indispensable that while alterations in the power tour can change their occupants and even their organization, they cannot LVE them, as happened earlier in the course of feudalization. 17. The formation of particularly stable and specialized central organs for large ons is one of the most prominent features of Western history. As we have ID, there are central organs of some sort in every society. But as the differentiation and specialization of social functions have attained a higher level in the West than in any other society on earth, and as they begin to reach this level is here only through an impetus coming from the West, it is in the West that specialized central organs first attained a hitherto unknown degree of stability. However, the central organs and their functionaries do not necessarily gain social WER corresponding to their rising importance as supreme social coordinators, ID regulators. One might suppose that, with advancing centralization and the Richter control and supervision of the whole social process by stable authorities, the rift between rulers and ruled would be deepened. The actual course of history has a different picture. Western history is certainly not lacking in phases when the powers of the central authority are so great and wide that we may speak with some justice of the hegemony of single central rulers. But precisely in the more recent history of many Western societies there are also phases when, despite their centralization, the control of the centralized institutions themselves is so dispersed that it is difficult to discern clearly who are the rulers and who the ruled. The scope for decision vested in the central functions varies. Sometimes it increases, then the people exercising these functions take on the aspect of rulers. Sometimes it diminishes, without centralization, or the importance of the central organs as the highest center of coordination and regulation, being reduced. In other words, in the case of the central organs as of all other social formations, two characteristics must be distinguished: their function within the hitman network to which they belong, and the social power that is vested in the function. What we call rule is, in a highly differentiated society, no more than the special social power with which certain functions, above all the central functions, endow their occupants in relation to the representatives of other functions. Social. 316. Power, however, is determined, in the case of the highest central function highly differentiated society, in exactly the same way as with all other corresponds if these functions are not allied to permanent control of individual hereditary monopoly power solely to the degree of dependence of the interdependent functions on one another. Growth in the power of the functionaries is, in a society with a high division of functions, and express the fact that the dependence of other groups and classes within the societe supreme organ of coordination and regulation is rising, a fall in the latter afi to us as a limitation of the former. Not only the earlier stage in che forma states which is central to the present study, but also the contemporary the Western figuration of states, offers examples enough of such changes social power of the central functionaries. They are all sure indications of changes in the system of tensions within the society at large. Here again, be all the differences between the social structures, we find certain mechanisms, social interweaving which at least in more complex societies tend generally towards either a reduction or an increase in the social power central authorities. Whether it is the nobility and the bourgeoisie, or bourgeoisie and the proletariat, whether, in conjunction with these large divisions, it is smaller ruling circles, such as competing cliques within a PRI court or within the supreme military or party apparatus, that form the two pole of the decisive axis of tension at a given time within society, it is always a definite set of social power relationships which strengthens the position of authority at their center, and a different set that weakens it. It is necessary to deal here briefly with the figurational dynamics which determine the power of the central authority. The process of social centralisation in the West, particularly in the phase when states were formed, rem incomprehensible, like the civilizing process itself, as long as the element regularities of figurational dynamics are disregarded as a means of orientat and as a guide to both thought and observation. This centralization or STA formation has been shown in the preceding sections from the point of view of power struggle between various princely houses and dominions, i.e. from point of view of what we would today call the foreign affairs of S dominions. Now the complementary problem poses itself. We face the task tracing the figurational processes within one of the units which give the center authority as compared with the preceding phase a special power and durability, and thus endow the whole society with the form of an absolutist state historical reality. These two processes shifts in power between classes with a unit and displacements in the system of tensions between different units constantly intertwine. In the course of the struggle between different territorial dominions, princely house as we have shown slowly outgrew all the others. It assumed the function of supreme regulator for a larger unit, but it did not create 317 function. It appropriated it by virtue of the size of its possessions related in the course of the struggles, and its monopoly control of army and the function itself derived its form and power from the increasing initiation of functions within society at large. And from this aspect it seems, is sight, thoroughly paradoxical that the central ruler in this early phase of formation should attain such enormous social power. For, from the end of Middle Ages onwards, with the rapid advance of the division of functions, monarchy became more and more perceptibly dependent on the othertions. At precisely this time the chains of action based on division of ions took on ever wider scope and ever greater durability. The autonomy of a processes, the central authority's character as a functionary, which received clearer institutional expression after the French Revolution, were his time far more prominent than in the Middle Ages. The dependence of the Royal Lords on the revenues from their dominions was a clear indication of this. On doubt, Louis XIV was incomparably more tightly bound to this vast and autonomous network of chains of actions, than, for example, Charlemagne. How, therefore, did the central ruler in this phase have, to begin with, such scope for escission and such social power that we are accustomed to call him an absolute? Oh, it was not only the prince's monopoly control of military power which held the other classes within his territory, and especially the powerful leading groups, check. Owing to a peculiar social constellation, the dependence of precisely SA groups on a supreme coordinator and regulator of the tension-ridden structure was so great at this phase that, willingly or not, for a long period they announced the struggle for control and participation in the highest decisions. This peculiar constellation cannot be understood unless we take account of a special quality of human relationships which was likewise emerging with the increasing division of functions in society, their open or latent ambivalence. In the relations between individuals, as well as in those between different functional strata, a specific duality or even multiplicity of interests manifests itself more strongly, the broader and denser the network of social interdependence becomes. Here, all people, all groups, estates or classes, are in some way dependent on one another, they are potential friends, allies, or partners, and they are at the same time potential opponents, competitors, or enemies. In societies with a barter economy there are sometimes unambiguously negative relationships, of pure, unmoderated enmity. When migrant nomads invade a settled region, there need in their relations with the settlers no trace of mutual functional dependence. Between these groups exists pure enmity to the death. Far greater, too, in such societies, is the chance of a relationship of clear and uncomplicated mutual dependence, unmixed friendships, alliances, relationships of love or service. In the peculiar black and white coloring of many medieval books, which often know nothing but good friends or villains, the greater susceptibility of medieval. 3.18. Reality to relationships of this kind is clearly expressed. No doubt, the chains of functional interdependencies are relatively short, hence switches from one extreme to another, an easy changeover from firm fro into violent enmity also occur more frequently. As social functions become increasingly complex and contradictory, we find more and frequently in the behavior and feelings of people a peculiar split, a positive and negative elements, a mixture of muted affection and muted in varying proportions and nuances. the possibilities of pure, unani enmity grow fewer, and more perceptibly, every action taken opponent also threatens the social existence of its perpetrator, this whole mechanism of chains of action of which each is a part. It would tack far afield to explore in detail this fundamental ambivalence of inter's consequences in political life or psychological makeup, and its socio-gen relation to the advancing division of functions. But the little that has been said shows it to be one of the most important structural characteristics, more highly developed societies, and a chief factor molding civilized increasingly ambivalent, with the growing division of functions, are relations between different units of power. The relations between the state-owned time, above all in Europe, offer a clear example of this. Even if integra and the division of functions between them have not yet advanced as far division of functions within them, nevertheless every military exchange threatens this highly differentiated network of nations as a whole, that in the victor himself finds himself in a seriously shaken position. He is no longer able or willing to depopulate and devastate the enemy country sufficient settle a part of his own population in it. He must, in the interests of six, destroy as far as possible the industrial power of the enemy, and at the same, in the interests of his own peace, try within limits to preserve or restore industrial apparatus. He can win colonial possessions, frontier revisions, exp markets, economic or military advantages, in short, a general advance six power, but just because, in the struggles of highly complex societies, each ally and opponent is at the same time a partner at the production line of the SA machinery, every sudden and radical change in one sector of this network inevitably leads to disruption and changes in another. To be sure, the mechanism of competition and monopoly does not for this reason cease to operate. But in inevitable conflicts grow increasingly risky for the whole precarious system nations. However, through these very tensions and discharges the figurat moves slowly towards a more unequivocal form of hegemony, and towards integration, perhaps at first of a federative kind, of larger units around specified hegemonial centers. And the relationship between different social classes within a domain becomes, with the advancing division of functions, more and more ambivalent the same way. Here, too, within a far more restricted space, groups whose sociat state formation and civilization 3.19 as mutually dependent through the division of functions, are struggling in opportunities. They too are at once opponents and partners. There are situations in which the existing organization of a society functions so the tensions within it grow so large, that a large portion of the people within it no longer care. In such a situation the negative side of the valent relationships, the opposition of interests, may so gain the upper hand, positive side, the community of interests arising from the interdependent functions, that there are violent discharges of tensions, abrupt shifts in axial center of gravity, and reorganization of society on a changed social to this revolutionary situation. The classes bound together by the of functions are cast back and forth between their split and contradictory ests. They oscillate between the desire to win major advantages over their opponents and their fear of ruining the whole social apparatus, on the ioning of which their actual social existence depends. And this is the stellation, the form of relationships, that harbors the key to an underwriting of the changes in the social power of the central functionaries. If the paration of the powerful functional classes gives rise to no special difficulties, conflicts of interest are not great enough to conceal from them their dependence and to threaten the functioning of the entire social apparoscope of the central authority is restricted. It tends to increase when the tension between certain leading groups of society grows. And it attains its timum level when the majority of the various functional classes are still so concerned to preserve their social existence in the established form that they fear my major disturbance of the total apparatus and the concomitant upheaval within their own existence, while at the same time the structural conflict of fighterists between powerful groups is so great that an ordered voluntary compromise can scarcely be reached, and troublesome social skirmishes without decisive outcome become a permanent feature of social life. This is most acutely the case in phases when different groups or classes of a society have attained roughly the same power, and hold each other in balance, even though, like the nobility and the bourgeoisie, or the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, they may be institutionally on a quite unequal footing. Someone who, in this constellation, in a society wearied and disturbed by inconclusive struggles, can attain power over the supreme organs of regulation and control, has the chance of enforcing a compromise between the divided interests in order to preserve the existing social distribution of power. The various interest groups can move neither apart nor together. This makes them dependent on the supreme central coordinator for their social existence to a quite different degree from when the interdependent interests are less divergent and direct agreements between them more easily reached. When the situation of the bulk of the various functional classes, or at least their active leading groups, is not yet so bad that they are willing to put their social existence at risk, and yet when they feel themselves so threatened by 3. 2. each other, and power is so evenly distributed between them, that each slightest advantage of the other side, they tie each other's hands. This GI central authority better chances than any other constellation within S gives those invested with this authority, whoever they may be, the opti, for decision. The variations on this figuration in historical reality are that it only emerges in a clearly delineated form in more highly diverse societies, and that in less interdependent societies with lower DV functions it is above all military success and power that form the basis of central authority over large areas, has already been stated. And even complex societies, success in war or conflicts with other powers undue plays a decisive part for strong central authorities. But if for the time we disregard these external relations of a society and their influence on the balance, and ask how a strong central authority is possible in a richly entiate society, despite the high and evenly distributed interdependent functions, we always find ourselves confronted with that specific constraint which can now be stated as a general principle: the hour of the strong central and within a highly differentiated society strikes when the ambivalence of interests of the important functional groups grows too large, and power is distributed too evenly between them, that there can be neither a decisive compromise nor a decisive conflict between th. It is a figuration of this kind to which here the term royal mechanism applied. In fact, the central authority attains the optimal social power 6 absolute monarchy in conjunction with such a constellation of social F. But this balancing mechanism is certainly not only the socio-genetic motive of a powerful monarchy. We find it in more complex societies as the fount of every strong one-man rule, whatever its name might be. The man or me, the center, are always balanced on a tension between greater or lesser group keep each other in check as interdependent antagonists, as opponent partners at once. This kind of figuration may appear at first sight extra fragile. Historical reality shows, however, how compellingly and inescapably can hold in bondage the individuals who constitute it until final continuous shift of its center of gravity that accompanies its reproductive through generations makes possible more or less violent changes in the mu bonds of people, so giving rise to new forms of integration. 18. The regularities of social dynamics place the central ruler and apparatus a curious situation, the more so the more specialized this apparatus and its organs become. The central ruler and his staff may have reached the top of the central administration as proponents of a particular social formation, or they are recruited primarily from a certain class of society. But once someone has attained a position in the central apparatus and held onto it for any time, it imposes its own regularities upon him. It distances him in varying degrees from all the other groups and classes of society, even the one which has brought him to power and from which he originates. His specific function gives the central ruler of 3. 2. L. Entiated society specific interests. It is his function to superintend the end and security of the whole of society as it exists, and he is thus concerned ce the interests of the other functional groups. And this task, with which mply confronted by daily experience and which conditions his whole F society, this task itself distances him from all the other groups of naries. But he must also, like any other person, be concerned for his own survival. He must work to ensure that his social power is not reduced, but, increased. In this sense he, too, is a party within the play of social insofar as his interests, through the peculiarity of his function, are boundeth the security and smooth functioning of the whole social structure. He is favor some individuals within this structure, he must win battles and enter guess within it with a view to strengthening his personal position. But in this interests of the central ruler never become quite identical with those of any class or group. They may sometimes converge with those of one group or the other, but if he identifies too strongly with one of them, if the distance between self and any group diminishes too far, his own social position is sooner or later threatened. For its strength depends, as noted above, on the one hand on the reservation of a certain balance between the different groups, and a certain degree of cooperation and cohesion between the different interests of society. It also depends on the persistence of sharp and permanent tensions and inflicts of interest between them. The central ruler undermines his own chin in using his power and support to make one group clearly superior to hers. Dependence on a supreme coordinator, and thus his own functional minutes, necessarily shrink when a single group or class of society unequivocally has the upper hand over all others, unless this group is itself torn by internal tensions. And the central ruler's position is no less weakened and undermined if the tensions between the leading groups of society are so reduced that they can settle their differences between themselves and unite in common ends. This is true at least for relatively peaceful times. In time of war, when external enemy of the whole of society, or at least of its most important groups, must be repulsed, a reduction of internal tensions can be harmless and useful even to the central ruler. To put the matter in a few words, the central ruler and his apparatus form within his society a center of interests of its own. His position often urges an alliance with the second most powerful group rather than identification with the most powerful, and his interest requires both a certain cooperation and a certain tension between society's parts. Thus, his position not only depends on the nature and strength of the ambivalence between the different formations making up society, his relationship to each of these formations is itself ambivalent. The basic pattern of society that emerges in this way is very simple. The single ruler, the king, is always as an individual incomparably weaker than the whole society whose ruler or first servant he is. If this whole society, or even a 2 considerable part of it, stood together against him, he would be power. Every individual is powerless in face of pressure from a whole net of interdependent people. The unique position, the abundance of power in a single person as the central ruler of a society is to be explained, as we by the fact that the interests of people in this society are partly alike and opposed, that their actions are both adjusted to and contrary to each needs. It is explained by the fundamental ambivalence of the social relati within a complex society. There are conditions in which the positive side relationships grows dominant or is at least not smothered by the negati, but on the way towards dominance of the negative side there are transphases in which antagonisms and conflicts of interest grow so strong continuing interdependence of actions and interests is obscured to the consciousness of the participants without quite losing its importance. The consaint that thus corns into being has already been described. Different parts of S hold each other roughly in balance in terms of social strength. The TE between them find expression in a chain of major or minor skirmishing. Neither side can conquer or destroy the other. They cannot settle their differ because any strengthening of one side will threaten the social existence of the other. They cannot split wholly apart because their social existence is independent. This is a situation that gives the king, the man at the top, the CE ruler, optimal power. It shows unmistakably where his specific enters. Through this interplay of strong interdependencies and strong antagonisms there arises a social apparatus which might be considered a dangerous invention once important and cruel, were it the work of a single social engineer. Social formations in these phases of history, however, this royal mech which gives a single man extraordinary power as supreme coordinator, are very gradually and unintentionally in the course of social processes. This apparatus can be brought to mind most vividly and simply by the aim of the tug of war. Groups, social forces, that hold each other roughly in stretch a rope. One side pits itself with all its might against the other, heave incessantly, but neither side can dislodge the other appreciably from position. If in this situation of utmost tension between groups pulling the S-rope in opposite directions and yet bound together by this rope, there is AM who belongs entirely to neither of the two contending groups, who has possibility of interposing his individual strength now on the side of one GRO now of the other, while taking great care not to allow the tension itself to reduced or either of the sides to obtain a clear advantage, then he is the one who actually controls this whole tension. The minimal power at the disposal of single man, who alone could set neither of the groups in motion and choose certainly not both combined, is sufficient, with this arrangement of social for, to move the whole. The reason why it is sufficient is clear. Within this Balank apparatus enormous forces are latent but bound, without someone to release. 3. 2. 3. He can have no effect. At the touch of a finger an individual releases the of one side, he unites himself with the latent forces operating in one on so that they gain a slight advantage. This enables them to become ST. This type of social organization represents as it were a power station automatically multiplies the smallest effort of the person in control. But Emily cautious manipulation of this apparatus is called for if it is to end for any length of time without disruption. The man in control is subject regularities and compulsions to exactly the same degree as everyone else. Pound hope for decision is greater than theirs, but he is highly dependent on the of the apparatus. His power is anything but absolute. His is no more than a schematic outline of the arrangement of social forces gives the central ruler optimal power. But this sketch shows clearly the iamental structure of his social position. Not by chance, not whenever a fig-ruling personality is born, but when a specific social structure provides opportunity, does the central organ attain that optimal power which usually ds expression in a strong autocracy. The relatively wide scope for decision left in this way to the central ruler of a large and complex society comes about. Ruff is standing in the crossfire of social tensions, so being able to play on variously directed interests and ambitions counterpoised in his dominion. Of course, this outline simplifies the actual state of affairs to a certain extent. Equilibrium in the field of tensions making up every society always arises in differentiated human networks through the collaboration and collision of a large number of groups and classes. But the importance of this multipolar tension for central rulers' position is no different from that of the bipolar tension outlined above. The antagonism between different parts of society certainly does not only take the form of conscious conflict. Plans and consciously adopted goals are far less decisive in producing tensions than anonymous figurational dynamics. To give me example, it was the dynamics of advancing monetarization and commercialization, far more than the conscious attacks of bourgeois urban circles, which pushed the bulk of the knightly feudal lords downhill at the end of the Middle Ages. But however the antagonisms arising with the advance of the money network may be expressed in the plans and goals of individual people or groups, with them grew the tension between the urban classes who are gaining strength and the functionally weakening lords of the land. With the growth of this network and this tension, however, grew the room to maneuver of those who, having won the struggle between initially freely competing units, had become the central rulers of the whole, the kings, until finally, balanced between the bourgeoisie and the nobility, they attained their optimal strength in the form of the absolute monarchy. 19. We asked earlier how it is possible at all for a central authority with absolute power to evolve and survive within a differentiated society, despite the 3. 2. 4. Fact that this central ruler is no less dependent on the working of the mechanism than the occupants of other positions. The pattern of th mechanism provides the answer. It is no longer his military power or his possessions and revenues alone that can explain the social power of th ruler in this phase, even though no central authority can function with two components. For the central rulers of a complex society to at optimal power as they had in the age of absolutism requires, in a special distribution of forces within their society. In fact, the social institution of the monarchy attained its greatest that phase in history when a weakening nobility was already being compete in many ways with rising bourgeois groups, without either side able decisively to defeat the other. The quickening monetarization and civilisation of the 16th century gave bourgeois groups increased time appreciably pushed back the bulk of the warrior class, the old nobility end of the social struggles in which this violent transformation of society for expression, the interdependence between parts of the nobility and parts bourgeoisie had grown considerably. The nobility, whose social functioform was itself undergoing a decisive transformation, now had to contend a third estate, whose members had become, in part, far stronger and socially ambitious than hitherto. Many families of the old warrior nobility out, many bourgeois families took on aristocratic character, and within generations their descendants themselves upheld the interests of the trans-nobility against those of the bourgeoisie, interests which by then, in K. with the closer integration, were more inescapably opposed. But the objective of this bourgeois class, or at least of its leading group, not like that of substantial parts of the bourgeoisie in 1789, to eliminate nobility as a social institution. The highest goal of individual bourgeois we have mentioned, to obtain for themselves and their family an aristocratic TI with the attendant privileges. The representative leading groups of bourgeoisie as a whole set out to seize the privileges and prestige of the millet nobility. They did not want to remove the nobility as such, but at most toit their place as a new nobility, supplanting or merely supplementing the old. Incessantly, this leading group of the third estate, the noblesse de robe, in the 17th and above all in the 18th century, emphasized that nobility was just as good, important, and genuine as that won by the sword. The rivalry thus expressed certainly did not manifest itself only in words ideologies. Behind it was a continuous, if more or less concealed and indecisive struggle for power positions and advantages between the representatives of th. 2 states. As has been stressed above, understanding of this social constellation will blocked if we start from the presupposition that the bourgeoisie of this phase roughly the same formation as today or at least yesterday, if, in other words, we 325. The independent merchant as the most typical and socially most representative of the bourgeoisie. The most representative and socially example of the bourgeois in the 17th and 18th centuries, least in the larger continental countries, the middle-class servant of or kings, that is, a man whose nearer or more distant forefathers were raftsmen or merchants, but who himself now occupied a quasi-official and within the governmental apparatus. At the top of the third estate, merchant classes themselves formed the leading groups of the bourgeoisie, airy to speak in our language bureaucrats. Structure and character of official posts varied widely in particular tries. In Old France the most weighty representative of the bourgeoisie was Elias, mixture of rentier and official. He was a man who had bought a position he state service as his personal and, as it were, private property, or, which it's to the same thing, had inherited one from his father. Through this officialization he enjoyed a number of quite specific privileges. For example, many of posts carried exemption from taxes, and the capital invested bore interest he form of fees, a salary or other income which the post brought in. Men of this kind, men of the robe, who during the Ancien regime assented the bourgeoisie at the assemblies of the estates, and were in general, outside these assemblies, its spokesmen, the exponents of its interests were the other estates and the kings. And whatever social power the third estate possessed was expressed in the demands and political tactics of this leading rope. Undoubtedly, the interests of this bourgeois upper class were not always identical with those of the other bourgeois groups. Common to them, however, one interest above all others, the preservation of their various privileges. For was not only the social existence of the noble or official which was distinguished by special rights and privileges, the merchant of this time was likewise dependent on them, so, too, were the craft guilds. Whatever these privileges might consist of in particular cases, the bourgeoisie, as far as it carried any social weight, was, up to the second half of the 18th century, a social formation characterized and maintained by special rights in exactly the same way as the nobility itself. And here, therefore, we come upon a particular aspect of the SMAC hinery by virtue of which this bourgeoisie was never able to deliver a decisive blow against its antagonist, the nobility. It may have contested this or that particular privilege of the nobility, but it could and would never eliminate the social institution of privilege as such, which made the nobility a class apart, for its own social existence, the preservation of which was its main concern, was likewise maintained and protected by privileges. It was only when bourgeois forms of existence no longer based on class privileges emerged more and more in the tissue of society, and when as a result an ever larger sector of society recognized these special rights guaranteed or created by the government as a serious impediment to the whole functionally divided network of processes. 3. 2. 6. Nobility, which strove to eliminate not only particular noble privileges, social institution of noble privileges itself, but the new bourgeois groups who now opposed privileges as such, hands, knowingly or otherwise, on the foundation of the old Bürgerchens, the bourgeois estate. Its privileges, its whole organization as an asocial function only as long as a privileged nobility existed in opposite the estates were hostile or, more precisely, ambivalent siblings, injured cells of the same social order. If one were destroyed as an institution, automatically fell, and with it the whole order. In fact, the revolution of 1789 was not simply a struggle of the beaux against the nobility. By it the middle class estate, particularly that of the privileged officials of the Third Estate and also those of the old craft, were destroyed no less than the nobility. And this common end illumines the whole social entanglement, the specific constellation of force preceding phase. It illustrates what was said earlier in general terms about interdependence and ambivalence of the interests of certain social class, the balanced mechanism that arose with them, and about the social power central authority. The politically relevant parts of the bourgeoisie which did constitute an estate and emerged very slowly from the earlier one, these office-bourgeois groups were bound in their interests, their actions, and though entirely to the existence and the specific equilibrium of an order-based one for this reason, in all their conflicts with the nobility and also, of course, the first estate, the clergy, they were always being caught, like the latter trap of their ambivalent interests. They never dared advance too far in struggle with the nobility without cutting into their own flesh. Any blow against the nobility as an institution would shake the whole state and structure and thus knock down like skittles the social existence of this privileged bourgeoisie. All the privileged classes were equally concerned not to push struggle between them too far. They all feared nothing more than a upheaval and shift of weight within the social structure as a whole. But at the same time they could not entirely avoid conflict with each other. Their interests, parallel in one direction, were diametrically opposed in others. Social power was so distributed between them and their rivalry so that one side felt threatened by the slightest advantage of the other and anything that might give the other the least superiority of power. According there was on the one hand no lack of courteous and even friendly relationship between members of the different groups, but on the other their relations, of all between the leading groups, remained extremely strained throughout whole of the ancien regime. Each feared the other, each observed the other's with constant if concealed mistrust. Moreover, this main axis of tension between the nobility and bourgeoisie was embedded in a multitude of others no le. 3. 2. 7. Gat. The official hierarchy of the secular governmental apparatus was in open or latent competition for power and prestige with the clerical. The clerics in turn were forever colliding for one reason or another with that circle of the nobility. So this multipolar system of equilibrium gave rise to minor explosions and skirmishes, to social trials of strength, thus ideological disguises, and for the most diverse and often quite tall reasons. Ing or his representatives, however, steered and controlled this whole SM by pitting his weight now in one direction, now another, and his power was so great precisely because the structural tension between the ropes in the social network was too strong to allow them to reach direct end in their affairs and thus to make a determined common stand against. Groups took such a stand successfully against the king in England. May have been the special structural characteristics of English society permitted the tension between the estates to relax and stable contacts and them to be established the social constellation which, after considered tribulations, led in England to a restriction of the central ruler's powers. It's clear to us once more the different basic constellation which in other strees maintain the social power and the absolutist form of the central authority. During the 16th and even the early 17th century, there was no, in France too, of attempts by people of the most different social origins to bind against the menacing increase in royal power. They all failed. These wars and revolts reveal quite nakedly how strong even in France was the among the various estates to restrict the powers of the kings and their representatives. But they show no less clearly how strong were the rivalries and conflicts of interest between these groups, which impeded a common pursuit of his objective. Each of them would have liked to limit the monarchy in its own hour, and each was just strong enough to prevent others from doing so. They held each other in check, and so they finally found themselves resigned to their common dependence on a strong king. There was, in other words, within that great social transformation which made bourgeois groups functionally stronger and aristocratic ones weaker, a phase when both groups, despite all the tensions both between them and third parties and within themselves, by and large balanced each other out in social power. Thus was established for a greater or lesser period that apparatus that was described above as the royal mechanism. The antitheses between the two main groups were too great to make a decisive compromise between them likely, and the distribution of power, together with their close interdependence, prevented a decisive struggle or the clear predominance of one or the other. So, incapable of 3. 2. 8. Uniting, incapable of fighting with all their strength and winning, they leave to a central ruler all the decisions that they could not bring themselves. This apparatus was formed, as we have said, in a blind, unplanned course of social processes. Whether it was controlled well or badly, depended very much on the person exercising the central function. A few particular historical facts must be enough here to show how the was formed, and to illustrate what has been said in general terms of absolutist royal mechanism. 20 In the society of the 9th and 10th centuries there were two free men, the clerics and the warriors. Below them, the mass of the more unfree, who were generally excluded from bearing arms, played no lead in social life, even though the existence of society depended on their act. We have noted that under the special conditions of the Western Frankish dependence of the warriors, practically autarchic lords on their estates, one ordinating activity of a central ruler was only slight. The dependence clerics on the king, for the most diverse reasons, was far greater. The Western Frankish area never attained major secular power as it did in empire. Archbishops did not here become dukes. The ecclesiastical remained by and large outside the system of competing territorial lords. Their centrifugal interests directed at weakening the central ruler were particularly strong. The possessions of the clerics lay scattered among dominions of secular lords. They were constantly exposed to attacks encroachment by the latter. The Church therefore desired a central ruler, who had enough power to protect her against secular violence. The feuds, major and minor wars that were incessantly flaring up across the whole Rye were often highly unwelcome to the monks and other clerics who, while more military competent and even bellicose than later, at any rate did not on or for war. These feuds and wars often enough took place at their exp, and over and again priests and abbeys throughout the country, injured, deprived of their rights, appealed to the king as judge. The strong, only occasionally troubled, association between the first Capet kings and the Church was in no way fortuitous, nor did its cause lie solely in strong personal faith of these first Capetians. It also expressed an obvious constellation of interests. The dignity of the monarchy in this phase, what else it may have been, was always an instrument of the priests in their conflow with the warrior class. The royal consecration, anointment, and coronation influenced more and more by church investiture and ceremony. The monarch took on a kind of sacral character, it became in a certain sense an ecclesiastic function. That this link, unlike what happened in other societies, did not go beyond these mere beginnings of a merging of worldly and ecclesiastical sent authority, and was very soon broken off, resulted not least from the structure of 329. Christian Church itself. This church was older and its organization more established than most secular dominions of the time, and it had its own who aspired more and more clearly to combine spiritual preeminence with supremacy, a central authority transcending all others. Sooner or later, a competitive situation arose, a struggle for supremacy between the worldly central lord of a given area. This struggle everywhere with the Pope being thrown back on his spiritual predominance, with the character of emperor and king re-emerging more clearly, and with the incipient assimilation to the church hierarchy and ritual regressing entirely disappearing. But the fact that there were even the beginnings of an assimilation in the West is worthy of note, especially in comparing eichel structures and in explaining differences between social processes in parts of the world. Western Frankish kings, for their part, at first collaborated quite closely with the Church, in keeping with the structural regularity governing their Poundryan, discussed earlier. They derived support from the second strongest group in their conflict with the stronger and more dangerous. They were only the liege lords over all warriors. But in the domains of the other great lords they were, to begin with, virtually powerless, and even within their own Tory their power was sharply restricted. The close association of royal house church turned the monasteries, abbeys, and bishoprics in the lands of other Torial lords into bastions of the monarchy. It put a part of the church's ritual influence throughout the country at their disposal. And the kings derived numerous advantages from the writing skills of the clergy, the political, organizational experience of the church bureaucracy, and not least its CE. It is an open question whether the kings of the early Capetian period derived, over and above the revenues from their own territory, any actual royal that is, duties from the whole Western Frankish kingdom. If they had income, it was hardly a significant addition to what they received from their domestic estates. But one thing is certain, they received duties from church institutions in regions outside their own territory, for example the income of a vacant diocese or occasional subsidies in extraordinary situations. And if anything gave the traditional royal house an advantage in power over the competing ouzas, if anything contributed to the fact that in these early elimination ruggles beginning within their own territory, the Capetians were the first to begin to rebuild their power, it was this alliance of the nominal central rulers with the church. From this alliance above all, in a phase of powerful centrifugal tendencies, sprang those social forces which worked independently of the individual kings for the continuity of the monarchy, and in the direction of centralization. The importance of the clergy as a motive force of centralization receded, without entirely disappearing, in proportion as the Third Estate advanced. But even in this phase it is apparent how the tensions between 3 lords drove king and church together, even though minor conflict them were not lacking. But the first major difference between king and the first real power struggle between them, occurred only when more human and financial resources were beginning to flow to the king bourgeois camp, in the period of Philip Augustus. 21 With the formation of a third estate, the network of tensions became complex and the axis of tension within society moved. Just as in an inter-ant system of competing countries or territories, particular tensions predominant at different times, all the other antagonisms being subordinate them until one of the main power centers establishes preponderance, there were, within each dominion, certain central tensions about which smaller ones crystallize, and which gradually shift in favor of one side's other. If these central tensions included, up to the 11th and 12th century, the ambivalent relationship between the warriors and the clergy, from the antagonism between the warriors and the urban bourgeois group slowly steadily moved into the foreground as the central internal tension. With the whole differentiation of society that it expressed, the central gained new importance, the dependence of all parts of society on a supra-ordinator grew, the kings who, in the course of the struggles for predominance detached themselves more and more from the rest of the warrior class as dominions expanded, also distanced themselves from the other warriors their position within the tension between the latter and the urban classes. Tension they were not by any means unequivocally on the side of the warrior whom they belonged by origin. Rather, they applied their weight now to side of the scales, now to the other. The town's attainment of communal rights was the first milestone on road. The kings of this phase, above all Louis VI and VII, like their representatives and all the other feudal lords, regarded the growing communes au mistrust and, to say the least, partial hostility, particularly within their au domain. Only gradually did the kings grasp the uses of these unfamiliar formations. As always, a certain time was needed for them to perceive that emergence of a third estate within the fabric of society meant an enlargement of their own scope. But from then on they promoted the inte of this third estate with the utmost consistency, as far as these accorded their own. Above all they fostered the financial, taxable power of the bourgeois, but they emphatically opposed, whenever they had the power to do so, the town's claims to governmental functions, claims which could not fail to ar with the growing economic and social power of the urban classes. The rise of the monarchy and that of the bourgeoisie were connected in the closest functional state formation and civilization. 3. Indents, partly consciously, partly unwittingly, these two social poles avoided each other, but their relations always remained ambivalent. Their lack of animosity and conflict between them nor, at first, of occasions nobility and bourgeoisie attempted jointly to restrict the sovereign of the kings. Throughout the entire Middle Ages, the kings found gives repeatedly in situations where they had to seek the approval of the bead representatives of the estates for certain measures, and the course why these assemblies, both the smaller regional ones and the larger ones entering broad areas of the kingdom, shows clearly how different the fate of tensions in society still was, despite all its fluctuations, from that in the absolutist period. The parliaments of the estates, to use their sh name, were able to function, not unlike the party parliaments of OIS industrial society, as long as direct agreement between the representative different classes over particular objectives was possible. They functioned well the more difficult direct compromise became, and the greater the NS within society, and to the same degree the potential power of the central rose. Given the low degree of monetary and commercial integration in the wall world, at first neither the interdependence nor the antagonisms in the land-owning warrior class and the urban bourgeois class were such they needed to hand over the regulation of their relations to the central Each estate, the knights and the burghers, like the clergy, despite their fitax, lived far more within their own confines than later. The different estates not yet compete so frequently or directly for the same social opportunities, and the leading bourgeois groups were still far from being strong enough to challenge the social preeminence of the nobility, the warriors. Only at one point Asiati did rising bourgeois elements, with the help of the monarchy, duly displace knights and clergy directly from their positions, within the governmental apparatus, as officials. 22. The functional dependence of the monarchy on what went on in society at large is manifested particularly clearly in the development of the machinery of government, in the splitting off of all those institutions which first of all were not much more than parts of the royal domestic and dominial administration. When the society of free men consisted essentially only of knights and clergy, the government apparatus, too, was made up above all of knights and clergy, the clergy or clerks, as already mentioned, usually being loyal servants and proponents of royal interests, while the feudal lords, even at court and within the royal administration, were often enough rivals of the king, more concerned with developing their own power positions than with consolidating his. Then, as the warrior class outside the governmental apparatus became more complex, as in the course of the elimination struggles major and minor feudal lords were more sharply differentiated, this constellation was mirrored in the structure of a growing governmental machine, clerics and members of minor warrior houses. 2. Formed its staff, while major feudal lords found themselves confined to positions, for example as members of the Great Assembly or the Council. Even in this phase men from the stratum below the warriors and certainly not lacking in the royal administration, even if elements of UNFRA did not play the same role in the development of the French Central AP they did in the development of the German. Perhaps that is connected fact that in the former case, urban communities, and thus a third freedmen, had risen somewhat earlier to independent significance than latter. In France the participation of urban groups in the royal admini rose with the growth of the towns, and as early as the Middle Ages these groups gradually permeated the governmental apparatus to an extent was not reached in the majority of German territories until well into them period. They entered this apparatus by two main routes: share of secular posts, that is, positions previously filled by nobles, and 5 through their share of ecclesiastical posts, that is as clerks. The term clergy, slowly to change its meaning from about the end of the 12th century, its ecclesiastical connotation receded and it referred more and more to a ma had studied, who could read and write Latin, though it may be that first through their stages of an ecclesiastical career were for a time a prerequisite for this. The conjunction with the extension of the administrative apparatus, both the clerk and certain kinds of university study were increasingly secularized. No longer learned Latin exclusively to become members of the clergy, learned it to become officials. To be sure, there were still bourgeois who the king's council simply on account of their commercial or organizing competence. But the majority of bourgeois attained the higher region government through study, through knowledge of canon and Roman law. Became a normal means of social advancement for the sons of leading strata. Bourgeois elements slowly pushed back the noble and ecclesiastic elements in the government. The class of royal servants, of officials, became in contrast to the situation in Germany an exclusively bourgeois formity. From the time of Philip Augustus onwards at the latest, the lawyers, true kn of law, chevaliers is lois, appeared. They were to take on the task of amalgamating with canon and Roman law to make up monarchic law. A small army of scribes in 1316, 104 or 105 in 1359, about 60 in 1361, these chancellery clef gained numerous advantages from constantly swelling their ranks in the proximity the king. The broad mass was to become privileged notaries, the elite, 3 und. Philip the Fair, 12 before 1388, 16 in 1406, 8 in 1413, would give by to the privy clerks or financial secretaries. The future was theirs. Unlike the grand officers of a palatinate, they had no ancestors, but were themselves to be ancestors. 3. If the growth of the royal possessions a class of specialists was formed, social position depended first and foremost on their place in royal service. High and the governmental apparatus. As the Church had done earlier, and to some extent, members of the Third Estate now upheld the interests of trial function. They did so in the most diverse capacities, as scribes and oars to the king, as tax administrators, as members of the highest courts. Was they who sought to ensure the continuity of royal policy beyond the particular king and quite often against his personal inclinations. Here bourgeois classes elevated the monarchy, and the monarchs elevated the geois classes. With this almost total expulsion of the nobility from the governmentalitas, in the course of time the bourgeoisie attained a power position which the utmost importance to the overall balance of power in society. In office, as already mentioned, it was not, almost till the end of the Ancien Regime, rich merchants or the guilds who directly represented the bourgeoisie in conflicts with the nobility, it was the bureaucracy in its various formations. The weakening of the social position of the nobility, the strengthening of the geoicy, is most clearly expressed in the fact that the upper bureaucracy lay at least from the beginning of the 17th century onwards, to equal status with the nobility. At this time the interweaving of interests and the liaisons between nobility and bourgeoisie had indeed reached a level which tired exceptional power for the central ruler. This permeation of the central apparatus by sons of the urban bourgeoisie is of the strands within that process indicating most clearly the close functional dependence between the rise of the monarchy and of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois upper stratum, which gradually evolved from the families of the royal servants, in the 16th and 17th centuries attained such increased social power that the central ruler would have been at its mercy, had it not had counterweights in the nobility and clergy, whose resistance neutralized their strength, and it is not difficult to observe how the kings above all, Louis XIV played constantly on this system of tensions. In the preceding phase, however, the nobility and clergy, despite all the ambivalence already inhering in their relationship, were still, at first, far stronger opponents of the central authority than the urban bourgeoisie. For this very reason the bourgeois eager for social advancement were as welcome helpers of the king as they were willing. The kings allowed the central apparatus to become a monopoly of people from the third estate, because this was still socially weaker than the first and second estates. This interdependence between the growth of the power of king and bourgeoisie, and the weakening of nobility and clergy, is seen from a different aspect if we consider the financial connections between the social existence of the *3. 4. On a single noble house, the royal house, and thus in a sense to the bourgeoisie. On the other, it was a consequence of advancing integration. Hand in hand with the rise in the volume of money went depreciation. This increase and depreciation of money accelerated in the 18th century to an extraordinary extent. And the nobility who lived income from their estates, which they could not increase to keep peg devaluation, were impoverished. The religious wars, to mention only this final act, had the same sig for the weakening nobility as civil wars so often have for declining class, concealed from them, for a time, the inevitability of their fate. The unrest, the self-assertion in fighting, the possibility of pillage and the face-I gain, all this encouraged the nobility to believe they could maintain threatened social position and save themselves from downfall and impoverishment. Of the economic upheavals whirling them back and forth, those in them had scarcely an inkling. They saw that money was rising, but they did not understand it. Brantome, one of the courtly warri the period, captured this mood. Far from having impoverished France, this civil war has positively enriched so far as it has uncovered and placed in full view an infinity of treasures pre-hidden underground, where they served no purpose. It has placed them so the sun, and turned them into such quantities of good money, that there were millions of gold to be seen shining in France than there had been millions of pounds before, and there appeared more new, subtle silver coins, forged from these hidden creatures, than there had been coppers before. And that is not all. Merchants, usurers, bankers, and other niggards down to the priests, kept they locked in their coffers, and neither enjoyed it themselves nor lent it except at interest and with excessive usury, or by the purchase or mortgage of land, goods, houses at a wretched price, so that the noble who had been impoverished during foreign wars and had pawned or sold his goods, was at his wits' end, without every wood to keep himself warm, for these scamps of usurers had pocketed everything good. Civil war restored them to their rightful place. So I have seen gentlemen of birth who, before the Civil War, went about with 2 horses and a footman, recove such effect that during and after it they were seen travelling the country with 7 good horses. And that is the homest nobility of France has been restored by great, or one might say, by the grease of the good Civil War. In reality the majority of the French nobility, on their return from this god Civil War, found themselves debt-ridden and ruined once more. Life grew more expensive. Creditors, along with rich merchants, usurers, and bankers, and above 5. Officials, men of the robe, clamored for repayment of the money they, wherever they could, they possessed themselves of the noble estates, often the titles too. Nobles who held on to their estates very soon found their income no sufficient to cover the increased cost of living. Lords who had ceded land to their peasants against duties in cash, continued to eject the same revenue but without the same value. What had cost 5 sous in the past, 20 at the time of Henry III. The nobles grew poor without knowing it. The picture of the distribution of social power seen here is fairly ambiguous. The change in the social structure which had long been working the warrior nobility in favor of bourgeois classes, accelerated in the 9th century. The latter gained in social weight what the former lost. Ganisms in society grew. The warrior nobility did not understand the forcing them out of their hereditary positions, but they saw it embodied as men of the third estate with whom they now had to compete directly for same opportunities, above all for money, but also, through money, for their land and even their social preeminence. Thereby the equilibrium was wly established, which gave optimal power to one man, the central ruler. And the struggles of the 16th and 17th centuries we come across bourgeois corporations which have become wealthy, numerous, and powerful enough to confront the warrior nobility's claims to dominance and power with resistance, but neither able nor strong enough to make the warriors, the military class, directly dependent on them. We find a nobility still strong and belligerent enough to represent a constant threat to the rising bourgeois classes, already too weak, above all economically, to control directly the town dwellers and their taxes. The fact that at this time the nobility had already entirely lost the functions of administration and jurisdiction, these being now in the hands of bourgeois corporations, contributes in no small way to the nobility's weakness. Nevertheless, no part of society was yet able to attain a lasting and decisive preponderance over the others. In this situation the king again and again appeared to each class or corporation as an ally against the threats from other groups which they could not master on their own. Of course, the nobility and bourgeoisie themselves consisted of various groups and strata whose interests did not always run in the same direction. Into the primary tension between these two classes were woven numerous other tensions, whether within these groups or between one or other of them and the clergy. But at the same time all these groups and strata were more or less dependent for their existence on the others. None was at this stage strong enough to overthrow the established order as a whole, the leading groups, the only ones which could exert a certain political influence within the framework of the existing institutions. 6. Were the least disposed to radical change. And this multiplicity of strengthened all the more the potential power of the kings. Of course, each of these leading groups, the highest nobles, the gria at court, as much as the top of the bourgeoisie, the parliaments, would ache to restrict the royal power in their own favor. Efforts, or at least ideas in this direction recur throughout the whole of the Ancien regime. These groups with opposed interests and wishes were also divided in their the monarchy. There was no lack of occasions on which this became clear, were even a number of temporary alliances between noble and urban beau groups, above all the parliaments, against the representatives of the but if anything shows up the difficulty of such direct reconciliation, strength of the tensions and rivalries existing between the parties, it is such occasional alliances. Take, for example, the Fronde. Louis XIV was still a minor Maza governing. Once more, for the last time for a long period, the most dissocial groups united to assail royal omnipotence represented by the parliaments and broad nobility, urban corporations, and men of the high all tried to exploit the monarchy's moment of weakness, the regency of Queen exercised by the cardinal. But the picture presented by this risings clearly enough how tense were relationships between all these groups. The is a kind of social experiment. It exposes once again the structure of tensio which gave the central authority its strength, but which remained concealed from view as long as this authority was firmly established. No sooner did one the competing allies seem to gain the slightest advantage than all the others threatened, deserted the alliance, made common cause with Mazarin against erstwhile ally, and then partly switched back to his side. Each of these groups wanted to curtail royal power, but each wanted to do it to high advantage. Each feared that another's power might grow at the same time. Finally, not least thanks to the skill with which Mazarin took advantage of mechanism of tensions, the old equilibrium was re-established in favor of existing royal house. Louis XIV never forgot the lesson of these days, far more consciously and carefully than all his predecessors, he nurtured this equilibrium and maintained the existing social differences and tensions. 25 For a long period of the Middle Ages the urban classes, through the social position, were decidedly weaker than the warrior nobility. In this period the community of interests between the king and the bourgeois section of societe was considerable, if not so great that friction and even conflicts between and the central ruler were entirely absent. One of the most visible consequences of this community of interests, as we have noted, was the expulsion of nobility from the monarchy's governmental organization, and its permeation by people of bourgeois origin. Then, as the relative social power of the nobility diminished with the advance 7. 8 integration and monopolization, the kings shifted some of their back to the side of the nobility. They now secured the existence of the privileged class against the bourgeois assault, and they did so to just necessary to preserve the social differences between nobility and IC and thus the equilibrium of tensions within the realm. So, for they secured for the bulk of the nobility exemption from taxes, which bourgeoisie would have liked to see abolished or at least reduced. But this certainly not enough to give the economically weak landowners a sufficient sum which to satisfy their claim to be the upper class and their need to rival a demonstratively affluent mode of life. Despite their tax exemption, as of the landed nobility throughout the Ancien regime led a thoroughly iced life. They could hardly compete in material prosperity with the upper of the bourgeoisie. Vis-a-vis the authorities, above all the courts, their position was far from favorable, for the posts in the latter were held by people bourgeois origin. In addition, the kings, supported by a section of aristocratic Neon, upheld the rule that a noble who engaged directly in commerce should ounce both his title and all his noble privileges, at least for the duration of activity. This rule certainly served to maintain the existing differences between bourgeoisie and nobility, which the kings no less than the nobles' missives were concerned to preserve. But at the same time it blocked the nobility's only direct access to greater prosperity. Only indirectly, through riage, could a noble profit from the wealth that stemmed from commerce and chale posts. The nobility would have had nothing of the splendor and social stage they still enjoyed in the 17th and 18th centuries, they would unfailingly have succumbed to the increasingly prosperous bourgeoisie. Perhaps to a new bourgeois nobility, had they not or at least a small section them obtained with the king's help a new monopoly position at court. This 50th permitted them a mode of life adequate to their social station, and preserved them from involvement in bourgeois activities. The court offices, the many and various official positions within the royal household, were reserved to the aristocracy. In this way hundreds and finally thousands of nobles found relatively highly paid posts. Royal favor, attested by occasional gifts, was added for good measure, and proximity to the king gave these posts high prestige. And from the broad mass of the landed aristocracy there arose a stratum of nobles, courtly nobility, which could counterbalance the upper bourgeoisie in wealth and influence. Just as earlier, when the bourgeoisie was weaker than the aristocracy, posts in the royal administration had been made a bourgeois monopoly with the king's help, now that the nobility was weakening, the court positions, likewise with royal assistance, became a preserve of the nobility. The exclusive filling of court posts by nobles did not happen at one stroke or by the design of a particular king, any more than the reservation of all the other state posts to the bourgeoisie had been earlier. 338. Under Henry IV, and still under Louis XIII, court positions, like the of military appointments and, still more, like administrative and judici, were purchasable and thus the property of their occupant. This was the post of gouverneur, the military commanders of particular region kingdom. To be sure, in particular cases the occupant of such a post shall exercise his office with the king's approval, and it naturally happened, this or that position was awarded solely through royal favor. But in purchase of offices had by this time gained the upper hand over their nom through favor. And since the majority of the nobility were no match, upper bourgeoisie in terms of wealth, the third estate, or at least family from it and only recently ennobled, slowly but visibly took over the military posts as well. Only the great noble families still had enough room, partly thanks to the size of their lands and partly through pensions paid to by the king, to hold on to positions of this kind in face of such competing. Nevertheless, a willingness to help the nobility in this situation is unmistakable in Henry IV, just as it is in Louis XIII and Richelieu. None of them forgot for a moment that they were themselves aristocrats. Moreover, Henry IV attained the throne at the head of an army of nobles. But apart from the fact that even they were largely impotent in face of the economic proc working against the nobility, the royal function had necessities of its own, in relation to the nobility was ambivalent. Henry IV, Richelieu and Al's successors, in order to secure their own position, were anxious to keep nobility as far as possible from positions of political influence, but at the time they were obliged to preserve the nobility as an independent social for the internal balance of forces. The double face of the absolutist court corresponded exactly to the relationship of king to nobility. This court was at the same time an instrument for controlling the nobility and a means of sustaining it. In this directio gradually developed. Even Henry IV took it for granted that the king lived within an aristocratic circle. But it was not yet his strict policy to demand permanent resident court of those members of the nobility who wished to remain in royal favor. Doubt he also lacked the means to finance as enormous a court, and to distribute court offices, favors, and pensions as lavishly, as Louis XIV was able to do later in his time. Moreover, society was still in an extreme state of flux. Noble familles were declining, bourgeois rising. The estates were surviving, but their occupant was being drastically transformed. The wall dividing the estates was riddled with holes. Personal qualities or lack of them, personal fortune or misfortune, oft played as large a part in a family's destiny as its origin in this or that estate. The gates to the court and court offices were still fairly wide open to people of bourgeois origin. This the nobility deplored. It was they who desired and proposed that this 9 be reserved to them. And not only these offices. They desired a share in others, they sought to win back their lost positions in the governmental fay. In 1627 they addressed to Louis XIII, under the title Requests and for the Restoration of the Nobility, a petition with precise proposals to ECT. Petition began by saying that, after divine help and the sword of Henry was the nobility who were to be thanked for the preservation of the crown when the majority of other classes had been incited to insurrection, yet nobility were in the most pitiable state they had ever known. Crushed by routy, rendered vicious by idleness, reduced by oppression almost to Ja1f. In a few words, a picture of the declining class is sketched. It ons closely to reality. Most landed estates were overburdened with debt. Noble families had lost all their possessions. The youth of the aristocracy. Sp. Without hope, the unrest and social pressure emanating from these displaced ple was felt everywhere in the life of this society. What was to be done? Among the reasons for this state of affairs, express mention is made of the trust which a number of noblemen had aroused in the king through their arrogance and ambition. This had finally led the kings to believe it necessary to use the power of such nobles by excluding them from official positions which EY had perhaps misused, and by elevating the third estate, so that since that the nobles had been stripped of their judicial and fiscal duties, and expelled from the king's councils. Finally, in 22 articles, the nobility demanded, among other things, he following, in addition to the military command of the various governments of he kingdom, the civil and military functions of the royal house, that is, the collaton of what was later to make the court a sinecure for the nobility should ease to be purchasable and become reserved to the nobility. In addition, the nobility demanded a certain influence on provincial administration and access for a number of particularly eligible aristocrats to the high courts, the parliaments, at least in an advisory capacity and without emoluments, and they demanded, finally, that a third of the membership of the financial and military councils, and other parts of the royal government, should come from their ranks. Of all these demands, if we disregard a few minor concessions, only one was fulfilled: court posts were closed to the bourgeoisie and reserved to the nobility. All the others, insofar as they involved participation by the nobility, however modest, in government or administration, remained unfulfilled. In many German territories, nobles sought and received administrative and judicial offices as well as military ones, at least since the Reformation. They had therefore been found in the universities. Most of the higher offices of state remained virtually a monopoly of the nobility, elsewhere, nobles and bourgeois. 40. 3. Normally balanced each other within many state offices according to formula of allocation. In the French central government, as we have mentioned, the tensio constant open or latent struggle between the two estates was expressed I that the whole administration remained a monopoly of the bourgeoisie, the whole court in the narrower sense, which had always been large by nobles but was threatened by bourgeoisification when offices were purchasable, in the 17th century became once and for all a noble poly. Richelieu, in his will, had recommended that the court should be close those who have not the good fortune of a noble origin. Louis XIV restricted access to court offices by bourgeois to the utmost, but even he did completely close them. Thus, after many preparatory movements in social interests of the nobility and the monarchy were, so to speak, weighty and testing each other, the court was given its clear role as an asylum of nobility on one hand, and a means of controlling and taming the old class on the other. The untrammeled knightly life was gone forever. For most of the nobility, not only were their economic circumstances now unstraightened, but their horizons and scope for action were narrowed, their meager revenues they were restricted to their country seats. Escape this in military campaigns was, to a large extent, blocked. Even in war longer fought for themselves as free knights, but as officers in a organization. And special luck or connections were needed to escape permanent from the landed nobility to the wider horizons and greater prestige of the Phi circle at court. This smaller part of the nobility found at court, and in and around Par new, more precarious homeland. Up to the time of Henry IV and Louis XIII was not difficult for a noble belonging to the court circle to spend time a country seat or that of another noble. There was, to be sure, a courtly nobile distinct from the broad country gentry, but this society was still relatively decentralized. Louis XIV, having learned his lesson early through the father, exploited the nobility's dependence on him to the full. He wanted to directly under his eyes all those who are possible leaders of risings, and chateaux could serve as focal points for rebellion. The construction of Versailles corresponded perfectly to both the intertwined tendencies of the monarchy, to provide for and visibly elevate parts of the nobility while controlling and taming them. The king gave liberally, particularly to high favorites. But he demanded obedience, he kept the nobles constantly aware their dependence on the money and other opportunities he had to distribute. The King Saint Simon records in his memoirs not only saw that the high nobile were present at his court, he demanded it also of the petty nobles. At his lever and his 3. 4. 1. State formation and civilization. At his meals, in his gardens at Versailles, he was always looking about him, pounding everyone. He took it amiss if the most distinguished nobles did not reside innately at court, and if the others came only seldom, and total disgrace awaited who showed themselves hardly or not at all. If one of these had a request, the Goulds say proudly, "I do not know him." And his judgment was irrevocable. He didn't mind if a person enjoyed living in the country, but he had to show moderation, and take precautions before longer absences. Once in my youth when I went to N on some legal business, the king had a minister write to inquire my reasons. Surveillance of everything that went on is very characteristic of the ire of this monarchy. It shows clearly how strong were the basic tensions the king had to observe and master in order to maintain his rule, not only within his society but outside it as well. The art of governing is not at all difficult or unpleasant, Louis XIV once said in his instructions to his heir. It sts quite simply in knowing the real thoughts of all the princes in Europe, in everything that people try to conceal from us, their secrets, and keeping a watch over them. He king's curiosity to know what was going on around him, Saint Simon writes in their place, grew more and more intense. He charged his first valet and the Governor of Versailles to enroll a bodyguard. These received the royal livery, were dependent only on those just mentioned, and had the clandestine task of wandering the orators by day and night, secretly observing and following people, seeing where they went and when they came back, overhearing their conversations and reporting everything exactly. Hardly anything is as characteristic of the peculiar structure of the society which makes possible a strong autocracy, as this necessity of minutely supering everything that goes on within the realm. This necessity shows up both the immense tensions and the precariousness of the social apparatus, without which the coordinating function would not endow the central ruler with so high a power ratio. The tension and equilibrium between the various social groups, and the resulting highly ambivalent attitude of all these groups to the central ruler himself, was certainly not created by any king. But once this constellation had been established, it was vitally important for the ruler to preserve it in all its precariousness. This task demanded exact supervision of his subjects. For good reasons, Louis XIV had a particularly watchful eye on people closest to him in rank. The division of labor and the interdependence of everyone, including dependence of the central ruler on the masses, were not yet so advanced that pressure from the common people was the greatest threat to the king, even though popular unrest, above all in Paris, was certainly not without danger. One of the reasons for the removal of his court from Paris to Versailles lies here. But whenever, under Louis's predecessors, dissatisfaction among the masses led to uprisings, it was members of the royal family or the high nobility who 3. 4. 2. placed themselves at their head and used the factions and discontent for own ambitions. Here, in his closest circle, the monarch's most dangerous were still to be found. It was shown earlier how, in the course of monopolization, the circle 6 able to compete for the chance to rule was gradually reduced to the the royal house. Louis XI finally conquered these princely feudal lords, restored their territories to the crown, but in the religious wars different were still headed by branches of the royal family. With Henry IV, as extinction of the main branch, a member of a secondary one again came throne. And the princes of the blood, the great ones, the dukes and France, continued to wield considerable power. The basis of this power clear. It was primarily their position as go-internistry, military command provinces, and their fortresses. Slowly, with the consolidation of monopoly, these possible rivals of the kings took on the character of functionaries' powerful government apparatus. But they resisted this change. The brother of Louis XIII, the Duke of Vendôme, Henry IV's bastard son, against the central authority at the head of a faction. He was governor of Brit, and believed he had an hereditary right to this province on grounds of Maria. Then it was the governor of Provence from whom the resistance came, then governor of Languedoc, the Duke of Montmorency, and even the Huguenot nobility's attempts at resistance had their basis in a similar power. Positio's army was not yet completely centralized. The commanders of fortresses and reigns of strongholds still had a high degree of independence. The governors' provinces regarded their purchased and salaried positions as their property. There were renewed flickerings of centrifugal tendencies in the land. Under L13 they were still perceptible. The king's brother, Gaston, Duke of Orleans, arose, like many royal brothers before him, against the king. He formerly renounced friendship for the cardinal after taking over the leadership of faction hostile to him, and went to Orleans to begin his struggle against Richelieu and the king from a strong military position. Richelieu finally won all these battles, not least with the aid of the bourgeois and the superior financial means they put at his disposal. The resisting lords died vanquished, some in prison, some in exile, some in battle. Richelieu let the king's mother die abroad. The belief that as sons or brothers of the king, or princes of his blood, they might disturb the realm with impunity, is mistaken. It is far more judicious to secure realm and monarchy than to respect impunity endowed by rank. So he writes in his memoirs. Louis XIV reaped the benefit of these victories, but a sense of threat from the nobility, particularly the high nobility closest to him, was second nature to him. The lesser nobility he forgave an occasional absence from court if reasons were given. Towards the great ones he was chasteable. And the court's role as a place of detention emerged particularly in relation to them. The surest place for a son of France is the heart of Sing, he replied when his brother asked him for a governorship and a SS, a place assured. That his eldest son held separate court at Mudenhede with the utmost displeasure. And when the heir to the throne died, the Astili had the furniture of his shatim sold in case the grandson who right Muden should make the same use of it and once again divide the percent. His fear, says Saint Simon, was quite groundless. For none of the king's sons would have dared to displease him. But when it was a matter of obtaining his prestige and securing his personal rule, the king's severity made distinction between his relations and other persons. Monopoly rule, centered on the monopolies of taxation and physical violence, thus attained, for this particular stage as the personal monopoly of an individual, its consummate form. It was protected by a fairly efficient organization of surveillance. The land-owning king distributing land or tithes had become a money-owning king distributing salaries. This gave centralization power and solidity unattained hitherto. The strength of the centrifugal social heirs had been finally broken. All possible rivals of the monopoly ruler had been wrought into an institutionally secured dependence on him. No longer in free competition but in one restricted by monopoly, only a section of the nobility, the artly section, competed for the opportunities distributed by the monopoly and was at the same time under constant pressure from a reserve army of entry aristocracy and rising bourgeois elements. The court was the organizational form of this restricted competition. But even if at this stage the king's personal control of the monopolized opportunities were great, it was anything but unlimited. In the structure of this relatively private monopoly there were already unmistakable elements which would finally lead from personal control of the monopolies to public control by ever broader sections of society. For Louis XIV the statement, "L'état c'est moi" had, indeed, a measure of truth, whether or not he himself uttered it. Institutionally, the monopoly organization still had to a considerable extent the character of a personal possession. Functionally, however, the monopoly ruler's dependence on other strata, on the entire network of differentiated social functions, was already very great, and was constantly increasing with the advance of the commercial and monetary integration of society. Only the particular situation of society, the peculiar balance of tensions between the rising bourgeois and the declining aristocratic groups, and then between the many major and minor groups throughout the land, gave the central ruler his immense powers of control and decision. The independence with which earlier kings ruled their domains, an expression of lower social interdependence, had vanished. The vast human network that Louis XIV ruled has its own momentum and its own center. Ci. 3. 4. Of gravity which he had to respect. It cost immense effort and self-control preserve the balance of people and groups and, by playing on the tensio steer the whole. The central functionary's ability to govern the whole human networks in his personal interest was only seriously restricted when the balance he was poised tilted sharply in favor of the bourgeoisie, and a new social with new axes of tension was established. Only then did personal mono begin to become public monopolies in an institutional sense. In a long elimination contests, in a gradual centralization of the means of physical viol and taxation, in conjunction with the constantly increasing division of fun and the rise of professional bourgeois classes, French society had been step by step in the form of a state. 8. On the sociogenesis of the monopoly of taxation. 26. A certain aspect of this monopolization, and thus of the whole process state formation, easily escapes the retrospective observer because he usually has clearer picture of the later stages, of the results of the process, developments lying further back. He can hardly conceive that this absolute monarchy and centralized government emerged quite gradually from the medieval world as something new and extraordinary in the eyes of its contemporary. Nevertheless, only an attempt to reconstruct this aspect gives us the possibility of understanding what really happened. The main outlines of the transformation are clear. From a particular standpoint it can be described in a few words: the territorial property of one warrior family, its control of certain land, and its claim to tithe or services of various kind, fro people living on this land, is transformed with the advancing division of functions in the course of numerous struggles, into a centralized control of military power and of regular duties or taxes over a far larger area. Within this area no one may now use weapon and fortifications or physical violence of any kind without the central ruler permission. That is something very novel in a society in which originally a whole class of people could use weapons and physical violence according to their maya and their inclinations. And everyone of whom the central ruler requires it is no bound to pay a certain portion of his income or his wealth to the central RU. This is even more novel, measured by what was customary in medieval society in the barter economy of that time, where money was relatively rare, demands princes or kings for money payments leaving aside certain occasions fixed by tradition were regarded as something quite unprecedented. Such measures were regarded in much the same way as pillaging or the levying of tributes. Constituti sunt redditus terrarum, ut ex illis vivent spoliatione subditorum. 345. Meant: the revenues of the land are intended to prevent those living on Rom plundering their subjects, said St. Thomas Aquinas. In this he was inly not expressing the opinion only of ecclesiastical circles, even though such institutions were probably particularly exposed to such measures on ante of their wealth. The kings themselves did not think very differently. Even if the general shortage of money, they could not refrain from repeatedly ending such compulsory duties. Philip Augustus, for example, aroused such unrest and opposition through a series of taxes, particularly the contribution the Crusades in 1188, the famous dime solidine, that in 1189 he declared no such taxes would ever again be levied. In order, his decree runs, that there he nor his successors shall ever fall into the same error, he forbids with royal authority and the whole authority of all the churches and barons of the this damnable effrontery. If anyone, whether the king or anyone else, old attempt by audacious tempority to revert to it, he wants them so bede. Degree. It may be that in the formulation of this decree his pen was guided agitated notables. But when he was preparing for the crusade in 1190, he himself expressly ordered that in the event of his death during the crusade, a part of the war treasury should be distributed among those who had been impoverished by the levies. Duties demanded by the kings in this society, with its relative scarcity of money, were indeed something different from taxes in a or commercialized society. No one took them for granted as a permanent institution. Market transactions and the whole level of prices were in no way adjusted to them. They came like a bolt from the blue, ruining large numbers of opal. The kings or their representatives, as we can see, were sometimes aware his. But with the limited revenues they received directly from their dominial states, they were constantly faced with the choice of either using all the threats and force at their disposal to raise money by levies, or succumbing to rival powers. All the same, the agitation over the Saladin tithe and the opposition unleashed seem to have been long remembered. It was only after 79 years that a king again demanded a special tax, an aid feudal for his crusade. The general belief of kings themselves was that the rulers of a territory and their government should support themselves on the income from their dominial possessions in the narrower sense, that is, on the income from their own estates. To be sure, the kings and a number of other great feudal lords, in the course of monopolization, had already risen considerably above the mass of the feudal elords, and we can see in retrospect that new functions were evolving. But these new functions developed only slowly, by small steps and in constant conflict with the representatives of other functions, into solid institutions. For the time being, the king was a great warrior among many other greater or lesser warriors. Like them, he lived on the produce of his estates, but like them he also had a traditional right to raise taxes from the inhabitants of his region on certain extraordinary occasions. Every feudal lord demanded and received certain duties. 346. When his daughter was married, when his son was knighted, and ransom if he were made a prisoner of war. These were the original aids. And the kings demanded them like every other feudal lord. Demands form, over and above these, had no basis in custom. This is why they had as repute to pillage and extortion. Then, in about the 12th and 13th centuries, a new form of revenue began to establish itself. In the 12th century the towns were growing. According to ancient feudal custom, only men of the warrior class nobles were entitled to bear urns, but the burghers had now fought hand for civic freedom or were about to do so, and about the time of Low it became customary to enroll the town dwellers, the bourgeois, for ward. Very soon, however, the town dwellers preferred to offer the territorial money instead of war services so that he could hire warriors. They coachalized war service, and to the kings and the other great feudal lords not unwelcome. The supply of war services by indigent warriors was greater than the purchasing power of the rival feudal lords. So these payments for exemption from war service quite quickly became an established custom or an institution. The king's representatives demanded from each community such and such a number of men or the payment of a correspond, sum for a particular campaign, and the towns agreed or negotiated a reducted, but even this custom was still seen as only a further form of the feudal aid. Extraordinary cases, it is called the aide de l'ost, and these aids were taken together as the aids in the four cases. It would take us too far afield to show how the town communities themselves gradually began to form a kind of internal taxation system for their communal tasks. Suffice it to say that the king's demands served to develop just as, conversely, the urban taxation institutions that began to be consolidated about the end of the 12th century had an importance for the organization royal taxation that should not be underestimated. Here, too, the bourgeoisie of the royal house usually involuntarily carried each other along. But this certainly not to say that the burghers or any other social class paid willingly without resistance. As is the case with regular taxation later, no one paid these occasional taxes unless he felt directly or indirectly forced to do so. Both cases indicate exactly the nature of the mutual dependence of groups in society at a given stage and of the prevailing power balances. The kings did not wish and could not afford to provoke excessive opposition. The social power of the royal function was clearly not yet strong enough for this. On the other hand, for their function and self-assertion, they needed above all finance the constant struggles with rivals, continual and gradually increasing sums of money that they could only obtain by such aids. Their measures changed. Under the pressure of this situation the royal representatives groped for one solution after another. They shifted the main burden first onto this urban or 347 class, then onto that. But in all this twisting and turning the social power, monarchy was constantly growing, and with this growth, each furthering their taxes gradually took on a new character. 1292 The king demanded a duty of 1 denier in the pound for all wares, he duty being payable by both buyer and seller. An exaction of a kind heard of in the French realm, a chronicler of the time called it. In Rouen the Ng house of the royal tax collectors was plundered. Rouen and Paris, the most important towns in the kingdom, finally bought their exemption for, but this tax long remained in the popular memory under the name Maltate, and the opposition it aroused long remained in the of the royal officials. Accordingly, the king attempted in the following to raise compulsory loans from the wealthy bourgeois. When this too met violent resistance, he reverted in 1295 to the aid in its original form. The was demanded from all estates, not only the 1/100th of the value goods was to be paid. But the yield of this tax was clearly not enough. The following year the duty was raised to a 50th. And now, of course, the feudal RDS also affected by the tax were extremely angry. The king therefore declared himself willing to return to the religious and secular feudal lords a part of the he raised from their dominions. He gave them, so to speak, a share of the ori. But this no longer reassured them. Above all, the secular feudal lords, the arriers, felt increasingly threatened in their traditional rights, their independent rule and perhaps even in their whole social existence, by this central mental apparatus. The king's men were intruding everywhere, they appropriated rights and duties which had earlier been the exclusive prerogative of the individual feudal lord. And here, as so often, it was money duties that the last straw. When, In 1314, shortly before the death of Philip the Fair, taxes for a campaign in Flanders were once again levied. Unrest and discontent, reinforced by the mismanagement of the war, became open resistance. We cannot tolerate the levying of these aids, says one of those affected, we cannot bear them with a quiet conscience, they would cost us our honor, our rights, and our freedom. A new kind of unjustified extortion, of unseemly money-raising, unknown in France and particularly in Paris, another man of the time records, was used to cover expenses. It was said to be intended for the Flanders War. The servile councils and ministers of the king wanted buyers and to 4 sellers to pay 6 deniers for each pound of the selling price. Nobles and commoners united under oath to maintain their freedom and that of the fatherland. The unrest was indeed so great and general that towns and feudal lords formed an alliance against the king. It is one of those historical experiments from which we can read off the degree of divergence of their interests, the strength of the tension between them. Under the common threat from the fiscal demands of the royal representatives, and the high feelings it aroused on all sides, a league 348 between bourgeoisie and nobility was still possible. Would it last, woe effective? It has already been pointed out that in other countries, England, on the basis of a different social structure, a reciprocal concerted action between certain urban and rural classes gradually came being, which despite all the tensions and hostility between them, contributed in no small way to the curtailment of royal power. The fate alliances in France, as can be seen here in embryonic form and far more later, with the growing interdependence of the estates, was very different. Unanimity of the estates did not survive long, the impact of their actions was broken by their mutual mistrust. Anger and discontent bring, together, but their interests admit no unity. Il sunt ligni des ligni contrefaite mal aligni. Runs a song of the time about the allies. All the same, this violent willfully levied taxes left a strong impression, not least on the royal officials. Upheavals within the dominion were not without danger for the struggle external rivals. The social position of the central ruler was not yet strong for him alone to determine the duties and their level. Power was still dist, in such a way that he had to negotiate on each occasion with the estates which was taxing and gain their approval. And as yet the aids were no more occasional and extraordinary payments to assist in a particular concrete pori. This was only gradually to change in the course of the 100 Years' War. War became permanent, so also did the duties needed by the central ruler's conduct. 27. The struggle facing the monarchy in seeking to establish and develop fiscal power can only be appreciated if we are aware of the social forces and interests it encountered as obstacles to its designs. This statement does indeed point to the basic feature of the sociogenesis of the taxation monopoly. Be sure, the kings themselves could not foresee, any more than their adversary in this struggle, the new institution to which it would give rise. They did really have any general intention to increase their fiscal power. To begin, they and their representatives wanted quite simply to extract as much money possible from their dominion on one occasion after another, and the task's expenses necessitating this were always quite specific and immediate. No single person created taxes or the taxation monopoly, no individual, nor series individuals throughout the century in which this institution was slowly worked towards this goal by any deliberate plan. Taxation, like any other institution, is a product of social interweaving. It arises as from a parallelogram of forces from the conflicts of the various social groups and interests, and sooner or later the instrument which has developed in the constant social trials of strength becomes more and more consciously understood by the interested. 349. And more deliberately constructed into an organization or institution. In conjunction with a gradual transformation of society and a shift of relationships within it, the occasional aids to the lords of estates or IES, levied for specific campaigns or ransom or dowries or the provision of air transformed into regular payments. As the money and trade sector of Nomi slowly increased, as a particular house of feudal lords gradually a house of kings over an ever larger area, the feudal aid auxiliary cotter ed step by step into taxation. Rommel 328 onwards, and more strongly from 1337, this transformation of the ordinary aid into regular duties accelerated. In 1328 a direct tax for the war Flanders was again levied in certain parts of the kingdom. In 1335 there an indirect tax in a number of western towns, a duty on each sail, forping a fleet. In 1338 all royal officials had something deducted from there. In 1340 the tax on the sale of wares was reintroduced and made general. In one there was an additional tax on the sale of salt, the gehelle du sel. In 1344, 5, and 1346 these indirect taxes continued to be raised. After the Battle of Aie, the royal officials again tried a personal direct tax, and in 1347 and 1348 they reverted once more to the indirect form, the tax on sales. All this was to a degree experimental. All these levies were regarded, as we have said, as temporary assistance from society in the conduct of the king's war. They were de sur l'effet de la guerre. The king and his officials declared over and over again that the demands for money would cease with the hostilities. And whenever estates representatives had the chance, they underlined this, they tried to certain that the money coming from the aids was actually used for military purposes. The kings themselves, however, at least from Charles V on, never adhered very strictly to this demand. They controlled the funds from the aids and continued, when they thought it necessary, to meet their own household OSTs or to reward their favorites from this money. This whole development, this inflow of money to the king's treasury as well as the establishment of a military force paid from this money, slowly but surely led to an extraordinary strengthening of the central function. Each of the estates, the nobility above all, opposed the central authorities' increase in power to the best of its ability. But here, too, their divergence of interests weakened their resistance. They were far too much affected by the war, far too directly interested in a successful repulsion of the English, to be able to refuse the king funds. In addition, the strength of the antagonism between them, together with local differences, not only undermined any common front to limit the king's financial demands or to supervise the use of this income, but prevented a direct organization of the war by the estates. The threat from outside made the people of this society, which still had relatively little unity and interdependence, particularly dependent on the king as supreme coordinator and on his governmental machine. So they had to put up year after 35 year with the levying in the king's name of extraordinary aids for a WA did not end. Finally, after King John was taken prisoner in the Battle of Poitiers, to pay the enormous ransom demanded by the English, a tax was levied for first time not just for 1 year but for 6. Here, as so often, a major fortuitous event merely accelerated something that had long been prepared structure of society. In reality this tax was raised continuously not for 6 but for 20, and we may suppose that by this time a certain adaptatio market to such payments was taking place. Moreover, apart from this perk tax for the king's ransom there were continual taxes for other purposes, as in 1363 a direct tax to cover the immediate costs of war, in 1367 enough combat pillage by the soldiery, in 1369, on the resumption of war, new and indirect taxes including the specially hated house tax, the foliage. All these are still, no doubt, feudal aids, but generalized, made and levied not only in the king's domain but throughout the kingdom under supervision of a special, centralized administrative machine. In fact, in phase of the 100 Years' War when the aids were slowly become permanent, there gradually evolved specialized official functions devoted collecting and legally enforcing these extraordinary payments, as they still called. First of all they were represented simply by a few generals for one. De Finances, who supervised the army of those responsible for the aids through the land. Then, in 1370, there were already 2 supreme administrators, on whom specialized in the financial and the other in the legal questions arising from the collection of aids. This was the first form of what later, throughout whole Ancien regime, remained one of the most important organs of administration, the chamber or cour d'aids. But here, in the years 1370–1380, this institution was still in the process of formation, it lacked a definite form, it was one more attempt in the open or silent struggle in which different social power centers were constantly testing each other's strength. Its presence did not, as often happens with solidly established institutio, obliterate the memory of the social conflicts from which it had resulted. Time the monarchy, meeting resistance in different parts of the population, had to limit its taxation demands. These official functions also receded. Their LE and the curve of their growth is a fairly exact indicator of the social strength, the central function and the apparatus for ruling in relation to the nobility, clergy, and the urban classes. Under Charles V, as has been mentioned, the aides sur le fait de la guerre became as permanent as the war itself. They weighed upon a people that was been impoverished in this war by devastation, fire, trade difficulties, and not least by continual raids by troops who wanted to be fed and fed themselves by force. The more oppressive were the taxes demanded by the king, and the more strongly their becoming the rule instead of the exception was felt as a contravention of 3. 5. 1. Ischen. As long as Charles V was alive, all this found no visible expression. Res grew unseen, and with it discontent. But it seemed that the king was to extent aware of this growing tension in the country, of the suppressed ings, particularly against the taxes. He probably realized the danger to which mood must give rise if, in place of an old, experienced king, his son who was still a minor, came to the throne under the guardianship al relations. And perhaps this fear of the future was coupled with pangs of ascience. Certainly the taxes that his government had brought in year after year seemed to the king inevitable and indispensable. But even for him, the beneficiary, these taxes clearly still had a tinge of injustice about them. At a few hours before his death, on September 16, 1380, he signed a decree repealing above all the most oppressive and unpopular tax, the house tax, which eyed equally on rich and poor. How appropriate this decree was to the situation created by the king's death very quickly became apparent. The central function weakened, the repressed tensions in the country broke out. The pitting relations of the dead king, above all Louis of Anjou and Philip the Bold of Burgundy, contested predominance and not least control of the royal usury. The towns began to revolt against the taxes. The people put the royal axe collectors to flight. And the agitation of the lower urban strata was at first unwelcome to the richer bourgeoisie. The desires of both ran parallel. The urban notables who in November 1380 met representatives of the other estates of Paris, demanded the abolition of the royal taxes. Probably the Duke of Anjou, the king's chancellor, promised to fulfill the demand under this direct pressure. On November 16, 1380 a decree was issued in the king's name by which henceforth forever, all feuage impositions, salt taxes, fourths and eighths, by which our subjects have been so much aggrieved, all aids and subsidies of any kind which have been imposed on account of the said wars, were abolished. The whole financial system of the last 10 years, all the conquests made in the years 1358/59 and 1367/68, were sacrificed. The monarchy was thrown back almost a century. It found itself at almost the same point as at the beginning of the 100 Years' War. Like a system of forces that has not yet reached equilibrium, society swayed back and forth between the various poles in the struggle for power. It speaks for the social power already possessed by the central government and the royal function at this time, that they were able to make up the lost ground with extraordinary speed, although the king himself was a child and wholly dependent on the administrators and servants of the monarchy. What was seen later once more under Charles VII with particular clarity, emerged fairly clearly even at this time. The opportunities open to the royal function in this structure of French society and in this situation, were already so great that the monarchy could increase its social power even when the king was personally weak or insignificant. 3. 5. 2. Icant. The dependence of the groups and classes in this society on a supraordinator who maintained cooperation between the various social functi districts, grew with their interdependence, and grew even more under pressure of military danger. And so, willingly or not, they very quickly the means needed to conduct the war to the men who represented their CI interests, above all in conflicts with external enemies, the king. Representative. But in so doing they also gave the monarchy the means to them. In 1382-83 the monarchy, i.e. the king together with all the recouncils and servants who in any way belonged to the government Maki again in a position to dictate to the towns, the chief centers of raising taxes it considered necessary. The question of taxes was at the center of the urban risings of 1382. The struggle over taxes and the distribution of their burden by the apparatus, the question of the whole distribution of power, as so often, waste and decided. The objective of gaining a voice in the raising and distribute taxes, that is, of supervising from a central position the working of government machine, was pursued quite consciously by the urban notables six time, and not only by them. At assemblies, representatives of the other ES sometimes pushed in the same direction. The horizons of the lower and urban classes were generally narrower, what they wanted above all was relief from their oppressive burdens, nothing more. Even in this direction the go of the various urban groups were not always the same, even if in their relatio the central apparatus of the country they were not necessarily mutually hose in the smaller circle of the towns themselves matters were very different. The interests of the different strata, despite all their interweaving and in precisely because of it, were often diametrically opposed. The urban communities of this time were already highly complex formity. There was in them a privileged upper stratum, the bourgeoisie proper, monopoly position was expressed in its control of the civic offices and therefore of finances. There was a middle stratum, a kind of petty bourgeoisie, the wealthy craftsmen and tradesmen, and finally there was a mass of journeymen and workers, the people. And here, too, the taxes formed the nodal point. Both the interdependence and the antitheses emerged particularly clearly. If clear demands were expressed at all, the middle and lower groups sought direct progressive taxes which each paid according to his means, while the urban upstratum preferred indirect or flat rate taxes. As so often, the agitation of people over taxes and the first wave of unrest were to begin with not unwelcome to the urban upper stratum. It favored this movement as long as it reinforced its own opposition to the monarchy or even to the local feudal lords. But quickly the insurrection turned against the wealthy town dwellers themselves. Became in part a struggle for urban administration between the ruling bourgeois patriciate and the middle strata, who demanded their share in the civic offices as 3. Ban notables demanded theirs in the larger sphere of the government of the The urban upper strata took flight or defended themselves, and they usually saved at this stage of the struggle by the arrival of royal troops. Old take us too far afield to follow these struggles and the risings in towns in detail. They ended with a further shift of power in favor of trial apparatus and the monarchy. The ringleaders of the revolt, particos who had refused to pay taxes, were punished by death, others with ness. On the towns as a whole large payments were imposed. In Paris, the royal castles or bastilles were reinforced and new ones built, manned by men at arms, gens d'armes. And urban liberties were restricted. From now on local town administrations were increasingly placed under royal officials until were essentially organs of the royal apparatus for ruling. In this way the high of the central government apparatus, whose occupants were the leading geois, extended from ministerial posts and the highest judicial offices to the aetions of mayor and guild master. And the question of taxes as a whole was geoided in the same way. They were now dictated by the central organization. We examine the reasons why this trial of strength was so quickly decided in R of the central function. We again encounter the fact already mentioned it is the antagonisms between the various groups of this society that gave each central function its strength. The bourgeois upper class had a tense relationship not only to the secular and clerical feudal lords, but also to the lower band strata. Here, it is above all the disunity of the urban classes themselves which favored the central ruler. No less important was the fact that as yet scarcely any close association existed between the different towns of the kingdom. There were weak tendencies towards a collaboration of several cities. Integration was not yet nearly close enough to permit concerted action. The different towns still confronted each other to some extent like foreign powers, between them too there was more or less intense competition. So the royal representatives first concluded a truce with Paris in order to have a free hand against the towns of Flanders. Thus secured, they broke the urban resistance in Flanders, then they broke it in Rouen, then in Paris. They defeated each town singly. Not only social but regional fragmentation as well within certain limits and not excluding a certain degree of interdependence favored the central function. In face of the combined opposition of all parts of the population, the monarchy would necessarily be defeated. But in face of each individual class or region the central function, drawing its power from the whole country, was the stronger. Nevertheless, sections of society continued to try to limit or break the growing power of the central function. Each time, in accordance with the same structural regularities, the disturbed balance was restored after a time in the monarch's favor, and each of these trials of strength further advanced its power. Taxes paid to the king still disappeared now and then or were briefly restricted. 3. 5. 4. But they were always very soon revived. In exactly the same way. Concerned with the administration and collection of taxes vanished and paired. The history of the Chamber d'Aides, for example, is full of upheavals and sudden reversals. There were several successive resub between 1370 and 1390. Then again in 1413, 1418, 1425, 1462, 146, 1474 it underwent, as its historian writes, excesses of life and death, unable resurrections, until finally it became a firmly established institute, the royal governmental machine, and while these fluctuations do not, reflect only the great social trials of strength, they nevertheless give a picture of the sociogenesis of the royal function, the growth of the organization in general. They make it clear how little all these functio formations resulted from the long-term conscious plans of individuals, and much they arose by small, tentative steps from a multitude of intertwining conflicting human efforts and activities. 28. The individual kings themselves were, in the deployment of their purse power, wholly dependent on the situation in which they found their function. This seldom showed itself so clearly as in the case of Charles VII. Individual he was certainly not especially strong, he was not a great or pow person. Yet, after the English had been expelled from his territory, during reign the monarchy grew stronger and stronger. The king now stood before people as a victorious army leader, however little he may have been inclined this role by personal predisposition. In the war, all the financial and high resources of the country had been collected in the hands of the central authority. The centralization of the army, the monopoly control of taxation had advanced good distance. The external foe had been driven out, but the army, or at least a good part of it, was still present. It gave the king such internal prebender that resistance to his wishes by the estates was as good as hopeless, particularly as the exhausted population wanted one thing above all else, peace. In situation the king declared in 1436 that the nation had approved the aid, for unlimited period, that he had been asked not to assemble the estates in future decide on taxes, the costs of the journey to the estates assemblies, he said, place far too heavy a burden on the people. This justification was, of course, wholly without substance. The measure, it said, the suppression of the estates assemblies, was simply an expression of the power of the monarchy. This power had become so great that the aides, during the war had in practice become more or less continuous, could no openly declared a permanent institution. And this power was already unquestionable that the king no longer thought it necessary to agree the and kind of taxes with those who paid them. As has been mentioned, the Estat still repeatedly attempted to resist the suppression of their parliament, and the dictatorial powers of the kings were not consolidated without a series of trials strength. But each of these showed yet again, and more clearly, ho. 355. Li, in this phase of the advancing differentiation and integration of the power of the central function was growing. Again and again it was elitary power concentrated in the hands of the central authority which increased his control of taxes, and it was this concentrated control of which made possible an ever stronger monopolization of physical and power. Step by step these two means drove each other upwards until, at an point, the total superiority attained by the central function in this three was revealed nakedly to the eyes of its astonished and embittered contemporaries. Here again a voice from that time is better than any description, conveying to us how all this broke upon people as something new, without knowing how or why. 7. Hen, under Charles VII, the central government began quite openly to NCE and collect taxes permanently without the Estates agreement. Juvenal Arsens, the Archbishop of Reims, wrote a letter to the king. It included, Ely translated, the following. When your predecessors intended to go to war, it was their custom to assemble the three estates. They invited people from the church, the nobility, and the common eople to meet them in one of their good cities. Then they came and explained how things stood and what was needed to resist the enemy, and they required that the people took counsel on how the war was to be conducted in order to help the king with taxes decided in this discussion. You yourself always maintained this procedure until you realized that God and fortune, which is changeable, have so helped you that you feel such discussions to be beneath your dignity. You now impose the aids and other duties, and suffer them to be levied like duties from your domain, without the agreement of your three estates. Earlier, this kingdom could rightly be called Royaume France, for it used to be free frame and had all liberties franchises et libertech. Today the people are no more than laves, willfully taxed stay/labels and wowlamed. If we look at the population of the kingdom, we find only a tenth of those who were formerly there. I would not wish to diminish our power, but rather to increase it to the best of my small ability. There is no doubt that a prince, and particularly your highness, may in certain cases cut off tailor something from your subjects and levy the aids, particularly to defend the kingdom and the public cause chose public. But this he must agree in a reasonable manner. Oh, his task is not mine. It may be that you are sovereign in matters of justice, and that this is your authority. But as far as domanial revenues are concerned, you have your domain and each private person his NB. In other words, the king should kindly support himself on his estates and domanial revenues, and not usurp control of the revenues of the whole country. And today the subjects do not merely have their wool sheared, but their skin, their flesh and blood down to the bones. In another passage the archbishop gives free rein to his indignation. He deserves to be stripped of his rule who uses it willfully and not one half to the advantage of his subjects. Take care, therefore, that the surfeit of money 356 flowing to you from the aids, which you draw from the body, does know your soul. You are also the head of this body. Would it not be great the head of a human creature destroyed the heart, the hands, and feet? Probably symbolizing clergy, warriors, and common people. From then on, and for a long period, it was the subjects who pointed public character of the royal function. Expressions like public cause, land, and even state were first used generally in opposition to the prin-kings. The central rulers themselves controlled the monopolized opportunist phase, above all the revenue from their dominions, as Juvenal says, like private property. And it is in this sense, too, as a replace * opposition's use of such words as fatherland or state, that we should und the saying attributed to the king, I am the state. Amazement at development was not, however, confined to the French. The regime emerging in France, the strength and solidity of the central apparatus function which sooner or later appeared subsequently, on the basis of analog structures, in almost every country in Europe was in the 15th century something even more surprising and novel to observers outside France. We only read reports of Venetian envoys of this time to have an impression of foreign observer, who undoubtedly had wide experience in such encountered in France an unknown form of government. In 1492 Venice sent 2 envoys to Paris, officially to congratulate Charles on his marriage to Anne of Brittany, but in reality, no doubt, to find out where France intended to use her power in Italy, and in general, how stood in France, what was the financial situation, what kind of people the government were, what products were imported and exported, what existed. In a word, the envoys had to discover everything worth knowing and enable Venice to take the correct political action. And these embassies, were now gradually changing from an occasional to a permanent institute, were themselves a sign of how in this period Europe was slowly interdependent over larger areas. Accordingly, we find in their report, among other things, an exact depiction of French finances and of financial procedure in the country. The envoy estima the king's income at approximately 3,600,000 francs per annum, include 1,400,000 franchi de alcune imposizioni che se solvano metter estraordinari le quali si sono continuate per tal modo che al present sono fat ordiner, 1,400,000 francs from impositions which used to be extraordinary but become ordinary. The ambassador estimates the king's expenses at 6,600,000 7,300,000 francs. The resultant deficit, he reports, is raised in the following Every year, in January, the directors of the financial administration of each region, that is, those of the royal domain proper, Dauphine, Languedoc, Brittany, Burgundy, meet to calculate incomes and expenses to meet the needs of the following 3. 5. 7. State formation and civilization. And they begin by considering expenses, prima magnitude la spesa, and to cover deficit between the expenses and the expected revenues they fix a general tax for all provinces of the kingdom. Of these taxes neither prelates nor nobles pay anything, nly the people. In this way the ordinary revenues and this tax bring in enough to the expenditure of the coming year. If, during the year, a war breaks out or there any other unexpected cause of expenditure, so that the estimates are no longer another tax is levied or stipends are cut, so that under all circumstances the necessary sum is obtained. To now a good deal has been said about the formation of the taxation poly here. In the Venetian envoy's account, we are given a clear picture of BRM and functioning at this stage of development. We also find one of the important structural features of absolutism and to a certain extent of state in general, the primacy of expenditure over income. For the dual members of society, particularly in bourgeois society, it became more a habit and a necessity to determine expenditure strictly by income. In of a social whole, by contrast, expenses are the fixed point, on them income, i.e. the sums demanded from the individual members of society through tax monopoly, are made dependent. This is another example of how the tality arising from the interdependence of individuals possesses structural characteristics and is subject to regularities different from those of individuals, not to be understood from the individual's point of view. The only limit set financial needs of a central social agency of this time was the taxable capacity of society as a whole, and the social power of individual groups in relation to the controllers of the tax monopoly. Later, when the monopoly administration had come under the control of broader bourgeois strata, the nomi of society as a whole was sharply divided from that of the individual topple administering the central monopoly. Society as a whole, the state, could and must continue to make taxes, income, essentially dependent on the socially necessary expenditure, but the kings, the individual central rulers, now had to have, like all other individuals, they had precisely fixed stipends and managed their expenses accordingly. In the first phase of full monopoly, things were different. The royal and public economies were not yet separate. The kings set taxes in accordance with the expenses they considered necessary, whether these were for wars or castles or gifts to their favorites. The key monopolies of rule still had the character of personal monopolies. But what from our point of view is only the first stage on the way to the formation of societal or public monopolies, appeared to these Venetian observers of about 1500 as a novelty which they regarded with curiosity, as one is apt to consider the unknown manners and customs of strange peoples. Where they came from, things were quite different. The power of the supreme Venetian authorities, like that of medieval princes, was restricted to a high degree by the local government of different regions and estates. Venice, too, was the center of 3. 5. S. otherwise under its rule. But even in the case of communes subjugate, the conditions on which they were incorporated into the Venetian nearly always included a provision that no new taxes may be introduced, the agreement of the majority of the council. In the dispassionate reports of the nonpartisan Venetian envoys, formation that had taken place in France is perhaps more vividly expressed in the indignant words of the Archbishop of Reims. In 1535 the report of the Venetian envoys contains the following. Apart from the fact that the king is militarily powerful, he obtains money through it, people's obedience. I say that his majesty usually has an income of 2 million. I say usually, for, if he so wishes, he can increase the taxes on whatever burdens he places on them, they pay without restriction. But I'm this regard that the section of the population which bears the major part of is very poor, so that any increase in the burden, however small, would be unbearable. In 1546, finally, the Venetian ambassador Marino Cavalli gave an exact detailed report on France, in which the peculiarities of the government country, as it appeared to an impartial contemporary with wide horizons, particularly clearly. Many kingdoms are more fertile and richer than France, for example, Hungary, Italy. Many are larger and more powerful, for example, Germany and Spain. Bulletin is as united and obedient. I do not believe that her prestige has any other ca these two things, unity and obedience, zumian e obedienza. To be sure, freedom most cherished gift in the world, but not all are worthy of it. For this reason peoples are usually born to obey, others to command. If it is the other way have a situation like the present one in Germany, or earlier in Spain. The FRE, however, perhaps feeling unsuited to it, have handed over their freedom and entirely to the king. So it is enough for him to say, I want such and such, I appr such and such, I decide such and such, and all this is promptly executed as if they all decided it. Things have gone so far that today one of them, who has more wit the others, says, earlier their kings had called themselves regis francorum, they can call themselves regis servorum. So they not only pay the king what demands, but all other capital is likewise open to his grasp. Charles VII increased this obedience of the people, after he had freed the co from the yoke of the English, and after Herne Louis XI and Charles VIII, who conquered Naples, did likewise. Louis XII made his own contribution. But the ruling, Francis I, can boast of having greatly outdone his predecessors. He has his subjects extraordinary sums, as much as he wants, he unites new possessions with the Crow estates without giving anything in return. And if he does give anything away, valid only for the lifetime of the giver or of the recipient. And if one or the other lie too long, the whole gift is withdrawn as something due to the crown. It is true some are afterwards made permanent. And their practice is the same with regard to 3. 5. 9. Ders and the various grades of the military. So that if someone enters your service, says he has had such and such reward, titles, and provisions from the French, your edity will know of what kind these provisions, titles, and gifts are. Many never attain or on only one occasion in their lives, some remain 2, 3 years without any reward. Your serenity, who give away quite definite things, but to some hereditary ones, should certainly not be influenced by the example of what is elsewhere. In my judgment the custom of giving only for the duration of a reign is excellent. It always gives the king the opportunity of rewarding those no are deserving, and there is always something left to give away. If the gifts were hereditary, we would now have an impoverished Francia and the present kings would nothing more to give away, but in this way they are served by people of more it than the heirs of some earlier recipient. Your Serenity might reflect, if France acts this way, on what other princes ought to do who do not rule such a large country. We do not carefully consider where these hereditary gifts lead to the preservation he family. It is said it will happen that there are no sufficient rewards left for truly erring people, or new burdens will have to be placed on the people. Both things are unjust and harmful enough. If gifts are made only for lifetime, then only those who usurp it are rewarded. Estates circulate and after a time revert to the fisc. For GHTY years new agreements have continually been made with the Crown without giving anything away, through confiscation, reversion on inheritance or purchase. In this way the Crown has absorbed everything, to the extent that there is not a single prince in the whole realm who has an income of 20,000 scudi. Moreover, those who possess incomes and land are not ordinary owners, for the king retains supreme rule by virtue of the appeals, taxes, garrisons and all the other new and extraordinary burdens. The crown becomes more and more wealthy and unified and attains immense prestige, and that secures it from civil war. For as there are nothing but poor princes, they have neither reason nor the possibility to take action against the king, as the dukes of Brittany, Normandy, Burgundy and many other great lords of Gascony did earlier. And if anyone does anything ill-considered and tries to bring about some change, like the Bourbons, this only gives the king an even earlier opportunity to enrich himself. 25. Through that man's ruin. Here, compressed into a single view, we have a summary of the decisive structural features of emergent absolutism. One feudal lord has one predominance over all his competitors, supreme rule over all land. And this control of land is increasingly commercialized or monetarized. The change is expressed on the one hand by the fact that the king possesses a monopoly in collecting and fixing taxes throughout the country, so that he controls by far the largest income. A king owning and distributing land has become more and more a king owning money and distributing income. This is precisely what has enabled him to break out of the vicious circle which trapped the rulers of countries with barter economies. He no longer pays for the services he needs, military, courtly or administrative, by giving away parts of his property as the hereditary property of his servants, as is clearly still in part the case in Venice. At most he gives land or salaries for life, and then withdraws them so that the crown possessions are not 360 reduced, and in an increasingly large number of cases he rewards serve, with money gifts, with salaries. He centralizes the taxation of the whole and distributes the infl owing money at his own discretion and in the int. His rule, so that an immense and ever-growing number of people through the country are directly or indirectly dependent on the king's favor, on paying the royal financial administration. It is the more or less private interest kings and their closest servants which veer toward exploitation of the opportunities in this direction, but what has emerged in the conflicts between the various social functions, is the form of social organization which call the state. The tax monopoly, together with the monopoly of physical are the backbone of this organization. We can understand neither the existence of states unless we are aware even from the example of country how one of these central institutions of the state develops step in accordance with relational dynamics, as a result of a very regularity arising from the structure of interwoven interests and actions. This stage as we see from the Venetians report the central organ of SOC taken on a hitherto unknown stability and strength because its ruler, then the monetarization of society, no longer needs to pay for services from possessions, which without expansion would sooner or later be exhaust with sums of money from the regular inflow of taxation. Finally, the peculae of money has exempted him from the necessity, first taken over from procedure of rewarding with land, of repaying services with a property to be for life and hereditary. It makes it possible to reward the service or a number services by a single payment, by a fee or salary. The numerous and far-reaching consequences of this change must be left aside here. The astonishment of Venetian envoy is enough to show how this custom, which today is commonplace and taken for granted, appeared as something new to people of the time. His account also once again shows particularly clearly why it was only the monetization of society that made possible stable central organs, money payment all recipients permanently dependent on the central authority. Only then could the centrifugal tendencies be finally broken. And it is also from this wider context that we must understand what happening to the nobility at this time. In the preceding period, when the nobility were stronger, the king exerted his power as central ruler, with certain limits, in favor of the bourgeoisie. His apparatus for ruling thus became a bastion of the bourgeoisie. Now that, as a result of monetary integration and military centralization, the warriors, the landowners, the nobility were declining further and further, the king began to pit his weight and the opportunities had at his disposal somewhat more on the side of the nobility. He gave apart the nobility the possibility of continuing to exist as a stratum elevated above bourgeoisie. Slowly, after the last fruitless resistance by elements of the estates, either religious wars and then in the Fronde, court offices became a privilege and 361. A bastion of the nobility. In this way the kings protected the nobility's pregni, they distributed their favor and the money they controlled in such a that the balance endangered by the nobility's decline was preserved. But by the relatively free warrior nobility of earlier times became a nobility in dependence on, and in the service of, the central ruler. Knights became jus. And if we ask what social functions these courtiers really had, the R lies here. We are accustomed to refer to the courtly nobility of the ancien as a functionless class. And indeed, this nobility had no function in of the division of labor, and thus in the understanding of the nations of high 19th and 20th centuries. The configuration of functions in the regime was different. It was primarily determined by the fact that the Ral ruler was still to a great extent the personal owner of the power anapoli, that there was not yet a clear division between the central ruler as a private individual and as a functionary of society. The courtly nobility had no direct function in the division of labor, but it had a function for the king. It was one of the indispensable foundations of his rule. It enabled the king to distance himself from the bourgeoisie just as the bourgeoisie enabled him to distance himself from the nobility. It was the counterweight to the bourgeoisie in society. That, together with a number of others, was its most important function for the NG. Without this tension between nobility and bourgeoisie, without this difference between the estates, the king would lose the major part of his WER. The existence of the courtly aristocracy is indeed an expression of how far nobility government here was still the personal property of the central ruler, how far the country's income could still be allocated in the special interests of the central function. The possibility of a kind of planned distribution of national revenue had already created monopolization. But this possibility of planning was used here to prop up declining strata or functions. A clear picture of the structure of absolutist society emerges from all this. The secular society of the French Ancien regime consisted, more markedly than that of the 19th century, of two sectors, a larger rural agrarian sector, and an urban bourgeois one which was smaller, but steadily if slowly gaining in economic strength. In both there was a lower stratum, in the latter the urban poor, the mass of journeymen and workers, in the former the peasants. In both there was a lower middle stratum, in the latter the small artisans and probably the lowest officials too, in the former the poorer landed gentry in provincial corners, in both an upper middle stratum, in the latter the wealthy merchants, the high civic officials and even in the provinces the highest judicial and administrative officials, and in the former the more well-off country and provincial aristocracy. In both sectors, finally, there was a leading stratum extending into the court, in the latter the high bureaucracy, the noblesse de robe, and the courtly nobility, the elite of the noblesse d'épée in the former. In the tensions within and between these sectors, complicated by the tensions and 362. Alliances of both with the clergy structured on a similar hierarchy carefully maintained equilibrium. He secured the privileges and social press, the nobles against the growing economic strength of bourgeois groups has been mentioned. he used part of the social product that he had to dis by virtue of his control of the financial monopoly, to provide for nobility. When, not long before the revolution, after all attempts at failed, the demand for the abolition of noble privileges moved foreground among the watchwords of the opposing bourgeois grew implied a demand for a different management of the tax monopoly revenue. The abolition of noble privileges meant on the one hand the nobility's exemption from taxes and thus a redistribution of the tax burden, on the other the elimination or reduction of many court offices, the ani of what was in the eyes of this new professional bourgeoisie a useful functionless nobility, and thus a different distribution of tax revenue, no in the interests of the king but in those of society at large, or at least, of the upper bourgeoisie. Finally, however, the removal of noble privilege meant the destruction of the position of the central ruler as the ballo maintaining the two estates in their existing order of precedence. The sen rulers of the subsequent period were indeed balanced on a different network of tensions. They and their function accordingly had a different character. On thing remained the same, even in this new structure of tensions, the power central authority was relatively limited as long as the tensions remain low, as long as direct agreement were possible between the representatives of opposed poles, and it grew in phases when these tensions were growing, as none of the competing groups had attained a decisive preponderance. Art 4, Synopsis. Towards a theory of civilizing processes. The social constraint towards self-constraint. That has the organization of society in the form of states, what have the monopolization and centralization of taxes and physical force over a large area, too. With civilization? He observer of the civilizing process finds himself confronted by a whole figure of problems. To mention a few of the most important at the outset, there rst of all, the most general question. We have seen and the quotations in T2 serve to illustrate this with specific examples that the civilizing process is a change of human conduct and sentiment in a quite specific direction. Obviously, individual people did not at some past time intend this change, is civilization, and gradually realize it by conscious, rational, purposive measures. Clearly, civilization is not, any more than rationalization, a product of human ratio or the result of calculated long-term planning. How could it be conceivable that gradual rationalization could be founded on pre-existing behavior and planning over centuries? Could one really imagine that the civilizing process had been set in motion by people with that long-term perspective, that specific mastery of all short-term affects, considering that this type of long-term perspective and self-mastery already presuppose a long civilizing process? In fact, nothing in history indicates that this change was brought about rationally, through any purpose of education of individual people or groups. It happened by and large unplanned, but it did not happen, nevertheless, without a specific type of order. It has been shown in detail above how constraints through others from a variety of angles were converted into self-restraints, how the more animalic human activities were progressively thrust behind the scenes of people's communal social life and invested with feelings of shame, how the regulation of the whole instinctual and effective life by steady self-control became more and more stable, more even and more all-embracing. All this certainly did not spring from a rational idea conceived centuries ago by individual people and then implanted in one generation after another as the purpose of action and the desired state, until it was fully realized in the centuries of progress. And yet, though not planned and intended, this transformation is not merely a sequence of unstructured and chaotic changes. What poses itself here with regard to the civilizing process is nothing other than the general problem of historical change. Taken as a whole, this change is not rationally planned, but neither is it a random coming and going of orderless patterns. How is this possible? How does it happen at all that formations arise in 366? The human world that no single human being has intended, and which why anything but cloud formations without stability or structure. The preceding study, and particularly those parts of it devoted to the prob of social dynamics, attempts to provide an answer to these questions. It is enough, plans and actions, the emotional and rational impulses of individual people, constantly interweave in a friendly or hostile way. This basic tissue from many single plans and actions of people can give rise to changes and patterns to individual person has planned or created. From this interdependence of people as order sui generis, an order more compelling and stronger than the and reason individual people composing it. It is this order of interweaving human impulse strivings, this social order, which determines the course of historical change. Underlies the civilizing process. This order is neither rational if by rational we mean that it has re-intentionally from the purposive deliberation of individual people, irrational if by irrational we mean that it has arisen in an incomprehend way. It has occasionally been identified with the order of nature, it interpreted by Hegel and some others as a kind of super-individual spirit. His concept of a cunning of reason shows how much he too was preoccupied the fact that all the planning and actions of people give rise to many things no one actually intended. But the mental habits which tend to bind us opposites such as rational and irrational, or spirit and nature, pr. inadequate here. In this respect, too, reality is not constructed quite as conceptual apparatus of a particular standard would have us believe, what valuable services it may have performed in its time as a compass to guide through an unknown world. The immanent regularities of social figurations, identical neither with regularities of the mind, of individual reasoning, nor regularities of what you call nature. Even though functionally all these dimensions of reality are indissolubly linked to each other. On its own, however, the general statement about the relative autonomy of social figurations is of lit. W. help in their understanding, it remains empty and ambiguous, unless the acti dynamics of social interweaving are directly illustrated by reference to specie and empirically demonstrable changes. Precisely this was one of the tasks to which Part 3 was devoted. It was attempted there to show what kind of interweaving, of mutual dependence between people, set in motion, for example processes of feudalization. It was shown how the compulsion of competitive situations drove a number of feudal lords into conflict, how the circle of competitors was slowly narrowed, and how this led to the monopoly of one and finally in conjunction with other mechanisms of integration such as processes of increasing capital formation and functional differentiation to the formation of an absolutist state. This whole reorganization of human relationships certainly had direct significance for the change in the human habitus, the provisional result of which is our form of civilized conduct and feelings. The connection. 3. 6. 7. When these specific changes in the structure of human relations and the ponding changes in the structure of the psychic habitus will be discussed as shortly. But consideration of these mechanisms of integration is also want in a more general way to an understanding of the civilizing process. Why, if we see the compelling force with which a particular social structure, a particular form of social interweaving, is pushed through its tensions to a specific IGE and so to other forms of intertwining. Can we understand how those ages arise in human mentality, in the patterning of the malleable psychoical apparatus, which can be observed over and again in human history from East times to the present? And only then, therefore, can we understand that each change in habitus characteristic of a civilizing process is subject to a quite specific order and direction, although it was not planned by individual people or used by reasonable, purposive measures. Civilization is not reasonable, rational, any more than it is irrational. It is set in motion blindly, and in motion by the autonomous dynamics of a web of relationships, by pacific changes in the way people are bound to live together. But it is by no means impossible that we can make out of it something more reasonable. Omitting that functions better in terms of our needs and purposes. For it is precisely in conjunction with the civilizing process that the blind dynamics of eopal intertwining in their deeds and aims gradually leads towards greater scope for planned intervention into both the social and individual structures, intervention based on a growing knowledge of the unplanned dynamics of these structures. But which specific changes in the way people are bonded to each other mold their personality in a civilizing manner? The most general answer to this question too, an answer based on what was said earlier about the changes in Western society, is very simple. From the earliest period of the history of the Occident to the present, social functions have become more and more differentiated under the pressure of competition. The more differentiated they become, the larger grows the number of functions and thus of people on whom the individual constantly depends in all his actions, from the simplest and most commonplace to the more complex and uncommon. As more and more people must attune their conduct to that of others, the web of actions must be organized more and more strictly and accurately, if each individual action is to fulfill its social function. Individuals are compelled to regulate their conduct in an increasingly differentiated, more even and more stable manner. That this involves not only a conscious regulation has already been stressed. Precisely this is characteristic of the psychological changes in the course of civilization. The more complex and stable control of conduct is increasingly instilled in the individual from his or her earliest years as an automatism, a self-compulsion that he or she cannot resist even if he or she consciously wishes to. The web of actions grows so complex and extensive, the effort required to behave correctly within it